言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね Rain.
let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in.
brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. us, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, you're
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Fearless is a mindset, and fear is the mind killer. At least that is what I'm led to believe, seeing how some of our teams drafted during week 1. You'd think they have a gun to their head, but homies, in game 1 of Fearless, it's business as usual. So how the heck are you already messing up so badly? I'm looking at you, BDS. G2 and KC, they are a cut above everyone else, and they're waiting in the upper bracket finals on Monday, meaning that the lower bracket is juicy. Fnatic, they didn't manage to win a game versus G2 despite looking hot to trot all split. Now, I did hear that some players were feeling sick, and that makes sense. They have a bad case of G-flu. G2, however, they didn't drop a game all weekend, also beating GX, but yeah, Giotto just had to open his mouth, didn't he? So this was kind of expected. That, and they're really scared of werewolves for some reason. Those things aren't real, Giant X, just like your chances of winning the LEC. Well, all in all, it was an interesting first foray into the Fearless draft, and that's exactly what we are discussing here today in ReadyCheck, as well as pondering the question, do we have a clear top 4, or is it more like a top 3? Welcome, everyone, to week 2 of the Winter Playoffs. My name is Shox, so happy to be back and to be flanked by such extraordinary colleagues, Lore, Finn, and Goldberg. You ready to get into it?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Happy to have you back as well.
But I'm really happy to be here indeed. And Fearless, I was, of course, watching from home, but what's our first impressions?
We haven't seen much, I think,
okay.
Honestly,
yeah.
when you look at how things went.
I mean, to me, that was like a sample of what's to come, you know? Like, this is just a taste of what we're going to see. It was only 2 games per series, so we didn't dig that deep into the pool.
Well, it's supposed to be more.
It's supposed to be more.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we still in our best of 2 system? What are we doing right now? We only saw 2 games every time, so I think we haven't seen enough to really say, oh, this is exactly what Fearless is bringing right now, but I still think that some teams just drafted quite ordinary, and maybe that's a symptom of only having 2 games, or maybe that's a symptom of not being properly prepared for it.
Yeah, that's the feeling I have. I feel like teams are aware of what Fearless Draft is supposed to be, but they didn't quite understand the assignment when it comes to putting that in game and getting their priorities straight.
Yeah.
Unless your name is G2, where you use draft Warwick and Swain into the normal meta champions of Ambessa and Cassante. I feel like they're actually embracing the spirit of Fearless, even though they didn't need to.
Well, let me ask you this then, because for G2, right? I think people will look at the Warwick and say, oh, you just like played the Warwick, but their drafts were cohesive from the get-go. But if you're so much better than everyone else, does it really matter? Like, is that really the team that we should be judging the rest of the league of? Probably not.
No, but you should still look at their creativity. You should still look at the spots that these things are coming into, right? The Warwick is a clear Mbessa counter right now that they're willing to slam into it.
Yeah.
We saw the choke-off as well, very much targeted towards the Jace. So they have already started scouting. These are the meta champions that we know people will prioritize in Fearless. Here's what we're going to hit them with to just make sure that they can't win with them.
It's true, and they were, of course, very successful with it. Now, as we get into discussion about Fearless and if it really made an influence or had a big influence on the best of threes and how our teams are doing, I wanted you as my panel to come up with 1, 2, 3 hard rules for a good Fearless draft. Now, spoiler alert, this is probably a draft overall because, so I wonder if you guys can come up with that.
Go ahead. If you
No,
1 to 3 max.
I just spoke, so Finn, you should take it
Okay,
away.
I'll take it. So, I've watched a lot of LPL, and what I see when you come into these later halves of Fearless and the drafts kind of get more crunched, is that what is really important is that you prioritize cohesive combinations of champions in the
Synergy.
1-2. Synergy. So you go for the classics, you go for the Vi Ari, you go for the Sejuani Yone, you go for the Zaya Rakan. These combos of 1 to 2 to 3 champions are very important to secure, because if you have some sort of strong point in your draft, it makes the surrounding draft be much smoother.
Okay.
Coherence, and if you want to think outside the box, you need to draft around a specific champion.
Okay.
If your off-meta pick is going to be the center of the draft, then build something around this that's going to be coherent, because sometimes you're going to draft this one champion that wants to go in, the rest doesn't cook quite well with it, and you end up having something that makes no sense.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just making sure that you have a proper damage type as well. Like, I think in Fearless, when some champions suddenly get pushed out, you can't just say, well, I'm the one who's going to be picking the Yone here if enemy team already did it game 1, and you're stuck with a Maokai or Syra. The AD champion pool in the mid lane suddenly can become very slim, and that's also something that team needs to be aware of.
Unless you're Doinby.
I mean, sure, yeah, that's fair.
Makes sense. This was easier than I thought. I thought maybe you'd disagree, but it's quite clear. So I wrote down damage profile has to be on point. The synergy in your core picks, your 1-2, your 1-2-3, and build a cohesive comp around your one most important, I guess. So if your iconic champion or the one that is most important for your draft, that can also do the most damage in the game, or is it your most important, your carry champ or not?
I mean, it could be like a Skarner or a Maokai that you pick
that can
really
also,
early.
yeah.
Like
Okay.
you pick a Maokai, so you want to pick zone controlling champions, or you pick a Skarners, you want volatile lanes. Whatever you pick early usually is the thing you're going to build around, because that is the power pick that you secure early in the draft.
Yeah, whoever, a champion that's going to pull the trigger or be at the initiative, or a champion that is going to do the specific setup to shine, which can be your carry.
Okay, I see. Those are cool rules. Let's take a look at some drafts and see if we can find those rules in them. I'm going to start with the game 5 between HLE and T1, because this is like the hardest part of Fearless Draft. You're at the absolute end. You are in game 5. What do we think about these?
I mean,
I love the Lee Sin ban. For me, that was really, really smart from HLE, and that's the kind of bans that you don't think of, but that make a lot of sense, especially in game 5, when you're playing against T1. On the side of T1, though, I feel like the draft wants to do too many different things.
Yeah, and I think the Olaf pick by Zeus was so clutch, because you see there's a low DPS team comp with 2 AP solo laners, making it so easy to itemize for the magic damage early game. And there's just no one in that team comp, unless their Draven is really ahead, they can actually deal with an Olaf in the later fights, and that's what we saw. Olaf just runs in and kills the entire backline. What can a Soraka do when he's unstoppable?
But also looking at like the 1-2 that we're getting, you get Kalista Renata in game 5. That's also crazy.
That's
Having that
crazy.
as the core part to build your team around. Okay, here's some zoning with the Talia and the Amumu, and then your point still stands with the Olaf. I think that in a game 5, you get Dizzy, but you also have to think about what S tier is still available. And if it's not S tier, what A or B or C tiers is it that you're really comfortable on then?
And let me ask you then, what is kind of the difficulty that you see, and maybe I'll start with you, Finn, when it comes to teams drafting in the LEC in Fearless? Because I think we saw some pretty egregious drafts even last week when the team shouldn't be getting pushed yet, right? Technically in game 1, definitely not, but even in game 2 of a best of 3. So what is making them flustered, do you think, about Fearless specifically?
Yeah, I think people just get into their own head too much. I think people just see these champions and they think, oh my god, it's Fearless now, we gotta be ready for game 3, game 4, game 5. And that's like, maybe they think they wanna save picks for those games instead of picking the best champions that they can at that very moment. Because when you're a pro player, when you're standing on that stage, your mindset should be, I need to win that that next game. I don't think there's space to save champions for later halves of Fearless. You need to pick what's strong now.
But also, it's still only best of 3, so that 4 and 5, you don't even have to worry about, right? Like, it should be super simple. This should be almost like a normal playoffs game if you go into game 2, right? We only had 2 games as well. We never even went to that third, which is where it's going to get even more difficult. I think that it's not really just a symptom of the fact that it's Fearless. I think it was straight up poor drafting from some of the teams going into it, where they made fundamental mistakes that made the game very difficult for them.
I think it's a mix of both. I think it's teams lacking fundamentals, especially for the lower part of the bracket, trying to be creative around Fearless Draft when they don't have their priorities straight in a normal setting, and then it just ends up being a disaster. I feel like that's what we saw for BDS, for instance, when I think of the first draft they played.
Oh, well, I think I got it, that one.
Oh,
It's actually game two or game 1. I'm not sure which one. This is game 1 specifically, because I mean, for people who don't know, you're not getting pushed here, right? This is a normal draft.
You're not, and you have Cassante first. You know that they're going to go into Zyra because you know that Elioya loves his Zyra. I just don't know why you would go for Viego. I know that 113 loves this champion, but you know that you're not going to have any agency as a jungler in this draft.
Yeah, the problem is you're drafting a lot around this Viego, but this game, I think the draft is okay. They just really messed up the early game. Because the logic with this draft is that they're going to one-shot one target with the Ambessa and the Rakan ults. Then Viego's going to get a reset and win that fight for them. But when you fall behind so early, this whole plan just falters completely. And I think it was a cool idea to go for, but I think maybe not the time and place to actually execute on that right now.
Want to look at my rules also, by the way.
Yeah.
Damage profile, 1 to 2, 3 champion core, cohesive around your most important champion. Is that the case or not?
We don't have it. For
No.
me, we don't have it.
We have it on either side?
You're gonna lose the first 2 level and the first trades playing Corki Rakan against Kalista Rel. And for me, from this, what space are you gonna give your jungler, especially on the bot side?
Yeah.
But I still think in a swap situation, it's still doable from 6 as well. Like, you have, a Mbessa, Viego, and Rakan, like the triple threat that you get from a team skirmishing around that. Very difficult in the beginning. I think the draft, I think it was perfectly fine for them to. I see the ideas with it, but I think like when it came to gameplay, that's where, they faltered the most.
I mean, that's tricky, of course, if the gameplay also isn't there.
For sure.
Again, the argument of if you're just playing really well, then you can make some mistakes, I guess, in the draft. Let's take a look at game 2 immediately in terms of draft, because this is where, if you're already struggling a fair bit, plus stuff that happened in the game in game 1 is also in your head at that point, right, Goldberg?
I like this better, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I felt like they got pinched the most, because they clearly, so in this situation, they're first picking Maokai. This is obviously pick order, but they're first picking Maokai. Enemy team goes Yone. They've already banned away Jace, and in the first game, Corki was picked, as we just saw. So there's a very limited pool of your AD champions available. And while Tristana was played a lot, it was quite evident that once we got into that game 2, Nuke wasn't as comfortable as this pick as he used to be. His first 3 levels was perfectly fine this game, but the moment it was about pressure and they got out on side lanes, I don't think this was as comfortable for him as it could have been in a normal situation.
And then you look over to Movistar Koi, who has the Yone, Sejuani, and Nautilus core that clearly wants to fight together around mid, with 2 very, very, very self-sufficient players in the S role who can just catch waves, and the Karma is going to be safe up top. He's going to support as well. So they just really have a clear identity coming into this game. So really great draft by Koi, and questionable, I would say, on BDS.
I still like it. They got a lead early in that game. For me, it's more about gameplay and making decisions in the mid game that went against them in this second game. But again, adapting, like this kind of mistakes in game should not happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the extra layer you peel off probably, right? Because Fearless first will expose kind of if the system that you've been drafting in has always been optimal, or if you have to change it, of course you do, because it's a different system. And then secondly, once that layer gets peeled away and now you're down to your 4th most comfortable champion, not just generally, but also in the system that you have to play in game, right? In the macro game that you have to play. If you're not as comfortable, then that kind of cascades. Is that a way to put it?
Yeah, I think draft is actually quite simple, because there's 2 core fundamentals in draft, and it's noticing what is the strongest champions. So that is step number 1. You got to decide what is the strong champion.
Do you have a list as a pro player before the game? Like, is there like 1 to 5?
Oh, there's a lot of differences in opinions when it comes to this, what is strong. But yeah, but that is the first step. You got to define what is the strong champions.
No, I want to get into this. What's the differing opinions?
I mean, some people don't like to agree when it comes to what is strong. Maybe I say Gabagoo, and then my team says Gabagi. Like, you never know. But then, crucially, part 2 of this is that decide: do we want to trade these strong champions, or do we want to ban them? So you gotta make sure that you always trade some strong champions or you ban them, because you can't just end up in a position where the enemy gets strong champions and you don't.
Yeah, and you have 30 seconds and you're trying to get used to all this. I know, Laura, you linked a clip from Vitality to us in the caster chat earlier about they were talking about that, and Hillesang was even saying, oh, I think you made a mistake, coach, in the first 2 picks. And he was like, yeah.
And that's the thing, like, you need to revisit your priorities, what is strong and what is... If you don't have your first 1 and 2 picks available, then what does it come down to? What is the next one on the list and what is it going to be combined with?
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the step maybe that teams were missing this week, this new layer of adaptation in draft, and what is going to be the next priority pick if the other ones get banned, especially in game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, I think especially the link up as well, it's not only just the priority picks in terms of what you're getting on that first, because they also count as bans, right?
Yeah.
Very crucial to remember in Fearless. It's the fact that what you were leading on towards, there needs to be a synergy in your draft with that team composition. I think G2's the one who's been doing it the most, where they're actually not afraid of giving that S-tier pick to the enemy because they know they have a combo available. The Warwick paired up with a Pantheon. I mean, Lot couldn't play the game that game when he had Ambessa. And then when Jace was the S-tier, it was the Cho'Gath, but more crucially, it's the pairing of that Cho'Gath with a Vi, where you have that follow-up with the Q. So I generally think that it's really drafting with an intention, and if you're going to be letting us up the OP picks, well, you need to have a good answer for that as well.
Yeah, and going back to the point I was making, I think G2 just said, okay, we don't think Ambessa is a high-profile pick, because as long as we have the answer in the Warwick, this champion goes down in the priority. So they were playing with that in mind, and I think that really shows how far ahead they are right now, that they have these answers to what other people deem as very, very strong.
Yeah, it makes sense. This is their second draft versus GX. I think they just got Warwicked, right? And then the Warwick is kind of off the table, but then it's in your mind. Like, they can do anything over there in that top lane. What did you think about these 2 sides in this game too, in terms of balance in draft?
I look at Mel and I wonder, what is Mel actually going to reflect?
Yeah, and
I mean, there is a Maokai ult coming that you can reflect.
It's one of them, right?
Yeah.
But
there's not that much for this Mel to reflect, because when I think of Mel, I think of her W that obviously reflects any projectile coming her way. And to me, it's kind of like, when you play Sylas, you want to have good ults.
Yeah.
When you play Mel, you want to have good reflects.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a champion you can just pick like this early game, because then, as you see, G2 don't give in to the Mel. They don't pick anything that the Mel is going to reflect well. And I think really clever by G2 to actually give them the Mel and just say, okay, we're going to play Aurora. What can you do?
They managed to bait GX into picking Mel and Skarner early and not being able to do anything with the champions.
Yeah.
I love their prep.
I think it's one of the differences between teams that are comfortable being reactive in terms of the champions pools that they can field and the view that they have about how they can counter the enemy comp on the fly. And the teams, I feel, that maybe have this set idea of comps in their head before they get into the draft of what they want to play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is why G2 has set themselves apart, because they exactly had that. And I think, like, you've had a week now as a team where you're like, we're still on 25.s, whatever, it's the third one, right? So we are still on that patch. You've had your time to actually then go through what was our priority. What have we learned perhaps from other teams who's got these picks ready? Are we willing to experiment ourselves? And I'm really hoping that we'll see that, especially from the likes of GX, for example, who were willing to experiment with a Rel in the bot lane, or Jackies, who used to play a lot of Yone when it wasn't always the most flavored pick. It obviously became later. But yeah, I'm really hoping we see more flexibility from some of our teams.
I'm lucky hoping we don't, because when you think, and I'm sorry, but like when you think about it, you're in the lower brackets. I wouldn't take risks being a lot of those teams today, given the lack of fundamentals they have. You have the ability to be able to keep it simple. Just do it.
Just do it, okay?
Just do it.
But I also feel like that there's that if you're like, sure, the Team Heretics draft, we probably all remember with the
Yasuo?
Yone and Yasuo on top side, and that's very difficult. But I think if you're more calculated in your approach with that creative pick, that's where you really find the strength of being innovative.
But that's why I don't trust our teams, GB.
Okay,
I trust them. I trust them. They'll
these
do
opponents,
it.
though, like last week, maybe they were outmatched. They should be more evenly matched this week, right?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a calculated draft maker and I'm going into BDS versus Vitality, I'm picking champions that can fight, because that's what we're going to be getting. I think you should draft to the team you're playing, and I think if you're BDS and Vitality, you know there's going to be fights, so give your players tools to take these river skirmishes. Don't pick champions that hug their towers and wait for 40 minutes, because your players won't be able to hold back anyway. You're not going to trust Hylissang to play Yumi and you sit behind his AD carry.
It's like you're in a 1v1.
What are you implying?
Just hiding under the turret with the snowball. I remember you.
Yeah, and can you tell the viewers what the final tally was?
Yeah, we played one once.
If we just talk about that one game I won,
No, it was like
that's a
8-1
perfect
for
8-1,
Fig.
yeah, 8-1 is correct.
Yeah, it was. In any case, talking about the players and the draft, Lord did have a chance earlier to catch up with Chayek and Nuke at the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoint in the pregame check-in. Check.
Thank you, Shox. Law here for the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in with Nuke.
Hello.
Thank you for joining me ahead of
Thank you very
today's
much.
series. Let's talk about what happened last week. The plan you came with was a hard-to-execute composition in Game 1, more agency in Game 2. How do you reflect on your prep, the execution maybe, and why things didn't work?
I mean, I think the prep was fine. I mean, like Game 1, we just needed to play better on like our windows, on like all the little stuff that actually matters in the game. We should have done it better than enemy.
Yeah.
It was Game 1, we like just got outclassed in our game.
Yeah.
So after it was really hard to play. But Game 2, we had a more straightforward draft. With more urgency. We were in a really, really good spot in the game. And yeah, like mid-game fight and mid-game gestion of how we want to progress the map was not great at all. And we just gave and gave again and again. So.
Yeah, and it makes me really frustrated watching BDS's game, so I cannot even imagine how it is for a player. But I want to follow up on this aspect. Sometimes you're going to have the lead, you're going to have tempo, and then I just don't know what happens, Nuke. Is it a discipline problem? Is it a communication problem? What do you attribute this to?
I think there's a lot of, like, it's obvious, like there's issues in the team, right? I don't think it's about, like, discipline would matter. I think if you actually, like, as a team, you understand the map and how to play together. I think together it's been hard to be on the same page, try to do the same thing together, move together, this type of stuff. So, like, I would not call this discipline, but more of like just the applicable knowledge as 5, right? So.
All right. I hope this can come together today in
so.
this elimination series. Thank you so much for sharing
very
your
much.
thoughts, Nuke. Best of luck against Vitality. Chayek, thank you so much for joining me.
Hello.
This is the loser bracket, but I feel like this is your first playoffs, and we saw a video from Healy-Sang and Pad actually last week who were saying that there's been a lot of mistakes, but everyone is taking ownership of what happened against KC. Coaches first time in Fearless Draft as well. So tell me about last week, the results versus KC, and why do you think it went this way?
I think apart from the fact that we lost 0-2 to them, I think we showed, especially in the game 2, pretty good League of Legends. I think we made a lot of unnecessary mistakes that I believe will not happen today.
Right.
So I think I'm pretty confident that we're going to win 2-0 against BDS today.
What is going to be different and that lets you know that it's not going to happen again, especially in an elimination series here?
I think we are more aware of the basics that were missing from the last week, especially tempo resets. We were making so many mistakes in that regard, which made our map completely unplayable. And I think we're gonna fix it for today's series, and it's gonna be much easier.
Focusing on this, I feel like it's not an easy spot for you to be in, being a rookie or younger player, very first playoffs. How do you make sure that you're going to stay focused, that you don't let yourself be affected by anything outside of the game?
I think I won't really stress. Like, I usually don't stress that much before the series, especially when I know the opponents who I already played against in the past, because I remember screaming against all of these people in the past, so I'm not really like afraid of them.
All right. Everything is in control.
Yeah.
Wishing good luck to Vitality today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Shox, back to you.
Thank you. Very, very confident. I love to see it. I think it does deserve a call-out, kind of. I've been really inspired by the rookies on Vitality. I think you cannot say it's their fault that Vitality kind of loses the games they lose, right? It's obviously, there's more going on there, and they definitely can hold their own.
Yeah, I mean, if you just take a look at the entire map, if you're looking at a laning phase, sometimes they're more, actually, majority of the time, they're more consistent than Kanzi and Healy-Sang, right? So I think the rookies have been doing a phenomenal job. I've been really impressed with Naknako. I think Chayek as well had a solo kill last week as well. So I actually think the rookies has been doing a phenomenal job.
They have. He's talking there about tempo resets. feels like it's a hard thing to fix, especially when you have kind of a loose cannon team like Vitality.
I think it's the fact, and this is why I love watching Vitality.
Yeah.
They're always willing to go for the outplay, right? So most teams, if they're practiced, their coach, they'll tell you, you know what, we should just press B right now. We've got the wave crash in, we had a good play. Now we can just set up for wherever's the next objective we want to go for. But Vitality feels like they're having that conversation is, what if we stayed? What if we went for a fight here? What if we tried it? It's a 50-50, good odds.
Hilly
we'll take
isn't
them.
having that conversation.
I mean, it's
He's
not
already
only
in the
just
enemy
Hilly.
jungle.
I think it's Cassie as well.
Yeah.
I think they're happy about these situations. And that's why they're so funny, because they will take the play that other teams won't. And that'll crash and burn for them sometimes, but often other times as well, it'll look insane.
Apparently, it'll be more measured today. We'll see. So let's talk about let's talk about BDS just a little bit. We had some insight from Nuke as well, but sometimes I feel like those mid-game issues, they keep plaguing them for a team that, in my opinion, if you look at the back end, always wants to be pretty well drilled, right? In terms of the right decisions that are made in game. But a lot of new members who have a wild card, of course, and 113, of course. So.
But I think you're right on the money, actually. I think BDS is a team that, you know, last year, it used to be their bread and butter, specifically the team fights around the objective and the setup they had around it. Right now, it feels random at times. You're starting up Nashor for no reason other than we don't know what to do. They feel desperate, and it sucks for a team that was so consistently top 3. Winter playoffs, 3rd place. Spring playoffs, 3rd place. Summer playoffs, 3rd place. They were the gatekeepers. And for a team that was in control of the offseason and built this roster with what they, in their own really choice here, it's not looking good for them. I want to see more. I want to see a team that's controlled specifically around the objective.
Yeah, this is the lower bracket, but you say it all there. I think this team had a certain identity, but the players don't necessarily dance to that tune, right? Yeah. You also, if you have a support with less reps, the fact that some of the most important synergies in the game include the support, I think it's natural that we cannot kind of emulate that one for one. But what's your gut feeling for this elimination best of 3 for BDS against Vitality?
Well, I gotta say, despite Vitality's loss, I still saw more better moments from them in their loss against the KC than I saw with BDS loss. BDS, once again, as I said earlier, it just felt so desperate, whereas at least Vitality, there was live, and I saw some ideas with it. I think, like, with a higher peak right now, I see Vitality having the edge, actually.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Well, some players, they follow the rules, and some, well, they throw the rulebook straight into the fountain. Last week, 2 of the LEC's most fearless players have been leaving chaos in their wake, making plays no sane player would dare attempt. Who are these criminals of the Rift? Detective Nymera and Specialist Finn are on the case. Welcome to Summoner City, where the rule breakers run free.
Well, this crime scene doesn't make any sense. No one plays like this in Summoner City. Oh, there are rules, goddammit. Oh, Finn. It's good you're here. There are rule breakers loose in Summoner City. People who don't play normal, they don't play by the rules, and it's getting folks scared. If we don't catch them, the city might never be the same.
You couldn't have called it a better time. I'm hot on the trail of 2 rule breakers who are still at large and must be found immediately. Detective, status please.
Well, as I was saying, it doesn't make any sense. You see, it's almost as if with this single set of footprints, a jungler has approached the objective and tried to take it like that. It's like you're throwing away the objective.
No pushing lanes. That's the trademark of an old colleague of mine, Dogukan Balchi. Infamous for having the highest usage of emotes in a single game. 113.
You mean 113?
113! Right. Here we see him starting a dragon without any priority in either of his solo laners. And it is an easy job for Elioy to come in and sneak it off his hands. Clearly he wants to run away, but he's also baiting in his associates to die with him, or for him even.
But this isn't how you play League of Legends. It's not how you play objectives. Surely he can't win objective fights like that.
113 is a man of deception. He might have been robbed of that dragon, but I remember one time he was walking up against 4 people with only 3, a numbers disadvantage.
My God.
Creating a numbers disadvantage fight, enemies pouncing on him, but then his backup comes in, his accomplices show up, and they win the fight anyway.
By God, maybe he really is a genius. He breaks all the rules of objectives altogether. But, Finn, you said you were chasing 2 rule breakers. This is only one of them. Who's the other?
Oh yes. And not any rule breaker either. But the rule breaker, 113, is nothing but a rookie to the silver, no, challenger Fox. Don Hylissang.
No, the professor himself say it isn't true.
That's what I'm afraid of. Last week disappeared in my office. It was the strangest thing. Here we see Don Hylissang walking up on mid lane against the rookie Kalist, engaging on him and outplaying them completely.
By God.
And this is not all. You would think a man like Don Hylissang would escape the crime scene safely with his life at hand, but no, he goes for more. He's looking for more, never satisfied. Unending hunger, never to be complete.
It's like he's always calling a bluff. You'll never know when he's breaking the rules or not. I've never seen such genius and madness rolled into one.
That's what makes him so dangerous. One thing is for certain. If these two keep breaking rules, a calamity is unavoidable.
Feels like we're so close to catching these rule breakers.
Well, that's got to be them. We have to hurry. If we do not stop them now, no one will be safe.
Well, that was an experience, wasn't it, Nightmare?
Thanks. I have no idea who was involved in that last piece. Hey, how's it going? Great casting.
You look very similar to you. I didn't realize you had a third brother.
Yeah, I thought that was meant to be Betty.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Anyway, it's great to be here. I'm Medic. I'm joined by Nightmare for the first series of the day. We're into the meat and potatoes, the action end of the LEC playoffs as we get into our final best of threes with the best of five starting on Monday.
And we have yet to see anything more than 2 games. So I'm personally hoping we get to dip a little bit deeper into the series and start to stretch some of these champion pools. We've been saying that the entirety of the playoffs so far. And I think particularly with our matchups today, I think we're getting to the point where the knife fights are going to get really bloody, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get a little bit deeper into it.
I think with Kazi and Hylissang on the Rift, you're always likely to have some bloody knife
Don
fights.
Hylissang,
yes,
as we've
Don
learned.
Hylissang,
Yeah.
True. You never know what's going on in his mind. It's interesting that Fearless hasn't really had as much of an obvious impact because we've only had 2 games in all of our best of threes, but we will see today, obviously, if we go to the 3rd game, whether or not things start to spice up a little bit as Vitality and BDS take their way onto the stage. Both teams that have struggled so far here in winter.
One of them has to come out victorious here, though. Winner goes on to face Fnatic on this side of the bracket, and that will be an uphill battle. So the real goal today for both these teams is to prove that they are not just good enough to beat these struggling opponents, but to be better than that, and show us that they can go further in the bracket.
Fnatic are broken now, man. They lost to G2, the mental's gone. It's the start of the end for all the Fnatic fans. We'll see how well they can play tomorrow as they do face the winner of this series and another best of 3, but we have to get through this series first, and then obviously the games later today. Is there anything that you think as we get into the first draft that these teams are going to be prioritizing? I know Kalista has kind of risen up to the fore.
That's definitely a pick which we have to keep an eye on, because regular season, I did not like LEC Kalista. Playoffs round 1 Kalista, I do not want to see that played now, because that just ruins games. It was so powerful for the teams which ended up playing that. And the other stuff I think is a little bit more nameplates on. BDS have shown really good ability to play through their triple poke comps. Nidalee or Zyra, long-range AP jungle, Jace and Varus. They know how to win with that kind of competition. Movistar Koi, though, they kind of showed the blueprint and say, well, we banned the Nidalee, first pick the Zyra, and that Zyra's not available because of Fearless beyond that point. That seemed really effective, and I wonder whether Vitality will take a leaf out of that. But, well, there's Nidalee. A little bit of that for so far.
No real surprises there from Vitality. They don't want to give away that ability to have the triple poke for BDS with the AP jungles, and then we'll see if they ban the Zyra or if they look to pick it up themselves. We did talk a little bit about Kalista. Neither of these AD carries have actually brought it out yet, but it's obviously quite often banned. There's the Skarner banned as well from BDS, so they are just looking towards the more conventionally strong junglers at the moment.
If you're on red side, you ban Skarner. I don't care what patch it is, that champion should not be allowed onto the Rift. What else are we going to see? Are we going to see the Kalista banned away on red side, do you? BDS feel like that needs to be taken away. The Mel away from Kazi as well, not away from Kazi, away from BDS by the side of Vitality. That champion, not necessarily the highest pick ban, but when it's found in a very good place in the draft, very few things can win it away like that champion does.
It's interesting that in solo queue she has the highest negative pick ban rate
I saw this.
of anyone. It's like, if you ban her, you're actually harming your team because she's on the enemy team. It's better for you.
I really like interesting stats like that. By the way, banning things are normally a good thing. Not this, don't ban this,
unless
by the
your
way.
team is trying to play it, in which case, great idea. do it to ban away the
I
metal.
figure, yeah, the negative thing is when you ban your teammate's champion, that's when it tends to go off the rails a little bit. They don't tend to enjoy that.
I'm just trying to save them from themselves, you know.
Oh yeah, you really know better than them.
Maokai and Aurora, the next two bans. There's the Zyra taken away by BDS, so they don't want either of these teams playing a long-range AP jungler.
And what happens here is BDS maybe were afraid of the first pick Zyra because they wouldn't be able to play it another game of the series too. So that potentially opens up for a future game for BDS if they have side choice. So what's left through? We have stuff like Jace, Jax, Cassante, of course, very powerful too. But it's going to be the Azir, something that Nuke has put a lot of time into. And he's such an important player for BDS. Denying any of that comfort from Nuke, a good thing for me.
And immediately, Ambessa and Corki locked in straight away for BDS. Corki obviously can go mid, can go bot. We've seen both Nuke and Ice bring it out so far. If you're going to play it mid, you kind of want an AP jungler, and we've already talked about how few AP junglers there are, a few of the obvious ones. Lilia, the only one that really springs to mind as a reserve now.
And, you know, maybe in another patch we would have said, oh, we get a Ziggs bot lane. I think it's only Super that's played that in the LEC, so some of your other magic damage from other sources makes it a little bit harder to flex around on that point. So this is now separating out the Ambessa and the Vi, both of them together. That's a bit of a no-no. They both point and click on you, and you are removed from existence. Don't go into that.
Yeah. We'll see where Vitality want to go in the top lane into that Ambessa. There's a few options. Ivan's obviously not going to get picked in. They've already got the Vi, so you could look for things like the Warwick. You could also go towards the Cassante if you just want a neutralizing matchup in the top lane. Yeah. Nako has played Cassante a couple of times already and has won one and lost one. So it's
look, everyone's done their time on Cassante. Yeah, it's the rule of the meta right now. And the way I like to see the Cassante Gambessa matchup is yes, you can get some interaction between the two champions. Typically though, they play towards their composition rather than towards the lane because it's not enough of a difference between the champions to make a game-breaking difference in that way. So you have pretty good engage, pretty good frontline from Vitality. Feels like this is kind of evergreen. All of these champions can react to whatever the heck is dropped into bot lane beyond this point.
Not too commonly that we see both the support and AD carry falling to the second phase, so we're going to get a couple of bans coming out from BDS here. They can just keep their mid laner as an option, move that Corki down towards bot, and then have a powerful AP mid for their lineup. Vitality are locked into the, well, we assume they're locked into the Azir going mid and the Cassante going top. It would be a massive turn up if we saw Kazi on the Azir.
The strangest flashback to 2014 Azir release patch, who was first played top lane.
Yes.
That would, look, okay, that's really not relevant. Anyway, random memories. But we do have stuff like, of course, like Kalista made its way all the way through to this point in the draft. There's still your usual suspect in support of Rel, Leona, particularly for Europe as well. It wouldn't surprise me to see BDS just lock Rel on 4 here for Paris as his choice champion, unless Vitality choose to remove it, and then flex that Corki between mid and bot as that last pick.
Wouldn't surprise me either. Things like the Braum as well are on my mind. Into Sejuani, it's quite nice. Into Ambessa as well. You can CC her. It's where she jumps in. The Corki rockets become a little bit less powerful as the game goes on. So I wouldn't mind a Braum from Hylissang. It's a champion that he tends to be a little bit more reserved on, although we have seen him flash Winter's Bites on it from time to time as well.
And again, this guy, reserved has been removed from his vocabulary somewhat this split. The Rel banned away. We did say that would be the obvious lock-in for BDS. If they're still looking for a support, I think, first and foremost. I think they really want to make sure that they know what bot lane they're going into. We saw round 1 of players actually, bot difference was a huge thing. You get an early lead in a bot lane, tends to stick that way, tends to snowball. So giving yourself the best platform with a counter pick in that AD carry role could potentially be very, very big.
I mean, so what are your options? You could go Renato and look for disengage. Oh, Victor is going to be the pick. So it's Corki in bot lane, Victor in mid. We assume, of course, Victor can be flexed down towards the bot side, but then you have so much physical damage top side of the map that it doesn't really work. I wouldn't mind a Renato final pick. BDS will probably see what Vitality decide to do and then play into it, but you have a bit of poke, you've got some range. Renato as well will stop some of the engage coming out from the Vi and from the Azir as he's trying to shuffle in as well.
If you see one more melee diver, I think that's the green light. I think that's the green light at that point. So let's see what Kazi and Hilly have got for us. Ezreal Leona, pretty good duo here. Allows you to play through very strong laning phase because Ezreal burns the sunlight of Leona very, very effectively. We'll see whether Hilly's feeling like that one. But of course, as you said, that would open up towards a Braum on the other side, so maybe they take the Braum way to stop the melee support counter coming through.
Yeah, I think that, as you say, the Leona gives you good engage, and it gives you great follow-up as well. With the Vi going in, you've already got someone locked down, so you can just put the Solar Flare on top of it. The Braum gives you a little bit more disengage. We talked about its power into Glacial Prison, into the Ambessa as well, but it will be the Leona in the end. BDS are looking towards the Rakan. A bit of follow-up engage. I think Rakan works best when you have someone to initiate for you, and then you follow up with the quickness, especially after, he's not released Rakan anymore. You can't just quickness flash W straight on top of someone's face. It's not quite as strong as it once was.
The two-screen engage, what a time that was. Strong enough in lane as well. In the past, Rakan was countered by Leon. I don't really think that's the case now, ever since they changed his Q healing. So that'll be some pressure there. You can follow up, as you're rightfully saying, with the champions like the Sejuani. The Ambassador can do the same. I think that there is a lot of responsibility on 113 choosing the right fight so the rest of the supporting cast can follow onto his damage. So eyes on 113 on that Sejuani to force out the right fights. On the other side, I really want to see how this Vitality bot lane is going to do. When they fell behind against KC, it did not look pretty. If they can get themselves an even starting point, though, we know they can be very creative, and Kazi's had a heck of a split.
I also think it's a hard lane to fall behind on, I'll be honest. Like, the Rakan can engage on the Leona, but Eclipse is such a powerful self-defense tool. The Corki can go in as well, but the Leona should just be able to walk out. If the Ezreal ever gets caught, Kazi is inting. I'm going to be honest, like, if you can't arcane shift away from Rakan,
you heard it here first.
are struggling. So overall, even if Vitality do not manage to get advantages in bot lane, they shouldn't be falling too far behind, especially since now I see that Kazi is going cleanse on this Ezreal as well for the Glacial Prison later on, for the public execution, so you can get away from some of that CC.
So both teams have range, both teams have engage. It feels like both of them have similar tools to play out the team fights later on, which is great for me. Hopefully that means it's down to execution. We get to see a difference between player skill and mechanics on the Rift.
I mean, that's the hope always. I find, like, you never really want to have a massive draft gap going into a game, but for both these teams, it is do or die. It is a best of 3 fighting for your lives in the LEC, fighting for that LEC Winter title, and alongside that, a spot in the First Stand tournament over in Korea later on. For now, though, get through the opponents in front of you, I think, is the motto of the day.
One step at a time.
And there we are, taking our one step onto the Rift.
Multiple, even.
Slowly meandering our way out. Looks like it's just going to be a traditional line of scrimmage between these two teams to kick us off.
Yeah, there's no obvious lane swap to escape a Kalista lane or something like that. The runes seem to be fairly obvious, all things said and done as well. So we might get ourselves some standard lanes, which given the amount of conversation we've had about lane swaps on every broadcast everywhere recently, I'm sure some people breathe a sigh of relief.
I'm sure a lot of people do, and obviously the changes that we see coming onto PBE for the lane swaps haven't come onto the Rift. We're still playing on patch S1.3. 15.3 or 25.3, depending on however you want to use, whatever nomenclature you're using.
I think it's now switched over to 25.3.
Okay,
that's what
it's not
25.S1.3?
No,
this just reminds me of like final/_/release this time.
Anyway, we are still playing on that patch. We will be for the entirety of playoffs. So the patch that came out this week for solo queue isn't currently in effect, so we'll still see all of the picks that we saw last week. As you say, standard lane seems to be the name of the game. Hylissang and Kazi working their way down towards bot lane here. They do have a little bit of poke, but as you said earlier, Gleaming Quill changes with the extra healing you get off it now. It makes it a lot easier for the Rakan to actually sustain up in lanes like this.
I think both these bot lanes is a really good place to start, right? Because we have Kazi and Hylissang who have been the engine room for this team when they've been doing fairly well, and particularly with a player like Kazi who's had a really good split. This guy's had a really good split, and hopefully if they do walk away with a more stable laning phase, as we alluded to in the draft, that can mean a lot. I think you can make the same argument for someone like Paris on the other side too, who's had some more inconsistent games. So that's a real point of importance in this game.
I 100% agree. I think Paris has underwhelmed me compared to where I thought he would be as a support this split. Like he came out of the EOLs, he was dominating. Him and Skumond were the two players that you looked at and you said, these are the next big thing that are going to come up. You see him getting stunned up a little bit here. Hylissang tanking a tower shot as he went in with the Zenith blade. But Paris has a lot to prove, but he has the skill to prove it. And on this, Rakan actually all-time 73% win rate over the 11 games he's played.
Yeah, I remember a lot of his time down the ERLs, various different rosters and champions has played through it. It's really hard to step up, though, to the LEC. It's always a constant question we have of our rookies. I think with that in mind, actually, I think Chayek's done pretty well for himself, given that his expectations, I think, were considerably lower. He's had some incredible games. Potential gank coming in topside, 1-1-3, what do you got?
Skipped his entire topside for this. He knew the wave was pushing in. Naku trying to flash away. He's going to get locked up. Permafrost stuns him. And there is Burst Blood. BDS secure it.
1-1-3 makes an early impact in topside. Gets the flash out of Nako too, so that's a big problem there. Relevant and 1-1-3 both using their own flashes, but getting that early gold and getting some XP away from that Cassante, you will definitely take that.
also holding on to the permafrost until the Pathmaker had finished. Right? You knew that Naknaka was going to try and avoid that CC, but overall really good play by BDS. The Wave's still pushing into Irrelevant, so he's able to catch that, and first blood over to the Sejuani is a nice little bonus.
And while all this is happening, Lince's not had that many options to do here. He's going towards a bot side scuttle. He's not going to be able to double scuttle. He's not going to be able to take camps away. So really well played from 113, who we did say, good amount of options from him and a lot of responsibility to get the game going. This is now around bot side.
Buzzy's low though, down to 100 HP. Does have the cleanse, no barrier for him. Linces comes in, lands the knockup onto Ice, who does still have that flash. Heal comes out, there's the cleanse as well. Ice and Paris able to survive the dive.
Well, maybe they went for that 2v2 because they had their jungler there, but it looked really dicey for a second. Not really sure which team comes out the better of that. 2 summoners away from Ice and Paris, but Linces shows on bot side, and that means that 113 has a bit more free reign on top.
Yeah, 113, because he skipped his topside jungle, though, really only has the opportunity to go and clear it without being invaded, right? It is nice, you know that you're safe.
I think you'll take that as a Sejuani.
I agree, but I don't think it actually impacts the lanes too much.
Yeah.
Maybe Naknako is a little bit more cautious about overstepping because his jungler is only now just coming out of base once again. But the wave goes in, so Naknako should be okay here, especially with 113 going back to base himself.
Okay, what's the next stuff to keep an eye on? Well, we have ourselves the Heralds, not Herald, Grubs. Earlier than Grubs spawning soon, and because of that, you want to start looking at the setup. What's going to help with that is little wards like this and this, which spot out the junglers and where they are across the map. We'll watch our bot lanes and see where they reset to as well in the next minute going up towards those Grubs to see who's really approaching that with any intent.
Yep. I think as well, we talked about the 2v2 bot and who came out on top of it. Because Kazi was able to hold on to his cleanse and his flash, he's a little bit safer if he's left alone by Hylissang. Doesn't look like that's what's going to happen. Hilly has come back down to make sure that Kazi can just farm this wave. But Ezreal, already a very safe AD carry, is only bolstered by the fact that he has the cleanse and the flash as backups in case he does get caught.
Yeah, man, it really does feel like the more time changes, the more it stays the same. You go back, you know, oh god, 12 years, Ezreal, Corki bot lane.
Oh god.
We're always ever present, and somehow we're back here again.
I'm just disappointed they took away the package. That was one of the best double entendre moments for play-by-play. And now, what do we have left? You got Tom Kench, you know? That's about it.
Not really sure I enjoyed the fact that carries then suddenly realized they had a Malphite ult, but with none of the HP of the Malphite. That was less nice.
It was very fun to watch. Not very great when your AD carry was the one doing it. But at the moment, it's slight lead for BDS because of that first blood. It does look like Hilly and Kazi with the push in bot. We've already got a lane swap coming out from BDS, though. Paris is coming to the mid, and Ice has already worked his way up towards top side.
As we did say, watch those setups going up towards these Grubs spawning. It is about their mid lane shove, gives you an easier entrance towards top side. As you said, Ice already in towards that top lane, which helps them. Kazi doesn't really have that many combat stats, but he is an Ezreal. Let's see if he can land some more Qs before this comes through. Lince starts it up, but 113 has his eye on them.
113 currently just hovering, seeing perhaps if he can steal one away. Looks like Kazi and Hylissang were able to get the push in mid. Well, they had an extra man there. Like Kazi, Hylissang, and Chayak were all in the mid lane. This does mean that Vitality giving up some pressure on that bot lane tower, a plate going over to Irrelevant, so that's kind of the trade we've seen thus far. Now with Ice a little bit separated from the team, 113 going to try and land this smite, can't quite get it. The jump in by Paris though with a double knockup, pushed back by the Pathmaker, Gravity Well coming out as well by Nuke, and unable to catch Vitality inside it. So in the end, it's 3 Grubs over to Vitality in exchange for a plate in the bot side.
And it does feel like BDS did a little bit of Safari League of Legends there. They had a nice look at the wildlife, but they couldn't really interact with it that much. It was almost a really good combo, and that's a good wall.
Irrelevant goes in with the public execution after being walled away. Doesn't tank another tower shot. I think if he had, Chayak may have been a little bit more aggressive, but with low mana, would have been hard for Chayak to actually put enough damage down.
Okay, so ult for ult, not really much else to be done there. No teammates on the bottom side of the map either, so grand scheme of things, there's still 3 Grubs to Vitality and not a great much else. Really traded over.
And obviously losing 3 Grubs is not ideal. We talk about feats of strength all the time. You don't want to be giving over those objectives, but 3 Grubs does not a might spawn. So unless BDS start losing...
That was so unnecessarily poetic.
3 Grubs doth not a might spawn. What light through yonder bot lane breaks?
Grubs by any other name is still
good. Sweet. That's the Lion King right there. We're just gobbling up the Grubs.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, we both went very, very British there for a moment. Apologies to any non-Shakespeareans in the audience who didn't quite get that. Irrelevant TP is up to the top lane as he's going to catch this wave. He has been the benefactor of a little bit of this previous sequence. Got the plate, obviously got the assist for first blood as well. So he's a very small amount ahead of Naknako in the 1v1.
And I think this is actually quite an important series for Irrelevant today. Irrelevant has not had a great playoffs history in his LEC career. You know, he's got this early start. He has one of the priority champions on the patch as well. His last series didn't really get to do that much. So I've got a lot of eyes on Irrelevant to show whether he can have a better showing today, especially given his history in best of series.
And especially given his history of how well he was performing last year. He was seen as one of the best top laners in the league. And although he doesn't have the best record, BDS do have a relatively good record from 2024. You can see, on average, they were third place. They were the third best team in the league, and now it really feels like they've taken a step back alongside Irrelevant taking a step back from the heights that they were at in 2024.
It's a great example of you can't just plug and put in a better player, quote-unquote, individually per role and expect it to be a better team. There's a bunch of other moving parts in that, which you do have to be aware of.
Definitely do. BDS with a slight gold lead in the early game here, about 700 gold ahead. Drake is up. Nuke has the push in mid. Bot lane is pushed in, but with it being a 2v1 down there right now, if 113 did decide to start up this dragon, it should be pretty easy for Ice and Hammers to get prior themselves.
He's doing it with his lane prior. Wow,
he's got prior!
Wow! And that 113 that Specialist Finn told us about earlier. Is,
do you want to actually talk through why that is so important? Because you did talk about pre-game or Detective Nightmare or whatever, Noir.
I've never heard of him in my life. So one of the most interesting things that Finn was talking to me about players on both these teams, Hylissang on one side and 113 on the other, is how they approach objectives in very unorthodox ways. Sometimes Linus is currently behind the top lane, so we might have to cut off on that.
Talk about that. Might not go looking for this. Does have that Q3 procced up. Irrelevant's going to dash away. And in the end, much ado about nothing.
Yeah, so we managed to escape from that one. But yeah, particularly players like 113, he sometimes tries to call your bluff and say, well, yes, I should be taking this dragon, but if you don't have a ward directly on that, you can't confirm that I'm not. So he can sometimes sneak away things like that. I think he has been very good at finding some of those gaps. Of course, it's more visible when it fails, though, is the problem. And BS have had no shortage of them, sadly. And look, and Hylissang's Hylissang. We know that we love him, and I really enjoy this player. We also know what comes with the territory, though.
Yeah, it does, and I think it's easy to forgive Hylissang because we've seen so many years of the greats. I think this year, in my opinion, Hilly has been struggling more. We've seen more Hilly ints than Hylissang moments. And I'd like to see a little bit more reservation. Obviously, on something like a Leona, you do kind of have to go in, but we saw a good play from him here. He pushed up, he got a little bit of vision into the red side jungle, has now been cleared out, and now pushing up with his team rather than just being the one man standing at the grubs. The first grub, though, 113 is looking for. This will secure it. TP's coming in. BDS now have a man advantage as Chayak is down towards the bottom side, and we talked about the fact that 3 grubs do not a might make. And in the end, BDS, although they did lose those first 3 grubs, were able to even out the score.
So, big thing here. I guess what you're trading for this is bot lane push. Azir has always been great at going into a side lane and just hitting turrets. He's always been very good at hitting turrets like that, especially once he builds up the Nash's Tooth, doesn't quite have that. So, you give up the grubs, but you use the grubs you already have to get Chayak into a slightly better position. I think actually Nuke and Chayak both definitely on champions which want that gold to scale up in towards that late game. So plates like this help you get there quicker.
2 plates and a TP advantage as well, because Nuke TP'd up to the top side. Chayak still has his, so if Vitality want to make a play in the next few minutes and use that advantage, they can. Hilly's going to use the oracles here, locked up with the Glacial Prison, and Hylissang's dead. And that's well played by BDS. Hilly's just poking his nose in, seeing if there's something there. Linus is jumping forward as well. I think he got the smite on the Gromp, so does manage to steal it away. Yeah, but BDS kind of cheated tempo a little bit. They just had an extra man sitting there. Chayak goes in. Puts down the... Okay, no.
Oh,
no, man.
No.
Chayak. He dashes forward. Permafrost's going to stun him up. 113 will take him out. Linus tries to save the day, but... Yeah, the first one, Hilly was a little bit overeager. The second one, Chayak was way too greedy.
What did he see on Fog of War there? He must have thought that was a one-person play and that maybe Linus could come back and join in, but that felt like it was very, very...
Oh, this is nice, though. Linus stays around, knew that Nuke was backing in the bush. Well played by Linus. Nuke greedy positioning as well.
What is happening? Both of our teams starting to get something out of inopportune recalls on the other side. First it was Hylissang getting popped, couldn't even get that Eclipse down, but both mid laners finding themselves on the receiving end of awkward plays on recalls and incomplete vision, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I think just greed, really, let's be honest. Like, why is Chayak going in when you've just seen Hylissang die there? And then why is Nuke not just going back to the tower when you know the Vi's in the area?
That's the team spirit right there, you know. I saw what Hilly did into the breach.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of supports, especially in Europe, have modeled themselves off Hilly. I'm not saying that's the sort of thing you should model yourself off. At the moment, though, BDS with about 1,000 gold lead. Next Drake up in a minute and a half. No towers have fallen as of yet, but there's an advantage for Paris and an advantage for Irrelevant on the side of BDS right now.
I like how you bring up the support matchup. Yeah, the gold matchup on the
It's important, okay?
Yeah.
He's got his Merc treads already.
Okay, actually, that is actually quite big.
It's big tenacity, you know?
Yeah, it's actually, in terms of the tier 2 boots, you know what? I'll actually take that back. That is somehow quite relevant. Quite upset about that. Anyway, Hilly has actually completely sipped off a vision. This could be huge. He has ult and he has flash. Can you get onto Nuke?
Nuke does still have flash of his own. Chayak has no flash. They're waiting for the Emperor's Divide to be back up. You can see it's just a couple of seconds away. Hilly behind everyone here, but BDS will have 4 players in a moment's time. Ice now walking back towards mid. Nuke not overextending any further. Doesn't know where Linsus is. But perhaps... Oh, the recall comes out.
Okay.
Nuke's just going to back away.
So they don't... For once, they don't pull the trigger. And I think that makes sense. You know, early Sejuani, especially with the 2 kills, would have been quite hard to get through.
Now you can look for the dive. They have a ward on the Gromp bush. So now that they know that 113 is around the corner, and you can see Hilly was thinking about it, but in the end it's called off. 16 seconds on the Drake.
Yeah, good ward coverage from Vitality, but the backs are coming at a really good time for BDS.
Oh,
Here comes Paris.
Paris looks for Linsus. We'll get him in the pit, but that quickness not really doing too much. The permafrost though on Hilly. He goes back in with 100 HP, locks up Paris, who tries to dive away. The Emperor's Survival will lock him up. There's 2 kills already to BDS. Nako TP'd in, as has Irrelevant, but he's a mile away from the fight. In the end, BDS find 2 in the battle. Linsus forced away.
Very strange series of engages coming through there. Wasn't quite clean from either side, and it meant that the fight got a little bit messy after that point. With the HP bars going over to the side of BDS, and of course the Azir being down, BDS should be able to stick around and get themselves that second dragon of the game. That starts to become a bit of a problem now for Vitality, because depending on what the Rift is, of course, and the Soul that's on it, they are going to be starting to really rue that Soul coming around the corner.
It also gets them the feats of strength overall. We'll have a look at this, because Paris, I'm looking at Paris, and then I see Hylissang is just stepping forward into both 113 and Nuke.
Feels pretty bad to miss your full engage on the Rakan. I will say though, if you're dumping all your ultimates back into that Rakan as opposed to the other team doing onto the Azir, you're much more happy with that trade after that point.
And in the end, Linsus was distracted enough that he couldn't even get the cease and desist in, right? Like, so you don't have the follow-up for the Emperor's Divide that really you would want in that situation. Good start to this series and this game for BDS. Still yet to see a tower fall, but Irrelevant is looking to knock down the bot tier 1. Nako standing in his way at about a 3rd HP right now. There's always a possibility of a kill threat after you get the Eclipse on the Ambassador, but it is Cassante, so pretty difficult to do.
Yeah. It's really when you get around to 2 items that you start ignoring your lane opponent and you just show the fear of God to the other people on the Rift. Really, Linsus having to flash out just before Herald.
And Hilly walks back in! Oh, Hilly has the flash here, but he's locked up, stunned up, flashes the wall, and there goes the Arcane Storm. Oh, Hilly.
I don't understand what is happening here. They have the wards, they have the engage tools as well. They have all the information to approach these objectives, but they're giving up some real freebies. And I mean, I wish we could say it happened less from Vitality, but this has become a bit of a hallmark for the team.
Yeah, it's their problem is just how inconsistent they are as a lineup. And BDS's problem a bit this year has been how consistently mid they have been, right? But when when the opposing team is giving you kills like this, is giving you gold advantages like this, BDS are more than capable of shutting you out of the game with this sort of advantage.
And I think particularly BDS are very comfortable when you have, you know, this kind of scoreline on their mid laner. As soon as Nuke gets on the board, worth noting, every single win in the regular season that BDS had, Nuke was the MVP. It was, I believe, 4 wins.
So I agree with you that that is a stat. I disagree that it has any relevance. Because all it means is when BDS win, Nuke is their most popular player, and we put him on the vote. That's all that means.
I think what it also means as well is that he's given the resources of the late game scaling carries like the Victor and doing a lot of damage
I 100% agree with that. I just don't think him getting MVP means that. I think he is done that, and he has got MVP as 2 separate
I love how passionate you are about stats. I'm similarly passionate about stats. I'm trying to give the winning angle here for BDS, Aaron.
I agree with you. I think Nuke has had a really good performance. I think he's been BDS's best player. It's just about, you know, making sure that we give credit where it's due, as Chayek is able to dodge away from 113. Credit to him, escaping the possibility of a glacial prison. But right now, BDS very much in the driver's seat. 2 minutes before the Cloud Drake that signifies the Cloud Soul. They still have a Rift Herald as well if they want to try and crack the mid-tier 1. They have a big advantage in the top lane, almost 1,000 gold right now for Irrelevant. A big advantage in the mid lane as well, with that Blackfire Torch already complete for Nuke. He's on his way to the Leandries.
So, yeah, objectives a little while in coming up now. A big thing that's going to happen around this point in the map now is because we have an Azir, we have an Ezreal, we have a Victor, we have a Corki, there is so much wave clear. Unless this Herald is used quite well from BDS, we're probably not seeing the mid lane turrets opened up that easily, which means we are going to be playing quite tight-knit, kind of just clumped up units roaming from tower to tower. You have so much wave clear, it's kind of hard to break open the map in bigger ways. Trying to get some vision control. I will say, as much as I don't think the actual approach to the objectives has been as careful as Vitality should have been, I think that their pieces have been disconnected. The actual wards they've got down have been really good. You know, every time, even when they're losing a fight, this is a good skill to have, by the way. Even if you're dying, put down an important ward. That can be a big thing. I think Mickey was great at that last year, even when he had some worse games over on G2. Hilly's obviously done this a lot too. Those wards can be very helpful. Herald's in mid lane. Don't know if Vitality want to teleport on this.
Doesn't look like it yet. 113 locked up by Nuka for a second, who flashes in the end because that permafrost was about to come down. The tower still remains standing, but on a sliver of HP. Kazi, Arcane shifting forward. He's been putting quite a lot of damage down with these Mystic shots. We saw Paris now to half HP. And if Kazi does get the time in a position like this to chip away at BDS, obviously that would be very impactful at stopping them actually finding their engages later on. But for the moment, BDS seems satisfied with the chunk that they took out of the mid-tier 1. They've already taken the bot tier 1, so they are on the board in terms of towers, and still have that about 2,000 gold lead. A good thing BDS have been doing as well is not overextending too much. We saw Nuke when Hilly was in that bot bush, Irrelevant here as well. Not stepping too far forward, doesn't need to, there's no wave there, but sometimes we do see teams be a little bit too greedy.
BDS could have gone for a Dragon startup early on timing here, but you can see Vitality. I think they were ready to pull a bit of a mind game there. Say, well, okay, you showed Pulse Dragon, you start the Atacana and see what we can do. They do have the Azir, because they're very good, of course, taking objectives. Relevant takes a chunk there, knowing that his jungler is now on the top side of the Rift. Does mean that the Dragon is delayed a little bit, because BDS just wanted to make sure that the Atacana wasn't threatened on spawn. It's dangerous to take it on spawn, but look, Vitality have done stranger things in the past, and it could have actually worked out very well for them there. I think it's the right call.
I was also going to talk about like whether you just take that trade as BDS. Yeah. It's like Vitality get like the GA. I mean, actually, it is the GA. In my head, I'm like, I would take that trade in solo queue, but obviously it's not Voracious Atacana, right?
Yeah, you know,
like, it's Voracious, not Ruinous.
Funnily enough, we saw our first, well, we are going to see the Dragon start up now, so this will be sole point for BDS. They are setting up vision for the Atacana. As we said, Azir takes this objective pretty well. Irrelevant on 2 items, though. With the Shred from Atacana, he might be able to ward them off by himself. You need to be a little bit careful in Vitality.
Nuke has TP as well. Ice is going to be left behind. Solar Flare flashed away by Irrelevant. That Atacana is down to 8,000 HP. Narco doing a good job of keeping BDS away, but Irrelevant's done a good enough job of distracting them that now BDS are close enough that Vitality don't think they can stick on the Voracious Atacana. And because of the positioning now for Vitality, where do BDS get to play? Well, in the mid lane. They can gate off the entirety of Vitality. Like, Vitality can't walk past this point on the map, allowing you so much free time on this mid lane tier 2. It's impossible for Vitality, really well played by BDS, to gate them out of the mid lane.
That was nice. And suddenly we're saying, oh, it's going to take a while to break down this mid lane turret. That's 2 gone now. So suddenly, when you come around to this next Dragon, the mid lane, which is the most important to push, is going to be much harder to do so. BDS get themselves a pretty huge strategic advantage. Atacana is still up as well. Vitality couldn't really threaten that one.
They're going
to go back to it. I mean, there are resets coming through from BDS. How quickly can they take this? It really is about how much Chayek can put down onto it.
I'm honest, like being honest, I think if you're BDS, don't even try. Like, what are you fighting over in the next like couple of minutes, right? There's no Drake, there's no Baron. Vitality can try and force for a tower, but who cares? You're going to get there late, give them the false life. Well played by Vitality to take it, but if BDS had overextended back into that, I think it would have been a big mistake.
Completely agree. Paris needs to be a little bit careful, but he's safe enough for now. And yeah, I think you're completely right. Given the pace of this game as well, it's not exploding kills. Yeah, Atacana can sometimes speed it up, but you're absolutely right. You're not giving up some huge Atacana into Baron and Soul, which is normally the killer and the gold standard for that objective.
Yeah, those false lives will expire before we get towards the Baron. Kazi cleansing away here. Naka was just trying to back in the bush. Kazi a little bit pushed up. He can play a bit more aggressively, obviously, with the false life, but BDS do still have the gold advantage. Now, Nako forced away. The tower goes down as well, and even though the Articon went over to Vitality, it's BDS forcing the pace of the game.
Billy just around the corner, spots out Paris. Ain't enough damage to follow up anything from this, maybe.
They've got enough CC. It's the Shield of Daybreak stun first, was so important, but Paris gets the quickness off in time. Not quite able to take out Paris. He did use the heal, he used the quickness, but he got himself to safety.
Oh, that's a Merc Tread stiff right there.
Yeah,
It's nasty,
100%.
really, really helpful.
And the Locket as well.
Locket, Ether, everything at that. He does make it out alive. Now, this does mean with Paris having to recall, Vitality can take over some control of the top side of the map. They managed to get themselves some wards. What's Relevant doing here? Does he really feel like... Oh, he missed the ult. He was feeling like something. Can't quite get it.
The execution of that public execution was a little bit lacking there from Irrelevant. Obviously,
Really writes itself, though.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, well, I probably should have been better, I'll be honest, but just what came out in the moment. As now we have a minute before the Baron spawns, 2 minutes before Cloud Soul for BDS if they're able to secure that objective. In terms of items, we're sitting on 2 for Kazi. He's got that Manamune fully stacked up. You've got a Void Staff as well alongside the Nashers for Chayek. So he's in a strong position, as is Nuke to himself.
And that's going to be a real big sticking point for Vitality. If Vitality cannot find the Corki and the Victor, really, really difficult to run through the fight because they have to throw the Vi into melee range. You don't always have to with Sejuani. You can just throw out that ultimate, use your W, and then Q backwards potentially. And I think the Victor and Corki can follow up nicely enough after that point. So really, really need to see how well Vitality can get them onto the carries of BDS. I'm worried for them, given the state of the engages we've seen so far this game.
It's also the distraction capabilities of the rest of BDS, right? Like, if you're trying to jump onto Nuke and Ice, where you have to get through the quickness, you have to get through an Arctic Assault, you have to get through a Public Execution, you have to get through the Glacial Prison as well, right? There's enough to distract the backline. It's very reliant on Chayek getting onto 3 or 4 people, and you can't just be going for the one of Ice who can, you know, flash over the wall, or Nuke who can flash over the wall as well.
So we have 10 seconds on Baron. Don't think that's going to be rushed, of course. But we have a minute on that Dragon coming down. What I really want to see happen now is a concerted push by BDS down the mid lane and then move wards into these kind of routes towards that Dragon after that point. They do need to be a little bit careful. If you push too fast, Vi hops over the wall, and there's your backline access. That can help you there. But really, it is about this mid lane control, push it out, get some wards down. Grouping together like 4 like this, particularly with 1-1-3 being so tanky, that's exactly what BDS want to do. No need to rush things, take it slow.
That's exactly what they're doing as well. They're playing up
The
towards
crowd
the
doesn't
Baron,
want to take it slow.
The crowd wants action. I can't blame them. There've been 8 kills in 25 minutes. They want something to happen on the Rift, but this next wave is the big one. You got 30 seconds left before the Cloud Drake. Obviously, the Baron already up. Chayek's actually going to use the Sun Disc to add a little bit more pressure in the lane, a little bit more priority for Vitality as they can just clear out that wave. Bot and top are neutral, and everyone is basically in the middle of the map.
Sundisk really helps, because as we were saying, hey, push mid, put down wards. Vizier has a free turret. Kind of helps with that one, keeps it upright.
It makes it a little bit easier for you. Irrelevant hiding in the bushes here. Vitality
Good
has
vision
control over their bot side vision, as you say. 1-1-3 is going to be one who starts to step up. Kazi takes a chunk. Fenn's about to come back off cooldown. Vitality might want to just wait for that. Kazi also has the red buff for about a quarter of its cooldown left, so he'll heal up a little bit before we get into the next piece of the action.
You can already see that Victor poke. Really, really nasty. Yeah, there's some coming through. Of course, from the Ezreal, a little bit from the Azir as well. See if the... Oh, that True Shot Barrage definitely evens things. And Linsis going to go straight down to that Dragon alone. BDS, they don't want to force this. They don't want to go too quick.
It's one of those moments that if you lose this fight, you just delay the game a bunch. 1-1-3 goes forward. They try and lock up Chayek. Immediately, they dash back in. Public Execution going out as well as Ice already kill off Hillisang. It's disaster for Vitality! Look at the storm, baby! It's a Tempest from Nuke, as BDS just absolutely wipe away Vitality at the Cloud Drake.
Awesome. Inclement weather down in the bot side. BDS managed to get a really good play where they can get their damage stood behind their front line. Vitality get caught into the meat grinder, and suddenly you can now go towards that Baron. You can tank it for forever. Yeah, you lose the Dragon, but I don't think they'll particularly care after this point. They'll get themselves the Baron on the top side, and that's going to make things very, very difficult for Vitality to hold the map after this point. There's a couple of really nice things that happen here. Look at the spacing between the front line and the back line, and particularly when this meat grinder comes in, the gravity well into the Chaos Storm just buys up so much random space that Vitality just can't pass, and just immediately the Storm pops off.
Yeah, it's just everything is used to disengage from Vitality. Cease and Desist goes on the Rakan to make sure he doesn't get onto the backline. The Emperor's Divide goes on to the Rakan and the Sejuani, and you can see, like, as soon as Nuke and Ice have free time in a fight like that, they're just gonna shred through you Mathematically, is that more damage from Nuke than the entirety of Vitality? I think it was close.
I didn't have enough time to check, but it's a big number. Yeah. That is the biggest number gaming right there. That's like when you load out of the ARAM and you've got like 4,000 like damage a minute. And you're like, I did good this game.
Good job, me.
I'm happy with that damage, and it's only going to get better from that. Nuke has always been, this split at least, very, very safe hands when he has been put on these late game carries. Stuff like this Victor's absolutely in his whalehouse, and he's delivering right now.
It's not good for Linces. 1-1-3 and Paris are waiting just around the corner. Linces has no flash, has the cease and desist, might just go on to irrelevant here. But Paris is there for the follow-up. Permafrost, CC lands, and down goes the Vi. BDS now have the pressure in the top side. Only one wave to work with, but Chayak should be able to clear it out as it gets up towards the tower. BDS not investing all their time on making sure this wave gets to that tower.
Vitality, various members across this game, they've tried to play the vision game, play a vision trap, catch someone out. It's just not been happening. BDS, too organized, very disciplined, and their vision control has been enough. They can start breaking inner turrets as well, and the gold is just going to keep going up and up and up. 7,500 gold at this point. That's a lot.
That is a sizable chunk. It's basically means Ice gets to his first item. Nuke. Oh man, Nuke, the man after my own heart. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, goes for the Medjais. He's got a death note with your name on it, Vitality, and right now he is writing in every single page. Actually, do you have to write on an individual page for each person?
No,
or
you don't.
Can just
No. In fact, actually,
don't waste the pages,
But
Nuke.
enjoyers of the game, you can just tear out a little scrap and write it on there.
Oh, nice.
That is a plot point within the show.
Okay, well, it's been a while since I watched that show, and it kind of jumped the shark around season 2, if I remember correctly. So
episode 24.
Or like the middle of it, yeah.
Episode 24. Just
stop.
Nuke still so strong though, because the big thing about 10 stacks, you get the movement speed. You have Cloud Sold on the table, and then you get the extra 10% movement speed from the Medjais itself. Catching this guy who you've already not really managed to shut down with the Seekers as well that's a hard job to do.
I can't remember him flashing this game. I'm sure he has. Solar Flare just gets the tip of it. Zenith Blade going in as well, but Hylissang engages. It's like, you know he's round the corner, man. Paris goes in as well, lands the charm, is locked up with the cease and desist, but Linces pays for it with his life. Irrelevant diving onto the backline now as well, as Kazi is limping away from this. The all-out from Nako pulls Irrelevant over the wall, and Ice is dashing forward as well with the Valkyrie. Nako, and he'll be the only one to stand while the rest of his team falls. BDS now knocking on the doors of the base.
Vitality have not been able to shut down the carries of BDS. Nuke and Ice have had 3 team fights for the grand majority of the game, and they've really looked comfortable with it.
30-minute demolition, really, from BDS. They waited until they were at a powerful point of their composition. Vitality did give them a few extra money bags in the early game as Hylissang falls for the 6th time this game, but really not too much of a challenge it seems for BDS here in game 1. We'll see if Vitality can bounce back and make this a 3-game series, or if the way of the LEC will just continue and it will be another clean 2-0. BDS are going to go 1-0 up as Chayak falls once more, as does Linces.
They finally remember to right-click on the Nexus, but hey, BDS, they took it slow and steady in that game, as is their style, and they looked really comfortable doing it. Vitality, they had a couple of duff engages in the early game, and it really felt like they couldn't stabilize after that point. They had some good vision control, they had some good building blocks, they just couldn't put them together.
And they can't. We'll go to a quick break. We'll be right back after this. See you on the other side of the break. Wow.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some ARAMs or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello Berlin, we are here in Prague cheering for Jiki, cheering for Karzia. Let's get it, boys!
Awesome! I mean, this is from earlier. They can't see us right now, I don't think. But if they do, hello, everybody in Prague. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the co-stream. They have a lot to cheer for, depending, you know, on who they're cheering for as well. I assume it is Vitality, of course. And unfortunately, they haven't been doing too well.
That was rough, and I don't think I got to see a lot from them. I'm quite disappointed, you know, because they were a bit too reserved. Where is the flip? Where is the let's go in? Where is the action? It was a very slow-paced game.
I mean, I feel like their heart and their mind said something else at points. I remember distinctively that Hylissang situation where he was in the brush in the bottom lane and he was just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and I feel like he was conflicted, but yeah.
I mean, it's kind of that game where like someone dies and then you have to wait for the guy to come back on the map, and then you want to set up a play and then someone dies again, and then it just this kind of keeps repeating, so you don't actually make any proactive progress in the game. That's kind of what happened to Vitality. It was like they were kind of in a stalemate the entire game, and it was hard for them to actually get a foot inside of the game.
I like it. I like it.
I do wonder, though, if that's like part of some of the issues that they had to fix as well, because that's what they spoke about in the pregame. We're having less aggression. We're not inting our tempo. And I mean, they really didn't, but they also weren't dictating the tempo. They were often in a position where they weren't the one controlling the game, and that really made it difficult for them.
And they got put on the back foot, right?
I know someone that entered the tempo quite a bit.
Oh, yeah? Who?
It's one of our criminal masterminds, Don Hylissang.
That one is fair. That one is fair.
Talking about one of our other criminal masterminds, the man, the myth, the legend.
Yes, 113.
Is that what we're saying that we're not saying 113 anymore?
No, I'm calling it 113. Stepping up huge on the Sejuani. He was involved in every single kill.
Is that real? 2015. I'm a KDA Andy. That is.
I mean, he was part of every single kill. That's not just an KDA Andy. That's 100%. We can call him that as well.
Yeah, 100%. Also look at the proximity to his support.
Yeah.
He's very involved with Paris, and I think this is kind of the BDS that was promised when we saw this roster come together. We expected the strong core from last year together with 113 and Paris together work really well on the map to be proactive. And I think this game, they punished Hylissang's ins very well. And I think the first gank was really creative.
Yeah, let's take a look at it as well. When in one of our first meetings, I think, Finn, I think you say you love how 113 likes to play, because you never know if it's going to come up heads of tails or if he's going to lose the coin altogether.
And this was very ingenious. He did 3 bot side camps into the top gank, which is very weird. And here we see the overextension by Hylissang going deep into the jungle and 113 being there to punish, defending the play really well. We're going to see a similar fight in the same area, and it just kept being 113's game. I feel like Vitality marched to his fiddle, and it was like he was dictating them like they were snakes.
Yeah, and I think even from the early game, the first one that you had, right, you see it completely screws with the Nako's matchup, who actually did really well in the first levels against Irrelevant. Then on the other side of the map, Vitality can't pull off the dive. They go for an early engage with Hilly, he takes a sour shot, and then the BDS bot lane outplays it, so you don't lose anything on the other side of the map as well. You're continuously in a position where BDS is just dictating the pace of the game, and I really have to give them credit, because I feel like they improved a lot from what we saw last week to this week. They weren't just desperately starting something up. I think they were very meticulous in their planning, and that was the BDS that I was really missing, so super happy about that game 1.
Yeah, I think, though, together with the draft being in a better place and the play being in a better place, that is what we come to expect from Vitality. Would you characterize them generally as a team that waits for mistakes as opposed to is proactive, because it kind of feels wrong by saying it, because often I know they're playing very forward, right? But in some instances here, it was almost like they had nothing to catch.
I mean, sometimes I think Vitality really tries to force mistakes from you. They
Okay,
wanna,
okay.
like, pull you into their fights. I think this game, BDS just showed really good scouting, and they were really aware of, okay, Hylissang is going to go in for this deep ward now. We're going to be there to stop him. And I think Hylissang keep trying to bait these fights, but it was just always on BDS's terms, and it just never really worked out for them.
Yeah, I don't think it was done in a clever way from Vitality's side at all, actually. Because, I mean, you even remember back into the game, like, it reeked of desperation. The way that Chayek dives in on an Asir. Yes, it's cool when you get that shuffle, but it's only 1 out of 10 times that's actually the good shuffle. Most Asirs, you need to stand in the back line. You can't put yourself in there. You had the Ezreal, Kasi playing the Ezreal. You have that Asir, there's late game potential, right? But it just felt like they didn't have a way in the game at all where they could actually stabilize that and then find a point where they could play around it. They were just sending each other in, and that never went well for them.
No, you know, I'm the biggest Carsey defender, especially when he's on Ezreal, especially in a mid to late game, but it was kind of doomed. I'll even admit that. And the man's still sick, right? That's what he said. So, apparently.
He is sick.
It's
in gameplay as well.
It's very unfortunate. So, when it comes to Fearless, this is where it gets interesting, though, as we head into Game 2. Could you summarize for me the issues that these teams had in Week 1 when it came to Game 2s? I mean, for BDS, we talked about it a little. I think it was damage profile, perhaps?
Yeah, absolutely it was. I think BDS, they just got too pinched in when they went into that Game 2. I mean, maybe it mattered that they lost the first game, so going into that second draft, you weren't really thinking completely clear in terms of what you needed to do. This time around, though, I think it should be easy. You just want to have things where you can fight around the objectives.
Yeah, and also first game, they banned 3 junglers. If they feel like they will get pinched, they can just leave one of those open and trade them, as we said before. You can trade these junglers and just make sure that you draft it more stable. Crucially as well, they actually banned away one for his Nidalee early. I imagine we will see the same ban there, unless they are just so scared of him.
But I'm really looking towards the bot lane now, right? Because now you got Corki and Ezreal out of the way, but I still see that Kalista. I still see that Varus, right? I'm seeing champions where there's potential for playmaking. And I think if Vitality's game were too slow or they lacked a way to dictate the game, their bot lane couldn't play throughout the priority. Mid lane, no priority. The Cassante had in the beginning, then was shut down and struggled again. So for Vitality, you need someone where you can play through so you can actually make the moves that's not just Hylissang sitting in a bush and waiting around, right? You want something where you dictate the pace.
Yeah, and it's going to be this kind of game 2 handshake that happens almost every Fearless in Europe, at least. Game 1, we get Ambessa, Cassante top lane. some variant of it, okay? Someone is playing Ambessa, someone is playing Cassante, but now the top lane champion pool kind of opens up, because when they 2 are gone, unless you're G2, which you don't care, then every champion is just available. You can play the Jaxes, the Nars. I'm really surprised we haven't seen more Jaxes and Nars from Irrelevant, because I thought that was like by far his strongest champions last year. So I would like to see him pull one of those out. And for Nakanako, we will see what he has in store, because he's probably going to have to blind again, considering they're going to choose blue side.
Yeah, but he was quite flexible in the RLs. Remember, he was very much on the Varus hype train. And while you can't really build the same on Varus as you did back then, it is still players that previously in their history has showcased they are willing to be flexible.
Yes, we'll see indeed. I feel like at this point in the draft, as we talked about in Ready Check, right, you shouldn't be in that much trouble in terms of, oh, I don't have anything to play. That's not something that occurs. It's more that everything that cascades off that, being, okay, yes, I can play this now, and this is actually pretty good, but it's not cohesive in the comp, or it's not good against the enemy comp, or it's not a tempo that we are comfortable with playing because we haven't practiced it. It's almost like there's endless possibilities now.
I mean, if you are not finding picks now, then no. Then it's too early. It's too early.
Finn's like, get me in.
No,
I'll play Gled.
No, I'm very comfortable here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to see what they have in store, because sometimes you can come into game 1, go out swinging, you try a draft, and then you have a few stock up for the rest of the game. So we're gonna see what they have planned.
Pretty stock standard.
No, absolutely. But this is where I want that creativity to shine through. I mean, we're getting rid of the S tiers. All this allows you to do is go down that A or B tier list.
If not now, then when? Because this might be your last game if you are Vitality. So this is the most important draft that you're going to do in this winter split. We heard, of course, from Pad and Hylissang in that little snippet on X that none of them were happy with how they drafted last week, particularly when it came to 1-2. So I feel like we want to take a specific interest in where they're going to go there for Vitality. Because if you get off the wrong foot, Finn, it's kind of doomed from the start.
And it starts at the bans.
Yeah.
Bans set up your 1-2 crucially. I will hammer this home until people get it. The bans set up the 1-2, and they stick with this Nidalee ban. They want to keep 1-1-3 off the Pokecoms. They want to keep him off this Nidalee, which has so much early agency, and this kind of forces him into these more tank junglers, which which I've seen him be very comfortable in, but clearly they are the ones banning them. So there's going to be a lot of jungle bans these early stages. So maybe securing that is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give props once again to 113. He might be the only European jungler right now who's actually dragging these Nidalee bans. And it's not just himself, it's the fact that it opens up this poke comp that we saw BDS was actually so confident on.
Yeah, and it's just the confidence to just pick this Nidalee and knowing I'm gonna perform. I think that's what people need, because usually when people say Nidalee, it's like, oh, can I pick Nidalee here? Can I pick Nidalee? I want to engage. I want to invade. Please, can I pick Nidalee? But then they don't have that confidence. You just need to lock it in and be confident with it. As we see here, Lynsas is selecting the Wukong. Crucially, as I said, with so many jungle bans out, picking that jungler becomes very important. And Wukong is his choice of primate.
Yeah, I actually thought that maybe BDS was going to overload the drafts a bit here, to your earlier point as well, Finn, where you can make sure there's so many opportunities. But now with Vi out of the way, are you just looking back to go back on something like the Viego that we have seen?
Viego.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of can come through. Same ballpark, if it is a Xin Zhao, you are looking toward the skirmishing, but this is already, like, 5 junglers are already out in our game too.
Yeah, and now you want a mid laner that is down to skirmish in the rivers. You have a Wukong and you have a Viego. These people want to walk in the river and jump in and start a fight, knowing
You don't have a Viego.
their mid laner. I'm so
I know
sorry.
you're in love with Viego, but it's
Yeah.
actually Xin Zhao.
Yeah, but you want a mid laner that is down to jump in with you, which I don't see in the Orianna. The Orianna is a bit more slow, so I reckon maybe we're gonna see like an Aurora here from
It's
Shayak.
just ball delivery, isn't it?
Aurora is banned, my bad. But maybe we'll see a mid laner that's actually down to take these river skirmishes more, because that's what I wanted from Vitality. I want them to have the tools to take these fights aggressively, and with this Orianna being picked, I think there's an opportunity here to seize.
One of the first game we saw Chai again, week 1 of the LEC, he was playing against Nuke actually. Solo killed him on the Taliyah. This time around though, it is going to be the Ahri as well coming through, so he's still finding that skirmish potential with a Wukong. The thing with Wukong is that while he has engaged, and he has the possibility of going in by himself, he rarely wants to be that person doing it. He needs someone else who's there for the engage with him, where he can then latch onto it and deal all
What's
the
this now? All I'm ever hearing is you need good engage, and now it's not good enough. That's a Wukong.
I mean, you want more than Wukong.
Okay.
Gragas can give you a bit of frontline. Have you dived in? You do your first ultimate, you spin, you get CC'd by something,
Okay,
and then you
fair
die.
enough.
You want
Fair
someone
enough.
with you.
Fair enough.
Gragas bind is very weird. It really makes it easy for Irrelevant to just lock in a free Gnar here, or any tank of his choice, because Gnar just does so well into the Gragas, but it's gonna be the AD carry that they want to secure early.
I mean, right now they're just hovering the one that were banned out, but you are right. We said this earlier as well, right? Renata, or not Renata, Kalista, very synonymous with Renata,
Sure.
and Varus obviously were the ST options available there.
But this is very telling. To me, this is Vitality telling Naku, we want to drop our bot lane to 4-5, we want to pick a cool combo there, so you need to blind pick your top lane now. And that's why it goes for the Gragas, because that's like, okay, you want to blind pick top Gragas, it'll usually do the work. So I think they have something maybe in store for us in the 4-5.
But that's so difficult, because if I'm BDS right now, I'm just I'm just counter picking top lane, and I'm saving my support for R5, and then like whatever 2v2 you're really looking for, I mean, it's going to have to be so strong that you can blind him that there's not really an R5 responsible.
Yeah, there are obviously many AD carries still up. We're only in game 2 of Fearless, but I'm thinking about the Nyla. Like the Nyla with the Karsis played it before. It was very strong against Xin Zhao, because Xin Zhao can't get his knock-up against the Nyla.
Very true.
That is an option. We will see what Karsi goes for, but it is going to be some kind of combination with Hylissang as they're picking at the same time.
But Finn, you were talking about the now, right? What's the second best if you're banning out top laners right now if you're Gragas?
Classically into Gragas, you can just pick any tank that can just kind of get pushed against him once you have some magic resistance. You can also go for classic Aatroxes. Aatrox has been a classic counter to Gragas, but I think with the Gnar out, all the really solid options I think are, like, I think Gnar is by far the strongest counter to Gragas that you could pick here. So I think maybe they should have picked it on 3, but we'll see what they have planned.
I do wonder if we just see a handshake and they ever just go on here on 4, right? You have a very teamfight-esque composition already. But right now they are having supports here, which would open up the bot lane possibility you were talking about.
But I think they're suspecting this Gragas might be a flex. I think they're a bit scared. But maybe
Finn on the case again.
I think they might think this Gragas might be a flex, so they're actually scared of not picking their top laner now, because they might be the one getting counterpicked instead. So here Karsi and Hylissang are going to have to dig deep into the pools and see what it's going to be. Is it going to be a Nyla? Is it going to be a... I'm not even sure what's open. Ashe? There's a lot of AD carries out. It's going to be the Seri, actually.
You were smelling this in game 1. Not that it was a good spot for it, but it's coming in here.
I mean, the Seri Lulu, it's just like a very slow early game, and it gives the Wukong a lot of time to just farm up, because he doesn't have any urgency in the bot lane.
But do you like that?
I think it might be a bit hard for them to dictate the early game now. They're going to be just waiting more for BDS to come into them.
Yeah, I was going to say you wanted them to be proactive.
Yeah, I mean, Hylissang, I'm sure, is going to flash in and ult himself to create a fight. I don't know. But here we see the R5 gonna be that Sion. I think any tank will do here, whatever you prefer. Sion, Ornn, Mundo, whatever works well with your comp that you enjoy. Sion is just gonna go full bow style proxy maybe and push him in deep.
I am surprised we haven't seen more Lulu, actually. I think when we're going to Fearless, it's something that we're going to see more as the engage support comes out. It's going to be really difficult entering that. I mean, most traditionally we see the Blitzcrank, but I think in a position where you draft around so much around the front line and engage, having that Enchanter to really just boost up an AD carry becomes so pivotal. And right now, Vitality in that game 1, they lack some firepower in those team fighting. They got something to play around with.
Yeah, a lot of responsibility. Look at their comp. Lunsas is the only real way to start a fight, with because the Wild Growth is going to come onto the Cyclone as a combination. So it's all about, can Lunsas find an engaged possibility, or will they fall behind?
But on the side of BDS, right, that is probably one of the most BDS drafts we see, right? Is that front to back. It's what we saw all throughout last year. It's a perfected team fighting comp that is so stock and standard that they're so comfortable with
the
it.
sign was for you. Did you see it?
For me?
It was for GB, yeah.
Oh, it was for GB, yeah. It was for you, GB. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you can look at the replay.
Don't worry,
I'll
check
go
the VOD,
back in the
check
VOD and I'll have a look at that.
Anyways, on this side, a lot of praise for BDS's side of the draft, at the very least. What do the casters think?
I agree. I like BDS's side of the draft. It is very much what BDS like to do. You know, team fight front to back. I think Vitality do lack a bit of engage, and we talked a little bit about it in the draft. We expect they're going to go for a lane swap early on, which I think BDS kind of expect as well with the Sion locked in. But we'll see if Vitality can strike back in this series, or if they will be taking a 2-month vacation, month and a half, about that, before they come back onto the LEC stage.
Is it Gabagoo, Gabagee, BDS, or Vitality?
Oh my goodness. This hum slander. He was trying his best.
I blame the sign in the crowd. It got the brain working. That's a dangerous thing for anyone involved, really.
That can always be a risk. Linces and 113 will meet in the jungle. 113 on the losing side of this, especially with Nako having the easier path to join up with his jungler. Chayak looking for a bit of Foxfire.
This is important, actually, because we actually see... I was chatting with Jackies about this after his recent series, because he played Ahri with the Airy rune, saying, well, he doesn't like playing around rune cooldowns in laning phase, because it can be kind of awkward playing around stuff like the Electrocute or, you know, a couple of the other ones in the Electrocute tree. But if you drop Alt Hunter, it really locks your build in a different way. Folks, I play a lot of Ahri. I need to do this. I need to do this. But having the Resolve secondary can help you get through the laning phase early against the Orianna. And what you're looking for in this game as Vitality is as early an effective fight for Ahri and Wukong as possible. And if Ahri can get a Dark Seal before that fight, it really changes the entire game. So eyes on this mid lane laning phase and see how quickly Chai can get out of it and get active.
Chai got out of the laning phase relatively unscathed in the last game. It was only later on that Nuke really started to take over on that victor. It's BDS initiating the lane swap, with the sign going down towards that bottom side. Kazi here saying, obviously now no, because they see Ice and Paris showing on that top wave. Looks like Nako might path towards mid. Is it Body Slam first for the Gragas? Body Slam flash, always a risk. Nuke just walking away. Wave not in a great state for him, trying to get over to his jungler. Nako is just going to be a nuisance.
He might be, but he's also going to do a decent amount of damage too. He's going to get good amount there. Now, as soon as Chayak gets up to level 2, next Electrocute, there's a bit of threat if Nuke does it. Oh, no, he's 1 minion off, so actually he's going to be completely fine with that one.
Oh, Flash Charm immediately, the Foxfire as well. Nuke with the shield. Oh, Chayak just unable to get the extra damage down.
I knew it was close. You could tell it was close. Using the XP advantage gained by Nako roaming in. Can't quite get the kill, though. Does force Nuke to teleport back early, back into that lane, though. So that's a small win for Chayak. Losing the flash. Price to pay for it, though.
Nako going to TP back up to the top side. The wave already crashed, I believe, so he did lose out on some of that experience. You can see only just getting up above level 1, whereas Irrelevant's already on his way to that level 3. No dive materializing either means that Irrelevant is relatively safe. Obviously very hard to dive a Sion, but even if you get the kill, he just resurrects and kills you back.
It's quite nice in those lane swaps, isn't it? Just, oh, by the way, surprise!
Hello, Lazarus is here.
Some other important things which are happening as well. One of the most important things that you can sometimes skip by is wards like this just being put around. If Xin Zhao had gone towards that bot side or anyone roamed around it, you would spot that coming in advance. So it's nice to just have that extra degree of safety when you're making these plays, especially when you're against a team in a desperate position now as Vitality in their last game, potentially, if they were to lose this. Both teams obviously gone through an awful lot in this split. They're on kind of death's door now. Do not want to be giving them that kind of free road into sides of the map.
No, you really don't want to lose out in the early game in a game like this. Linces is pathing his way down towards bot side. Irrelevant's going to back away from Kazi. Linces here has that red buff for the slow. Irrelevant still has his flash and tanky enough just to walk away with the grasp proc.
And that's okay. The wave's not exactly okay though, and you can see he was up that far because the wave had been frozen by Kazi, and I think that's very intelligent at this point. Sion gets access to farm in almost all lane swap scenarios. Not like this. You need a turret there to protect you, and you say, you know, surprise, the zombies there. It doesn't really work when you're in the extended lane like that.
The important thing though is Irrelevant now can TP up to the top lane, and we see Ice and Paris coming down towards bot, just like evening out the swap that happened earlier. I was told by Vedi that we have to talk about something at the start of this game, and I missed it, so I'm going to bring it up now.
do that. What do we got to talk about?
You guys can chat in WhatsApp. If you scan the QR code on the screen, there's an LEC WhatsApp channel. It's news updates, fan votes starting on Monday. Scan the QR code. You'll be in the WhatsApp group. Isn't that cool?
Yay, communication. Yeah. Isn't it a wonderful thing?
They tell me I'm not meant to have my phone out while we're casting, though, so I couldn't actually get the code quickly enough. Hopefully someone's got my back there and I can scan
This is what
later.
rules. You could have been a rule breaker, much like 113, and Hylissang. You know, the future that we could have had.
I'll be honest, Hylissang's rule breaking in game 1 didn't inspire too much confidence in me. On the Lulu, hopefully a little bit less frontlining. As we see that standard lane down towards the bottom side once again. A slight lead for Ice in terms of CS and gold, but not too much to write home about so far.
Okay, so next big things I think to look at are where are our junglers going to get involved around. The grubs coming up in a minute, especially with the first ult coming through from the game, from the Ahri, which we highlighted earlier. Could be a good tool for Vitality to get ahead. BDS, I think they're happier playing things slow because they have a very traditional front back. They still have the Shins out, that's okay. But I think with the Wukong Ahri, you want to get off the ground early. So watch for Vitality and see how they find inroads. Going towards the Dragon right now.
113 starting up with his bot lane pushing through. Nuke also has the push in the mid lane. Doesn't have level 6 yet, whereas Chayak does. And Chayak will try and work his way across. Paris splashing forward for Hylissang. The heal coming out as well. 113 diving in, and Hilly's dead for first blood. Chayak chunked out by Nuke as well. And now Linces needs to get away from 113 in Paris. Ice keeping Kazi at bay. Nuke kills Chayak. Linces dies. Kazi, well, you can cleanse, but do you get away? 113 didn't want to tank the tower, nor does Paris or Ice. Kazi's able to survive. We've said that a couple of times in the last couple of games, but BDS very much on the board.
Vitality wanted to find an early fight, but when they pick a fight, they're not ready to cash in, really. Chayak gets solo killed a level up as a level 6 to level 5 matchup in the mid lane. Took way too much damage. I think Nuke did a great job of chunking him out before the objective, and I don't think Vitality readjusted their plans accordingly. This is, of course, a really good clutch engage coming through from Parasol. His best champion, I think, in a lot of ways in recent years. Comes through. We've had some questions about his level of play in this split. This is a very good engage, though. And you can see on the other side, Nuke, great job at using the Ahri versus Ahri matchup. You have to really enunciate that one. Gets a crucial kill to stop the level 6 Ahri getting involved in the fight.
Really well played by Nuke to keep Chayak at bay. Chayak didn't have flash either. Used it, remember, trying to kill Nuke at that level 2 mark. So because of that, couldn't escape quickly enough. Linces will be able to take grubs for Vitality, but BDS were willing to give this up in game 1 and already actually didn't take the Dragon off the back of that previous play, so just took the 3 kills and then reset.
There were champions to be killed.
There were champions to be killed, and they were low HP afterwards. So it's like, do we actually really want to risk this, especially with Vitality having Death Guards coming out of base? You get the extra movement speed towards those tier 2s. BDS in a very strong position, especially with 113 getting those 2 kills. He's already got himself quite a litany of long swords.
And I think particularly with that lead, when you don't have a great tanky support, that Lulu can be assassinated, and that's a good flash away from Relevant. That could have been a bit problematic if he'd gone under the turret without his ultimate as well. But yeah, I mean, 113, a player who has evolved quite a lot since his last stint as a good charm.
That's fine. Like, it's good damage from Chayak. It was a good charm, as you say, but Nuke will be fine just walking away from that one. 113 did start up the Drake without the mid-prio now, though, because Nuke has been forced away. He does have that teleport, but that takes a while for him to get back into the lane. However, with Paris and Ice coming across, it should be the first Dragon of the matchup for BDS.
Linces wants nothing to do with this, slamming through topside. I think Chayak was just seeing if there's anything opportunistic they could do there. This is a really good start for BDS. We said that they are a team that they like to take things in a very disciplined manner. It is a little slower than some of our other teams, but it is effective, as we saw in game 1. If they get to 2-3 items on these big carries, like the mages that Nuke plays and the DPS carries that Ice has gone towards as well, BDS are happy with this, especially with Vitality picking an earlier game composition with their mid-jungle in this game.
Kazi stunned. Lockup coming through as well. Kazi can look to jump the wall, but he can't get there in time. The CC from Paris into the Chain of Corruption, into 113 following up. Hilly can't save his AD carry, has nothing, no wild growth yet, still only level 5. It's really nicely done by BDS. And as you say, they like to get towards 2 items, but if you can get these early kills as well, all it does is accelerate you towards that point.
Absolutely. BDS, some really good plays from Paris, accelerating them ahead of the game. Those the flash around the dragon, the Hex flash there. A lot of value to it. You know, I was a little bit worried for Paris coming into Fearless Draft, thinking, well, he's only going to get 1 game of Rel. Well, he's already had his 1 game of Rakan, that looked pretty good. And his 1 game of Rel, also looking pretty good. And if it works out in a win, that's all he needs to play today.
Yeah, and then best of 5s possibly if they manage to beat Fnatic tomorrow, right? But that's still a way away. We'll see if BDS...
Can you imagine the scenes? It's quite hard to imagine it because Fnatic still look pretty good.
Yeah, they do. They do look good. It would be a big upset. It would upset the apple cart, as you say, if BDS are able to win tomorrow. But right now, they are focused on winning today. 1,700 their gold lead right now. Vitality have struggled today. They haven't been able to find the inroads that they usually look for. Most of those coming through Kazi and Hylissang, getting advantages in the bot lane. But Ice and Paris have just kept them at bay. 113 has been in the right position at the right time. And credit to 113 in Paris. They've really been the difference makers in these last couple of games.
So, what Vitality are looking for to get them out of this hole is a really big play in mid-jungle, realistically. You know, you don't have great early power in the Lulu and the Zeri. You really want them to get to multiple items, which kind of pulls apart your competition a little bit, sadly, for them. But if Linsus and Shai can get themselves a separated kill somewhere, maybe you can mount a bit of a mid-game recovery here. Really has to come from them, though, for me.
Well, the Grubs seem to be the next point of focus for these two teams. Perhaps that's where we will see Chayek and Linsus trying to team up. Linsus is sneaking his way through the top bushes. No vision, but you can see a couple of pings coming out from BDS. They're like, someone could be in here. We don't know where Vitality are right now. Kazi's going to be forced away by 113. Jumps across the wall, and now Linsus is by himself. You can see as well, Chayek was starting to move up towards the top side. Linsus will use the clone, decoy his way back to the safety of the tower.
Much like the last game, the ward control coming in from Vitality was really good before that play. The problem is the Shinzao is so strong that actually you have the vision, doesn't stop the dude in the enemy jungle just running at you like that, and potentially making a play beyond your vision now.
Linsus will decoy back. It would have been a greedy play from BDS. You know there's 3 people in the area. Chayek getting chunked out. Shockwave dodged with that Spirit Rush from Chayek. And Nuke just getting the ultimate out before the fight is big. His Shockwave obviously very powerful, but Chayek's ability to position and get onto the backline more powerful in this early game. 113 will take another grub. That's 2 so far to BDS, and it looks like likely to be 3 apiece once again between these two teams. With Chayek backing Vitality, it's cinematic League of Legends. They've got a widescreen, they've got some popcorn, they're just watching to see if something's happening. Paris goes in with the Magnet Storm. Cyclone coming out as well. A good double stun, but Paris kind of sacrificed himself here. BDS could have pathed out bot, were a bit greedy to try and get a bit of extra action in. And then Linsus locks him up. 113 going back in. Ice coming in from the side as well. Linsus healed up. Chain of Corruption going wide. Linsus obviously no Cyclone left. 113 dives back in. Again, the Hell Pick shield coming out. And he gets onto the backline, the charm. 113 surviving for a long time here. Healed up as well with the Sundered Sky. Auto attacks in the end. And here comes Sire to try and save the day. Nutnutgo in the end will kill 113. Chayek falls as well. Well, Irrelevant's going to chase Nutnutgo behind the tower. Linsus and Hylissang are low as well. There's no wave, though, for BDS, so Irrelevant will just have to act as a bouncer.
I can't believe that 113. Okay, no, I can believe he went for that play, because actually, that's 113, baby. He gets a really good turnaround off the back of those grubs. You think they'd have a losing situation. Relevant should be fine here. He's just proxying the wave. BDS, despite the fact that it looked a little bit awkward at first, with Paris going down just after those grubs, did a couple of things really, really well. They fought against the vision control well. I think Nuke's chunks out before these objectives has been very important too. It's just allowed BDS to just play for the Shinzao, who has been very, very effective at being a wrecking ball in the right moments. And BDS find themselves in a decent spot again.
Irrelevant has to flash away from the explosive cast there from Nutnutgo in the end, but 4 plates to BDS, and you can see the gold lead extended in that mid lane. Nuke about 600 gold ahead. We'll have another look at this, because it feels greedy at this point from BDS.
It does at this point. I guess you think, oh, we've got early game Varus versus early game Zeri. We have the bonus that, well, okay, Wukong also is in the equation. You don't really want to play around that. Even with Ahri not on the table, that doesn't help. Are we getting a big fight here? Paris
jumps back in, only hits onto the clone. Nuke does have the shockwave here. Chayak has that Spirit Rush as well. We're fighting over the Drake right now as Hylissang has to pop the Wild Growth on himself. Chayak goes in, Charm wide though as Paris dives back forward. Chayak ignited, should survive through that. 100 health enough to survive the Ignite. BDS have already killed off Hilly though, and now trying to gain control as Lincers goes back in with the Cyclone. Kazi trying to get excited in the middle of the fight. Ice surviving though. Lincers with another Cyclone. The movement speed getting out of dodge. 113 low, but he's going to heal up off the blue buff. And in the end, BDS get a kill and get the hell out.
I think that might just buy them the Dragon. Is anyone going to stick around from BDS? They don't have any teleports to come in. Nuke could cause some issues if he sees them here, especially with the Honey Fruit as well. Does he want to go forward?
Too many people off the map. He doesn't know where Naknako is. Hilly's on his way back.
I think Naknako being there is the actual threat because he has the CC. I think Orianna's kind of scary at this point, but BDS, they don't lose the kills, but they do lose the objective. Vitality, very, very close to getting themselves the gold that they would have really liked to get from that. Naknako just throws another ult at someone and stand next to his tower. Feels like that's just been on cooldown at this point.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like the old school Cassante Q3 into ult behind us. I was like, guys, at some point you have to stop falling for this. But Naknako now doesn't have an ultimate, and there's a wave just about to knock on this tower. 113 going in. Paris as well there to stop Naknako from retreating. Lincers is on his way across. No Cyclone for him yet. Naknako with a good body slam. Redemption as well from Hilly will be enough to heal up Naknako. Paris low as he tanks up the tower. Nuke though tanks the next tower. Oh, that was really well played by Nuke. He tanks the tower shot as 113 starts to walk out. The shockwave hitting as well kills off Naknako.
Long range snipe from Ice, comboed up with the shockwave, will deal the damage they need to. That felt like a bit of a heartbreaker the last couple of plays from Vitality. I actually think Lincers on the Wukong has done a decent job of scouting out the angles. You can see how close it got in that last fight. Right there, you would have thought they'd earned something under that turret, but it's easy come, easy go.
It's kind of been the story of Vitality's split, right? They're really close in a lot of games, and you can see what they're trying to do. It just collapses because you don't quite have the damage. Someone's a little bit too far forward and not respecting the reinforcements that will come out of BDS. And now BDS, 3,000 gold ahead at the 16-minute mark. Yes, Vitality were able to pick up 3 grubs and a Drake, but we're just getting closer and closer to the 2 item points for BDS.
And particularly now you have the Seraphs onto the Orianna. That really doesn't help you in terms of your assassination. That 1v1, 1-3, a little bit left alone here.
Trying to dash away, the Cyclone going in, dash forward by Kazi, 113 falling low, Crescent Guard not enough to keep him alive. Now Paris is in the middle of Vitality as well. Nuke being forced to flash the wall, Irrelevant trying to get the hell out of there as well. Chain of Corruption dodged by Naknako, and just as we said things were falling apart for Vitality, they find 3 quick kills. Chayak's looking for more, as he did have that extra Spirit Rush charge come up. Getting the kill. The Ultra Shock Laser not quite enough to kill off Nuke. Kazi's going to step around the corner. This is Rift held to Vitality, and they've got their way back into the game.
That's good. You get 4 Dark Seal stacks onto the Ahri, helps you get a little bit of that value back which you've lost in the early game, and that fight was taken just before the Shockwave came back up. It only came up midway through for Nuke, meaning he couldn't use that as the instant disengage. The Shinzo, which is a bit... Hang on,
double TP.
Double teleport onto Nuke. They're really investing for this.
Does he see Naknako? I think perhaps now he's noticed. There's a very angry Gragas on his way across. The charm's going to connect. Paris here as well. Can't quite land the stun. Naknako gets the kill in time and now Irrelevant. You've got 2 tanks against the damage leaders of Vitality. 113's on his way here, but you can't get Naknako down quickly enough. BDS will start to retreat. And it's another kill over to Vitality. A moment ago, it was 8-2 in BDS's favor. Now, Vitality with 4 unanswered kills.
That's really bringing them back into competition in this game. Normally I'd say, oh, double teleports for 1 kill or a couple of kills, does that really matter? Well, I mean, on the other side, they teleported down too. So there's no teleports across the map now. You have the Malignants and the Ult Hunter on Chayak, who's been involved in grand majority of the kills, which means that he's going to get more cooldown from that rune on the Domination tree too. They will be able to make plays quicker than BDS in the cooldowns that they have. Let's see if Vitality can use that.
It's also evened out the gold. You can see only 300 gold difference between these 2 teams. Like a minute, 40 seconds ago, I said it was 3,000.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the quickest gold swings we have seen this early in a game. The entirety of Winter. Naknako's pathing down towards the bot side here. Irrelevant does have his flash though and is stepping forward to put a ward in the tri-bush. It looks like Nuke is just going to be farming up top. Next objective, the Drake in a minute's time, but Nuke not having TP would basically have to push this wave and immediately path down through the river if they want to fight.
Knock might be able to stop a recall or two as well, which is important. You know, Irrelevant wants to get some regen up there. Anything you can delay him by means he can't get onto the map quite as quickly. I've no idea how Kazi's managed to catch up in gold compared to Ice when it felt like Ice was being involved in a lot more of the kills, 2, 0, and 4. I guess the 2 and 3 on the kills and the assists for Kazi definitely helped with that one. You're getting towards the point with the Zeri Lulu, if you don't catch them in the engage now, or in a good shockwave from BDS, will start to really become a thorn in your side.
Very much agree. Naka's been doing a really good job of creating, I was going to say creating space.
You want to say that?
But he's just such a good bouncer, right? Like, he's disrupting you trying to get onto the back line. He stops Paris from getting in for engages. You've got the Cyclone there as well for additional CC. Rift Tower put down by Vitality as they look to push through mid. And this is what I'm talking about. 113 with great dodges. Dodges the explosive cast, dodges the charm, gets the Spirit Rush out of Chayek. Now the Rift Tower's going to knock him up, though. And Linsus has his driving license. Get it, Max Verstappen on the phone because he's going for more as he dives in. Ice dead as well. Paris falls. Linsus out of tower range now. Will go down in the end. Nuke trying to put the damage back onto Chayek. Kazi tanks up a tower shot. Can't quite get the damage onto Nuke to kill him off. BDS lose 3 again in exchange for only 1.
And just like
Kazi,
that,
shock. Nah, it's not going to hit.
Goes wide. Vitality have the gold lead now.
Yeah.
Despite the early game, and it looked like the couple of the messed up fights from Vitality were going to put them into that slower track game, which BDS felt much more comfortable with. These plays back to back, and great cast from Nako to separate out the teams so they can't immediately fire back again. Buys out the entirety of the Xin Zhao ultimate. He's not a tank unless he has that ultimate, and he goes down very, very easily after that point. Starts to get Ariel resets, of course the Dark Seal stacks coming through from this, very relevant too. And Linsus, this Wukong, has been really effective. It is his career most played. He's getting a lot of value out of it.
Ends up falling right at the last moment, but you can see Vitality maybe a little bit greedy going for the extra dive. They thought they could take out Nuke, but with the wave there, obviously hard for the Zeri to actually hit those auto attacks. Gold lead for Vitality, as you say, about 1,000 ahead. 2 items now on Kazi, has that Runans complete. Linsus looking for the flank here. Nuke does have flash, has that shockwave as well. Keep our eyes on that for this fight. Linsus in a good position.
That's a really big thing. No Xin Zhao ultimate could really change the way they play the front line.
Crescent Guard probably, I'm gonna say like 20-25 seconds away from being back up. How much do you want to invest for a Cloud Drake? Only second of the game for either of these teams. The charm onto 113, he's down to half. He steps back forward. Nako looking for that explosive cast as well. Crescent Guard now back off cooldown. 113 goes in, but Linus is able to secure the Drake on the back line already. Nuke has been atomized. Paris trying to get in the pit, but the chase continues. Down goes Ice, he's melted. And 113 able to dash to the Gromp, but doesn't have a flash and doesn't really have a hope of escaping this. Chayek lands the charm and buries 113.
BDS might have themselves the physics in Nuke, but Vitality are finding their chemistry. They're getting these combos off the ground for what feels like the first time in a long time, getting a ton of value out of this mid-jungle we asked a lot for. Nako's cast really added so much to the flavor of that too. Objectives going alongside it as well. BDS, now they are the ones being asked to somehow slow this game down, get it onto more their preferred speed of game. Great charm from out of Fog of War from Chayek. He's using the playmaker of the Ahri very, very well, especially in this early power spike. And I think the front line from BDS just gets a little bit misplaced. Irrelevant isn't really doing the most against the Wukong and the Ahri trying to zone out the Zeri instead, and that might be fine later into the game, but for now, the people ruling the damage are really that Wukong and the Ahri.
Yeah, it's not a front-to-back fight at all for BDS. It's 2 split skirmishes, and your tanks are on one side, and Nako is doing a very good job of keeping Nuke in a battle, and then 113's diving into the pit as well, but they couldn't even land the shockwave on the Ahri. Now Vitality with the false life, with a 3,000 gold lead themselves. Not too much to fight over the next couple of minutes. You can see still 3 minutes on the Drake, 3 minutes on the Baron, but they will be looking to try and take down some of these standing towers. Ice just jumped on immediately to cleanse. Oh God, Ice. That was great from Kazi, but Ice's positioning there was a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage coming through from the Zeri. Really well played from Kazi to know his damage numbers, and that opens up the map again because you'd really like your Varus to be wave clearing a little bit. No, it's not the Pope Varus, but you need him to hold a lane. Suddenly, you don't have anything on top side. You get pushed in mid lane as well. It's your Scion pushing bot lane. That's not going to achieve that much. BDS are playing catch up on the entire map right now, and that is exactly the opposite of what they want to do, as with what I feel like we've been beating this horse to death. A slower paced team comp, which they want to slow things down and control the map.
Kazi's just such a terror right now as well. With that pocket Lulu, you can see help picks the shielding,
the
Whimsy as well. Another charm coming out from Chayek. Jumps in with the Spirit Rush. Crescent Guard from 113 just to escape. the barrage that is Chayak and Kazi right now. They'll path towards the mid lane. They can look to try and crack this tier 2 as well if someone takes a short route from BDS. Chayak, charm hits once again onto Paris. Still has that false life as well, so Chayak can be very aggressive in these situations.
Chayak is feeling so good about this game now. He's got a really good build for this game too. And BDS need to really pay... what is Hilly doing alone up here on top lane? Hilly...
He's got a false life. He's going to pop the wild growth and the heal to escape. And it was worth it because Linces gets onto Ice, who has to flash the wall. Linces, though, going in with the decoy, will get the Cyclone movement speed as well and brings down the decimating smash. Hilly, in the end, forced to withdraw by 1-1-3. That's a little bit of gold going over to 1-1-3. Linces, well, he's going to be forced to withdraw as well. Don't know if it's kind of hard sometimes to know if someone got that kill. Like, did he get out of range in time?
I didn't see the gold pop up, but I'm not exactly sure if I was just blind.
Yeah, I mean,
which is a complete possibility.
It doesn't really matter. It's 200 gold and they're 6,000 gold ahead. So
there's a Medjais. You got a Medjais on the Ahri as well. Man, Vitality, what a turn of fortunes for them. And you know, the Ahri in this kind of game is absolutely set to explode. BDS don't really want to be worrying about the Ahri's damage a lot because normally think, oh, they become utility. We have enough frontline for it. Well, you kind of have to worry now. You have the Malignus and the Leandries, which means you can actually cut through the front line. You're going towards a Void Staff. And with your passive giving you extra HP, you can play a little bit more brawly and keep your Medjay stacks alive. Very, very strong at this point. We asked for a lot out of the mid jungle from Vitality. I think they're delivering.
Definitely are, as is Naknako. I want to give him a lot of credit for how he's played this game, as the Cosmic Fimbulwinter and the Zeke's Convergence now as well. Very much about using that ultimate effectively in teamfights. Next Drake up in 50 seconds, Baron is already up. Vitality have the vision control on the top side, and once again, they're looking to make it not a front to back. Chayak goes forward, Irrelevant tanking up the rest of Vitality for now. One Spirit Rush charge was used. Lince is still looking for that flank. He's on a control ward though, so BDS aware of his positioning. Charm just short again from Chayak.
But the reason he's playing like this is because he has every ult hunt stack and he has a Malignus. He's completely fine to do this. Like, his ult's going to be, what, 60-second cooldown at this point?
Oh, it's 50.
In fact, you can see it. That's really useful. I could have looked there. Incredible. I could have just looked at the thing.
It's hard sometimes to look at so many positions on the screen at the same time.
Now, the problem is it won't be up before this dragon spawn unless they really start to delay a little more. Linces doesn't really want any of that smoke there in the mid lane. We'll just use that clone to get out of dodge. Chayak does have the teleport. He's going to recall BDS. Don't feel strong enough to go towards the dragon, and that does mean that Chayak will have the luxury of waiting for his ult to come back.
I think if you're BDS, you're giving this one up, right? It does put soul point for Vitality, but do you really want to fight against 10 Medjay stacks, the elixir of
sorcery?
Sorcery, is that what it's called?
I think it is, yeah.
Like, so,
we're going to say it is now. If you say it confidently, it's saying what it is.
Is it Wrath, Sorcery, and Iron?
It's all of them.
I want to say those.
Yeah. And we don't have the Kappa juice anymore.
Oh, Sag.
Well, okay, it's not in Summoner's Rift. You can enjoy that on ARAM and Arena.
Yep, let's get it back onto the Howling Abyss. Grab that Kappa juice. Kazi now with 3 items as well with the Bloodthirst to complete. BDS just trying to delay. They're trying to get to 3 items. You can see Nuke's now got a needlessly large rod, but he's basically a full item behind. Ice is in the same position with that recurve bow. Unless they can get a bit stronger, they're not going to be able to fight Vitality in this position.
And one of the biggest problems about that is who's side lanes from BDS? No one, really?
Probably irrelevant, but not well.
Yeah, and that's the problem. No one really does it well. They wanted to be winning the early game, getting through objectives, and just having stable lanes. Now you have to play against a very dangerous map against Vitality, where the Wukong, the Gragas can set up very well, the Ahri, just anyone really. I mean, if the Zeri can flop over the wall, you don't get to play beyond your safe vision. And Nara or Jax might be able to do that. Basically, you have to use your Cyanol anytime someone sniffs at your lane. That's a big problem because you can't push up anywhere safely. You have to put 4 people in your own jungle, and you can't answer this.
You can see Irrelevant was trying to team up with his the rest of his squad to try and defend through the mid lane, but that's a great Spirit Rush from Chayak, because Irrelevant, his ultimate is stop. Chayak goes back forward. Irrelevant with a shield, still charmed in the end. Nuke trying to get him from the side, but Naknako keeps him at bay. And Vitality pick up the kill, position for the Baron, get the tower. Now, can BDS find a way to respond to this? Naknako still has TP, as does Chayak.
I don't know whether Vitality want to stick on this. Linces is taking a lot of damage, and of course Chayak did just use his ult. You could double teleport in. Ahri's sticking in bot lane for now. Vitality call off the Baron.
Just back away from it. Don't have to force, right? You're in such a strong position, 7,000 gold ahead. Why risk it at this point? A Baron steal really is the only way for BDS to get back into the game.
And basically what we saw in that last play is BDS can answer one place on the map. Where do you answer when they are pushing up both bot lane and also pushing in towards the Baron as well. You don't have the option to go towards both. It is really difficult for BDS to be everywhere. I mean, it's difficult to be everywhere once in general, but particularly with a comp like this, as we said, no one wants to be away from the pack. They must be a unit, and they're not being given that luxury.
Vitality just moving around the map, keeping that vision control we saw in game 1, even though they weren't able to utilize it as much in the first game of the series. This game they are denying BDS everything they can. Importantly for BDS, they didn't lose their inhibitor in that bot lane push, so there aren't super minions going in there. They can kind of just neutralize the wave and allow it to slowly push out against them. Party chunked out by Nuke, who's still only sitting at 2 items. Chayak looking for the charm, does land it onto Irrelevant. Look at where Nako is here. Oh, Ice, if you step forward there at all, you are done-zo. Nako will clear out the control ward. Chayak standing around the corner as well. This is what Vitality has done so well this game. It's the flank position. Kazi down towards the bottom side. Nako and Chayak can walk up here. Irrelevant just trying to act as that bodyguard. Charm just wide. Irrelevant goes in. There's a shockwave as well. Chayak not able to get out in time. I think the smite coming out alongside the damage from Nuke was enough. And now BDS have found one pick. Is that enough for them to gain control of this area?
It changes an awful lot because Chayak loses his flash and he loses the Magi Stacks. Great from 113 to stack up the Q and immediately go in. No counterplay. It is down to Kazi and Nako really to buy space for that Zeri to really go off.
You don't have Shockwave. It's like Chain of Corruption, Magnet Storm. Nako caught up by Irrelevant. Paris will be looking for the engage here. Linces goes in. The Cyclone on the backline with the explosive cast is gorgeous, but Ice is untouched. Nuke able to get out of the back of the fight as well as Irrelevant is falling low. 113 pulled back. Linces diving back in and 113 will fall. Vitality find a pick of their own. The TP behind as Nako looks for the flank. Nuke's gonna TP out. Nako is there. Ice healthy enough for now. Cleanses away the slow. Irrelevant trying to get back towards his top lane tower. TP in by Chayak, down towards the Razor Beats. Irrelevant getting chunked out now.
He just doesn't
have the shield, he's just slowed permanently. Irrelevant goes down. There's minions pushing towards that bot inhibitor as well that BDS have to deal with, and Vitality should be able to claim the Baron as their prize.
Yeah, stumbling the plans from Vitality, but BDS just can't make it work around the Baron. It's bad terrain for them. They really don't want to be stuck into that pit. Now Vitality, some way, by hook or by crook, they get themselves onto the Baron themselves, and that will twin perfectly into, of course, the Dragon spawn up there as well. That will be just a minute off. Vitality get to quickly recall, push out the map, go down towards that, and go towards a potential Cloud Soul. So, starts off with Chayak really underestimates the burst of the instant knock-up from the Shin Sao. Activates his Q on the minion, dashes into him immediately. The Shockwave comes through, and the Ari and the Magi Stacks on actually sells it after this play. BDS after this point, though, still kind of underestimate themselves. They've used a lot of their tools, as you were saying there. The Shin Sao flash, nasty. And with Lulu being able to keep the Gragas alive, it really caused a lot of issues until eventually Linces, on his most played champion in his career, finds a great angle.
Yeah, getting into that backline with the Cyclone alongside the explosive cast from Nako, just by splitting the team like that, you can see how hard it is for BDS to reposition themselves in that sort of position on the map. Paris
they position themselves in the position.
They can't
Wonderful
reposition themselves in the river. You can see Chayak's actually pushing through top here, does not have teleport, so they're kind of sacking this Drake to get the pressure on the tier 3.
Well, I mean, you look at the wards coming down from BDS. Vitality don't have the best vision control. As long as Vitality can just use the Baron buff they've just earned, sure, why not? This isn't Soul for BDS, and Cloud Soul's not the game ender for Vitality either. Plays through the side lane again. Chayak's gonna get himself some good gold there on that top lane turret. There's a teleport back to a Nexus turret to defend this now, actually. And yes, there was an objective bounty being claimed by BDS, but with double inhibs going down, Vitality love that trade.
Oh, 100%. Double inhib and the third one still being open in the bot side. You've got a minute 30 left on your Baron. It's so hard for BDS to defend in this sort of position. They are getting towards 3 items. Ice just got towards his terminus, but Kazi answers with an Infinity Edge of his own, so for BDS, they are so far in the hole, about 10,000 gold down right now.
So BDS, you got yourself an objective, and now you have to be wave clearing everywhere. You've lost complete control of your jungle. Again, it's always good to keep up with this. Now you have to play tower defense with all of these wards into your jungle. It is not safe to go into your jungle alone, and BDS have already had problems with trying to clump up. It's going to be very, very difficult now for them to mount an effective defense without bleeding out even more gold. Yeah.
It's also how do you find an engage, right? Is it 113 just jumping in into Cyclone, Wild Growth, Charm?
You pray and hope the heavens dispense something.
It's really, really tricky. Haven't really seen Paris be able to make an impact in these fights either because of the amount of disengage there is. The Body Slam, the Cyclone, the Charm, the Wild Growth, the Polymorph as well, even as you get in. Like, so hard for BDS to actually find fights on their own footing. And even when they do, the explosive cast then comes out and you are on very unstable terrain. Vitality pushing in, looking to even out this series. They're not done yet in the winter split of the LEC. Nucko just being a Nuck nuisance on the left side of the fight. Linces goes in with a Cyclone onto 1-1-3. Paris tries to find the engage on Hilly, but the rest of his team can't get close enough. Paris already down. Nucko has the explosive cast. The body slam's gonna land as well. The explosive cast knocks Ice into the wall.
Shockwave!
Nuke with the Shockwave 1-1-3. Still gonna get charmed up here. Redemption coming out from beyond the grave from Hillisang. Now a 3v3 erupts as Ice, Nuke, and Irrelevant is trying to maintain the defense for BDS. Lince's dashing in. Baron has expired. These minion waves easier to clear for BDS, but still not the easiest as both the Nexus towers fall just to the incidental damage. Charm onto Ice, who immediately cleanses it away. Double super minions in every lane now. Linces walking up towards the top side. Irrelevant trying to keep him interested in the action. At least another charm from Chayak, and down goes Nuke. Paris back alive. The Spirit Rush charge available for Chayak as it dives onto Ice, who just tries his hardest but can't take down two. Linces survives. Nako goes down. Irrelevant to Paris now just trying to clear out the waves.
They don't end the game though. And
Not quite.
I think that Shockwave from Nuke, which managed to catch both members of the bot lane from Vitality, keeps this game alive just a little longer. Chayak ended up using the ult just before this. They lose some backline access. Paris kind of just acts as a way to stack lethal tempo for Kazi. Doesn't really link up with the rest of the team. This is the key moment right here, though. Catches both the Lulu and the Zeri. That is not something you're expected to do in a late game team fight, but Nuke does it on his own without even a ball carrier needed. That just about saves the game. They're completely crippled at the Nexus. They have no Nexus turrets left. It's going to be very, very hard for them to mount a defense after this point. But Vitality would have really liked to end the game there, I think.
I think they'll still be able to. Nucko has TP in 8 seconds time. Ice has just respawned. But even with that last stand, I'm not sure BDS will be making their way further towards first stand in this game at least. They have the third of the best of 3, of course. And now Vitality continue to push in. Nucko for that flank position. Linces jumps in. There's the Cyclone. Oh, they just got to be dead immediately. Ice locked up. Nuke having to flash away. Paris diving in, but there's no damage left at all for BDS. Nuke's back on the fountain, and Vitality are going to make 1-1-3 join him there. A triple for Kazi to round it out, and we're, for the first time in playoffs, going to Game 3.
Finally, we dig a little bit deeper into the champion pools. Vitality versus BDS will be going towards a Game 3 for the first time in LEC playoffs. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We'll see perhaps if a Kalista is finally picked. Maybe the Zyra won't be banned. Maybe we'll get Maokai, Skana. It's, I think, obviously in best of 3s it's not quite as inventive as it can be in a best of 5. We're not quite as deep into the Fearless, but it should be an interesting one to watch.
Absolutely, and you know, I'm really glad that Vitality found a game on a little bit more of their pace.
We're going to hand it over to Law, who's standing by with Linces after that game victory.
Yeah, Linces, any comments on you coming back in this game after this questionable early game?
I mean, Vitality's early game is always questionable, so there's nothing new, I think, for the viewers. But hopefully for next game we can do one good early game, and then it will be a really free event, to be honest.
What should we be ready about for Fearless Draft Game 3, the first one we're going to have?
I'm not sure, but there might be some chaos. I think there will be some chaos.
Well, I'm going to let you guys get ready for this Game 3. Vitality comes back here in this Fearless Best of 3. Let's see if they can pick it up after the break.
Damn it.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, Vitality get us our very first Game 3 in the playoffs in winter. Thank you for that, Vitality, or should I say thank you, BDS, because you had everything you may have wanted until you didn't. But as Linsa said in that exquisite check-in with Lore right after the game, you know, it's chaos. You've got to come to expect it.
Just come to him. He's dancing in his chair. Come on,
have a series! Finally! We have a Game 3 of Fearless. We're going to see some actual depth of these players' champions pools. As Linsa said, it's going to be chaos. I'm excited about it.
I love it.
But to go back to what you said, because I don't disagree with it, and I don't hate you for saying it either.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, well, but it's very obvious.
What the hell?
Yeah, well, anyways, BDS, I think they just got massive eco and felt themselves too much from game 1 as well.
1-1-3, man.
Yeah, honestly, like the way he was stepping up and looking to like dodge spells and trying to make it a mechanical outplay on the Sin, it felt so unnecessary so many times. You come from a game 1, right, where they're so cohesive. It's slow, meticulous gameplay where they're setting up for the objectives. You go into this game 2 and they're like,
It's your
boy.
What
if we just flip
happened?
it?
Why can't you just be normal? Like, you had the game in your hands. It was a really, really good early game by BDS once again. They completely dominated Vitality in the early game, and there was such an easy way to finish it up, but they just got impatient once again. Look at his play here. This is where all changes. 1-1-3 walks into the river here and thinks, crab.
Delicious.
Love that. And he tries to eat crab, but the crab is not edible right now. He has to wait for his team, and he just gets caught before his team is there to help him. It's just very disappointing to see stuff like this, and this is just the first out of 2 replays we're going to talk about. This happens once again.
Yeah, this is kind of like a misposition, I would say, but then there's one where it's also a misposition, but it's more egregious because he picks that position to be in.
I think this should never happen from a position where you have that first Drake fight where BDS picked up 3 different kills. It looks like, okay, our bot lane's out of it now. Our jungler should be out of it for just flipping that play. But no, not at all. I mean, this should have been BDS just taking it.
Criminal! We don't like that. We want to see more standard play by 1-3. We know we can do the crazy things. Yeah, okay, we want to see it when the team is not winning. But when you're winning, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You can just roll.
You're getting more Swedish as you're getting passionate as well.
Just roll.
I'm very disappointed in 1-3 here. I don't like the way he approaches the map. It's very obscure, the decisions he's making when his team is winning.
I think we'll see that in the next replay as well. And to Vitality's credit, right? We've talked about it before. When the other team does overstep, they can just roll over them, especially with this composition that they played, I think, pretty well.
I mean, it's once again, like, he's getting caught. He dodged the Gragas ult well, but then he decides to E in. He thinks this is the fight they want to go for.
He sees it.
It's way too deep.
I mean, it's so, like, you feel it, right? You dodge one ability, you dodge the other, and you're like, yeah, I can go in. Look at my movement, and then you go in and you die. I mean, I as much as this is BDS as well, obviously making mistakes, I think, once again, it goes back to Vitality being that kind of team that if they have the tools to just go for these team fights, even if they've fallen behind, they can find a way to actually claw their way back into the game. And it's not the first time we've seen this as well. We saw it against KC. They weren't able to win that game too, but it's that one thing you always have to respect with them, that they're willing to go for the plays.
And this is kind of the story that Ro was talking about with Vitality. Okay, they're not the cleanest. Okay, they're not the best mechanical players, but they are really good at punishing enemies' mistakes. So when the enemies make mistakes, Hylissang's little radar goes off, and it's like, this guy's griefing. And they always
I know it because I am one. I recognize it.
Yeah, no, but I think we gotta give kudos to Vitality because they really realize that, okay, this guy's too deep in the river, we just commit everything to him. And when you have the Ari with the resets, it's just so easy to snowball one single kill into a teamfight win.
I mean, it was clean. His Ari was clean. I know a couple of times they entered into the team, but for Chayak, you know, in a playoff game, also he exuded confidence in that pre-game interview as well, and he was playing phenomenally. I think when they got to group up as a ball, of course they were already ahead at that point, and the Wukong went in. It all looked very good.
It looked really good, yeah, completely. But can they replicate that, right?
Yeah.
We're in an elimination series now. Game 1 was completely slacking. Sleepy as well, yeah. But I think going into this, what has been true for both games so far, Vitality has entered the early game, right?
Yes.
And coming into this, well, yeah, we can say they're good at punishing mistakes.
They're doing it again,
Is that
probably.
reliable way of you making it further into the LEC? As Vitality right now, you need to find a way where you're finding that click moment where you can actually play through it, the early game very clean. And you even heard it from Chai Guy. He said classic Vitality early game. You need to be more than a classic
Talking
Vitality.
about not reinventing the wheel, I think you're asking them a lot. You're asking them not to int in the early game. That's how they know how to play. Their whole game plan is based upon it.
That's true, my bad.
Yeah.
Want to see me in the early game? Want to see me do it again? No, I mean, I think we really need to see BDS go outside now, take a deep breath, get the little vitamin pills or the little banana, you know,
What?
just get
I know where you're living, but geez, hold your horse.
just like whatever, like they need to restabilize their blood sugar, right? Because I think they got too high, excited that game, and I think they need to slow down, go a bit lower, and just take a deep breath, because they have this. They completely ran over them game 1. They had this game in the bag. I think what BDS has shown me that they are the better team. But I need them to show me when it matters.
Counter argument, they have shown you they are the better team perhaps, but haven't they also shown you repeatedly that in the mid to late game, they do tend to make these little oopsies more often than not. You know, we saw it last week a couple of times as well. So I don't know, Finn.
They have
I
in
got
fact,
you there.
They have in fact shown that.
I mean, at the end of the day, the better team is the team that destroys the Nexus, right?
Oh,
I mean,
boring.
Oh, yeah, so when Fnatic has perfect early games against G2 and then drops the ball, then that's Fnatic still being the better team?
Okay, good point.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I think, like, when it comes to this, sure, you can have that, but you still need to find the mid to early game success. But I really don't think it should be difficult. Like, we've already hammered it home so many times. That should just have been a win. It was not because you were taking bad, it was not because the team fights were hard or anything. You just decided to make some really bad decisions.
And crucially, we get the side selection change into game 3, because BDS has been every game on red side, now they're going to go into blue side. So we're going to see maybe the draft identity is going to change, because the last games, they have banned 3 junglers every single game. but now they actually have the first pick, so maybe now they will be looking for this Zyra, for this Maokai, for example, because these are the picks that they seem to value really highly, that they want to deny from Vitality at every cost.
Yeah, and I mean, crucially, there's barely any AD mid laners that's been taken out of the pool. It's been pure mages as well, so if you want to go for any of these AP junglers that you're addressing, Finn, there's still that synergy we've been talking about today that you can pair up with it. You can still find a good damage profile for your composition.
Who's most in trouble on either team, you think?
I mean, the fact that Lince said there will be chaos in game 3.
Yeah.
It's trouble for BDS.
I mean, which lane? Which player?
I believe in Vitality.
Okay.
Which player? I think maybe the jungle pool might get really pinched again.
As it always, yeah.
If this keeps up from this, what we saw in game 1 and 2, then the jungles will be like, okay, you have Viego maybe for 1-1-3, but then what is that for Lince? If there's 4 jungle bans plus the 4 from the previous games, we might be getting into like a Mumu Nocturne territory, which is a bit scary.
That doesn't sound bad.
No, not at all. But I also still think like you still have the Nash, you still have the Ornn. All these top laners that can still give you good team fights is exactly what BDS like. I thought the Ornn, or not the Ornn, but the Sion was a bit lacking in the game 2. We just saw could really only get onto that front line, but having some others that can actually allow you a little bit of backline access or more CC control, that is exactly what BDS like to play around.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, the Sion and the lane swap. Try lane swapping in the next patch,
Yeah.
okay?
We'll see what
No,
happens.
they'll knock at your door, say get out of that chair. You're not allowed to do that.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Sir.
Yeah.
So listen, that's how they get to game 3. It's quite interesting also from a storyline perspective, I think, but for 1-1-3, right, it's like he can be this figure of mythical proportions if he's doing well, but then he can throw it, and he talked in the beginning of the year about like, hey, he wants people to remember him for something different. So he's definitely not going to want to make those mistakes again in an elimination game 3.
Yeah, we need to see some maturance, if that's a word.
Some what?
Some maturance. We need to see him be more, maturity is the word. From 1-3 this series, because I think this game he really just got too excited, and we can't keep seeing these mistakes, because then that is the message he will leave behind, that this is what he's capable of. But I know he's better than that. I know he can do more than that, so I want to see it.
Yeah, like for you, it's
Yeah,
like, oh,
but-
it's that clip player.
But one thing has been true, he's been the man to watch in both games.
Yeah.
Even on Tintao, he was the main engaged with a follow-up for a Shockwave, so he's certainly the man to watch in game 3.
The man to watch for better or for worse. So let's see who wins game 3 and who goes home. Well, both of them go home, but
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
they'll both go home, Afia. They'll both go home, and then hopefully they'll have some maturation, which is the word of the day.
The
apparently.
maturation of a fine wine. That's a new word. It's a neologism, an invention of a new word. That's actually a word, by the way.
Hey, it's a great word. I love it. Neo to like new, and then logism, obviously, whatever that means.
Probably more important things for us to talk about, like
I was going to say, how do you know if a wine is fine or not? Do you have fine wines and coarse wines?
I don't even drink wine, so I don't even know.
Well, we're useless, aren't we? Let's get into the draft. BDS have picked the blue side.
Surprise.
Yeah, not a massive shocker, I'll be honest. Team seems to like to be on the blue side. As you can see at the top of the screen, those are all the champions that have been picked so far and will not be picked for this game. Obviously, bans still available, so things like the Zyra, the Skarner, the Maokai, the Kalista, all things that we expect to see in series like this, or expect to see banned out.
So typically the roles I've seen affected the most are 1, tank top laners tend to fall away very quickly, tank supports fall away quickly, and the same with junglers. Even after just a couple of games, you can see, well, most of your engaged supports are starting to thin out. You still have Nautilus and Alistar, but particularly when you start to consider different laning phases, well, you can't let through that Kalista 3, you have to ban that away. This is where you start to think, well, okay, what do we pick that fits a composition, but also survives the laning phase of the remaining champions left?
It won't be Pantheon, Kalista, or Nocturne from the side of BDS. Skarner and Zyra already removed by Vitality. I wonder if the Maokai is what's going to join that, because otherwise first pick Maokai seems like a pretty obvious choice for BDS. We'll see where they decide to go with this final ban. Tristana instead. So, Vitality are laying down a tree-shaped gauntlet.
That they are. Then, of course, Nuke on Tristana, very, very powerful. Surprised we haven't seen any Jace picked up by either team. I know it has had some nerfs, but Nuke going towards the AD build, and it has been shifted more towards the AD. Again, it definitely could be an option later on. It works well with the Maokai. This is the obvious first pick. This is the gauntlet being thrown down, as you rightfully said. This is the easiest engage option left in the champions available, and it means that BDS can play slow, which is what they really want to do, and play to that front-to-back team fight.
Oh, it's tree versus tree. We'll see whose bark is stronger. The Mel coming out as well from Vitality. So Ivern into Maokai, our jungle picks. There's the Mel.
I love it, man. I love that I get to be with you for this, for the Fangorn Forest matchup.
Oh, gosh.
As we'll see how long it takes them to stop finishing saying hello. That Jace, we highlighted that one earlier, can go towards either Irrelevant or Nuke. I would suspect it goes towards Nuke. He has looked very, very powerful on that. And the great thing about the Jace, if it comes through from mid lane, is that you can kind of combo up with the Maokai from kind of like half a screen away as he kind of invades into Raptor Pit if you want to do that. Of course, against Ivern, not the best thing ever. Of course, if you do go into mid lane, you might be against Mel, and you'll accelerate the Shock Blast. Don't think you want to get that reflected, actually.
It's like an Uno reverse card just coming out from the Mel with that rebuttal.
Think fast!
I expect BDS will be looking for more of that sort of range that we talked about. Even coming into Game 1, they like to have these longer range poke comps. They have worked them well. Obviously, with the Maokai and the Jace, you already have quite a nice amount of non-committal long-range engage and damage. The Rumble adds on to that with the Equalizer if people get locked up on that back line. Vitality here, so far they've left their support and their AD carry until the last 2 picks on both of the drafts.
Yeah.
Do you want to pick top into Rumble? I think it would make sense, because otherwise you're going to have some bans.
I like this, though, because you want the CC for Rumble, and the Nautilus against the Mel is kind of hellish, because you get hit by the hook, and it doesn't matter if you reflect it, you're still flying towards the dude.
That is very true.
And that is not where you want to be.
So I will say, I think a lot of Vitality fans won't like this, because Hilly can go forward. And that was a problem in Game 1. And not so much a problem in Game 2.
You raise a good point. I'm not going to invalidate that. I was just going to quickly glaze over that for a second.
Draft-wise, great. Player-wise, we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, Hilly, you have to have some trust in him if you're Vitality at this point. He is a very good engaged player as well. The Alistair banned away. Yone now removed as well by BDS. They want to get rid of some of the ability to harass that Rumble in the top side.
I'll also say as well, Nautilus is a different champion when you play it with the Ivern, because the shields on top of your shields are really, really good at helping you survive that couple of seconds longer. So we'll see how a more effective Vitality's engaged duo can be with that. We don't know where the Mel's going, of course, as well. It can be mid lane, can be bot lane. I don't think it's bad with the Nautilus. It's a lane matchup. So once again, Vitality, I believe in Game 1 they did a similar thing where they flexed around.
There was the Gragas in Game 2.
That was it. Okay, I was remembering the Corki on the one game, and that was.
I mean, yeah, that's also.
And that was a different game. That was a different game.
All good.
Fine.
It's
all fine.
So
Look, turns out flexes are good, and you can do that with the Mel. That's the core point. Forget the other stuff.
Exactly. The Alistair and the Jinx taken away by Vitality. Yone, the first ban from BDS. I wonder if they'll keep pitching that top ball, or actually they decided to get rid of the Draven in case Kazi wanted to go for a kill lane, a bot lane. I wonder if we'll see Paris going across towards something like the Seraphine again, and you just play like the super scaling with the range.
I mean, the problem is, on-core for Mel, that's a game ender. I think that, look, a Shock Blast being reflected back at you, that's bad. I think if you go towards Seraphine, while it might work for your 5-man unit, if that ever gets reflected, that's game over. So
but it's
very dangerous.
How many things do you stop taking because Mel could bounce them back?
Okay, I think there's a couple of things you can agree with that. The Seraphine's the one I would just say, no, don't do.
I can understand that, and that's a valid point to make. I'm just saying, like, at some point you have to be like, well,
for sure.
We have the Shock Blast, we have the Maokai Ultimate, we have a Sivir Boomerang. How many things is she going to be able to reflect?
After a while, you do just have to like cut your losses and say, we need to pick for our composition. Don't worry about that. Sivir, of course, that was something that Kazi was playing in the KC game. Oh my god, that would be another hook champion. The problem is, if you reflect that again as the Mel, the Blitzcrank still goes melee range of you, and he can still knock you up. It's better.
It is better
than the Nautilus, because at least the Blitzcrank is pulled out of position. But it is blocked in. There we go. Blitzcrank for Paris.
He's going to crack that one out. As you say, we're going to talk a lot about rebuttal in this game. Obviously, Mel's W.
It's the new thing.
It is the new thing. We're going to talk about it. Basically, when Mel gets hit with a projectile, with a skill shot, she can bounce it back at people. But if she bounces back a Blitzcrank hook, she then gets the Blitzcrank hooked on top of her. You'll see it, hopefully.
Yeah, not the nicest thing ever. Well, I'm sure we'll see it at some point. So the problem is you have to challenge your instincts on that one. I really like the composition which BDS have largely put together. I think their top side is very coherent. See what happens with the bot side. The Civic can help the Rumble and the Jace go into melee range if they want to start keeping up that DPS. They don't necessarily help the Maokai in the same way, but Maokai into Blitzcrank is a very good combo in its own right. What I'm looking for is when Linsis is actually going to get a Mikhail's early. I think if you get that Mikhail's, you can stop that Maokai and that instant combo coming through. It's a very important item completion for Linsis. Whether that's first, second, or third, that's a very important thing to check.
I'm also thinking about how the bot lane matchup is going to go. Will we see lane swaps again? Obviously, Rumble can struggle a little bit when he's swapped into because he just doesn't have the range of something like a Gnar. You can farm with Electro Harpoon, but you're very squishy under the tower as well. I think Vitality would come out on the winning side of the lane swap as we see the coaches there having a fist bump as we get into game 3 of this best of 3. The final game of the series. One of these teams going home. Well, as Afia said, both teams going home after this.
They do that after a work day.
They could just stay around if they want. Maybe they're really interested in the next match, you know? It's possible. Wow, some people are very excited about hats and seats.
Hats and
very excited.
Hang on, there's a hats and seats festival.
Apparently there's a hats and seats
festival.
festival.
So many exciting things happening here today.
It's also happening this year. I wonder if it's an annual event, you know? It's hats and seats every year. Incredible. This, though, not an annual event in the LEC. It's our first Game 3, and we see inventiveness in the Fearless draft. I think looking at both compositions, you could see how a team got to this composition without Fearless. Like, you know, Kai'Sa Nautilus is nice, Mel is good, the Ivern, you know, you have good compositions on either side, but there's definitely been a bit of spice added by the fact that we had all of those champions banned away.
So there are 2 very good level 1 champions. One's the Nautilus and the hook lands.
It does, and the follow-up CC. Okay, yeah, 113's dead.
Whoa!
113 is dead. The Solar Snare coming out for that extra bit of CC on top of the hook. 113 was just in a bit of a greedy position.
We didn't even get to the rune page. We didn't even get to this before the first blood came through. Jeez. Well, I mean, one side had a Blitzcrank. They could have clumped up with the level 1. Maybe BDS thought they'd be safe because they had the Blitzcrank and that kind of phantom fear can come through. But, I mean, Hylissang on Nautilus, we did say it's a champion you can go forward on. Gets good value at the level 1.
Yeah, really nice. And obviously you have the follow-up CC from the Mel, and then you have the auto attack with the staggering blows. Makes it very easy to lock someone up. As soon as 113
what you're
is
saying is
there,
you probably shouldn't have walked up in the first place. That's what I'm getting.
He's a tree, he's at home in the bushes. Okay, 113 is an enigma wrapped in a mystery. You don't know what's going through this guy's mind at any one time. I'm just thankful we don't see the emote spam anymore. As Ice and Paris waiting in the bot bush here, not going to be able to get anything off because obviously the minion's in the way of Paris's hook. One of the benefits of blitzcranking to Nautilus is your hook has a shorter cast time than the Nautilus hook. So if he hooks, you can respond hook and actually pull him in, but do you want a Nautilus on your face? It's a question that has to be answered. There's another hook landing from Hylissang. Ice taking a chunk. Paris, you could... I think Hilly could have auto Paris there to get a staggering blows proc off and keep him around for a little bit longer, but decides against it.
A swift reminder that Kai'Sa Nautilus has been the Kai'Sa lane over time because of the double CC at level 1 gives you so much passive procs. You do not want to have extended trades with the lethal tempo Kai'Sa. Control over the laning phase, assist onto them both. It hasn't, you know, led to any extra gold being spent right now because they went straight, I believe, straight out of level 1, straight into the laning phase after that one. Control over this very early on. So, big thing to talk about when it comes to the Ivern is your early jungle pathing. As it happens, because of that level 1, the best that BDS have gotten is a ward into here. You can see the green dots onto the minimap. That's the marked camps. You mark things, go over to the other side of the map, and you clear back towards the marks which have matured at that point. Your first clear as Ivern is surprisingly fast, if not interrupted. Lince is getting good value out of that.
Definitely is. Didn't do the perfectly optimal Ivern clear, which is where you use the blast cone as you put out your root caller to clear 2 camps at once. But we'll forgive you, Linces. We'll forgive you. You're still miles ahead in terms of jungle.
I have to say, I do love the little mini games of how quickly people can clear jungle. Did you see that sub 3-minute Nidalee clear posted? That stuff is crazy. Still not as crazy. Hang on, that's level 3 hit bot side. You can level up.
Paris looking, gets the hook onto Hylissang and gets the knock up. Hilly just short on the hook on his own, but Paris is being chunked back out. Ignite ticking on Hilly. He's down to 200 HP. Ice with those ricochets can hit Kazi and still put the damage into Hylissang's back.
Okay, earlier we talked about, wow, don't fight against the Kai'Sa Nautilus. Well, I mean, something trumps that. Don't fight when you're a level down. They get themselves an XP deficit after the crash. Doesn't really work in the way that they want them to. Level 3 hit by Paris and Ice. They do lose a lot of HP. You can see that was a bit of a warning sign there for Kazi and Hilly.
Nako getting chunked out in the top side as well, realizing he doesn't have enough damage to kill Nako before the Mega Gnar comes out, so it's like, well, there's no point continuing to trade here when Nako will get that health infusion. Linces was waiting around the bot side, but unable to actually find anything as the wave looks like it's been neutralized overall. A 600 gold lead for Vitality early on. It's the first time we've seen them have a gold lead early on in this series.
Yeah, they've had to really work for it. Of course, last game, even then, the early game did not go well. Surprisingly, BDS, with what we thought was a very good early game into mid game, didn't manage to play well enough around the objectives. They left a couple of openings, and really it was on Linces, Chayak, and Nako finding very different ways to get themselves into the playmaking cycle of things. BDS just fell apart to play after play. So looking to recover from that now. I think GB and Finn really highlighted in this well. You really need to rely on 113. I think that this guy, you know, he's come into a much better split than he did back in 2022. He has maturation.
Matured. We're just going to say matured, okay?
Because people who didn't watch the desk are not going to get any. Well, whatever, fine. Anyway, he's done a lot better than he did back in 2022. That growth has been very exciting to watch. And he has been the core of how BDS have strategically played their games. He has been the go button. He has been the person calling the shots.
He definitely has. At times can be a little bit over-eager, but often does work out for BDS, fighting for their playoffs lives right now. Nice, just going to be able to push out bot. Irrelevant. Halfway to level 6. Flame Spitter coming out, as you say, looking for that overheat. Needs a couple of autos. Doesn't get the second as NuckNucko just leaps his way to the safety of his tower.
Gets out with one hop this time, slides to the right, and he gets out alive.
Cha-cha real smooth.
That he did. I feel like Nah would have a different version of it as he kind of butchers.
Nah, real smooth.
If anyone has any musical skill out there, make that song.
Yeah, Betty. Get on it, man. Where's the next LEC rap battle?
That's a great question. The things that we miss in LEC. Another thing there as well, you see that the cookies in top lane have become really meta for moments like that where you are getting burst out, and suddenly Cookie comes in and gives you a... wow, that was... yeah,
minions got in the way. Yeah, it was a nice rebuttal. The minions got in the way, so Nuke didn't actually take his accelerated, reversed shock blast of doom. Dragon
That's
started
the official title.
Yeah, that is the official title. Dragon started up by Vitality. First on it right now as 113 is up towards the top side. They're getting grubbed, so will just be an objective for objective trade here.
Heli not using the Ivern efficiently by auto-attacking while he's outside of the brush. Yep. You know, it's these small things. It doesn't actually matter at all, by the way. But
I mean, it's like 20 damage.
It is. I mean, that's an important thing. If you're attacking from within bushes near that Ivern, you do get that extra damage buff. Typically, you play with double AD carry with Ivern because of this, and of course, there's Enchanter and everything. Kazi will be happy with that one. We'll see whether NuckNucko can utilize that, I suppose, to some degree. So we do have Grubs and Dragon traded across sides of the map.
I was wondering if NuckNucko was going to be dived here, but he's healthy enough. You can see 113 is waiting around the corner. Does have that Nature's Grasp now as well, the level 6 hit. NuckNucko on his way to Mega Gnar though, so it's a risky dive if you want to go for it. You kind of have to burst him out.
Anyway.
Nature's Grasp comes out. Paris looking for the knock-up. They'll get him. Mega Gnar, twisted advance. NuckNucko gets towards the Mega, doesn't even need it! Paris dies to the tower. NuckNucko heals up as he rages out on the Gnar.
What do you think this bar means, Fadius? What do you think that bar is? It doesn't go origin into red for no reason. It is a warning sign. Colors of nature tend to warn you about bad things like that. The Mega Gnar comes out at the right time, and that felt like it was so ill-timed from BDS, and they do get punished accordingly.
I mean, Paris was dead before NuckNucko even transformed, and it's just a continuation of NuckNucko having a really good series after Game 2. Like, his Gragas in Game 2 was game-defining. Like, he was the reason in a lot of positions that Vitality were able to win fights, and now we see, like, this was a good play.
Yep.
Well, credit to NuckNucko. Obviously, BDS messed it up a little bit, but if he can get ahead again on this Gnar, just look to see how much impact he has in team fights.
Absolutely, because he is going to be a side lane menace if he does get more gold on this pick. Gnar is one of those real kind of fair weather all-rounder champions. You can kind of do whatever you want of him. And NuckNucko coming in as a rookie player this split as well. I cannot tell you, and I cannot stress enough, how difficult it is stepping up to top level as a top laner in a lane swap meta. That is hard mode. So to have the split he has, it's definitely helped. Hook lands.
Paris going to be hooked up, rooted with the staggering blows as well, and that's half his health gone. You can see he's trying to proc the aftershock with the rocket fist just to not take as much damage as he runs away. Manages to escape for the moment. Linsus, I mean, you could flash Root Caller as Linsus. Paris doesn't have flash. Ice obviously standing in the way here because he knows he has that spell shield, so he can eat that Root Caller and keep Paris safe. Nuke just gonna put damage back onto Chai. It's a dodgeball game in the mid lane. Chai very happy to eat the accelerated shot blast for now.
There are so many fun mini-games you can play with the mount. There's so many of them. This is the future of Mundo Dodgeball.
Oh, that's the next GB Sports.
That would not surprise me in the slightest. I'd wish to say that we'd made that. No, there are so many different videos about that already.
Well, we can pretend.
Oh yeah, we actually made it up here.
I haven't seen any of them,
yeah,
so
no,
you know.
Yeah, no, I think that they would be a really good dodgeball game with Mel. Mel's started that one before.
100%. Linsus up towards the top side once again. They know that Paris doesn't have flash, so it's an easy point of pressure.
Here
Daisy
comes
goes
Daisy.
down. Paris going to try and run his way away. Ice pops the on the hunt as well. Root Caller shielded as we talked about before. Nucko with a Gnar into the wall here. Irrelevant. Does have flash, also has the scrap shield. Dodges away from the wallop. If he was stunned by that, I think he is a goner. In the end, we'll be able to avoid the pressure Nucko is putting down. Also has the equalizer for the next wave if he wants to just make sure that Nucko can't get under this tower.
That's exactly what he does. Prediction correct. So not going to have that tool available for the grubs, which would mean, I think, well, look, BDS have the 3 grubs already. Largely what has happened in this series is teams are happy to give up 1 set of grubs, not both. That's typically what we've seen for this objective. On the whole, I think it's dangerous to give any grubs over to a Gnar. Honestly, that champion can hit towers very, very well, especially there's a little, I say it's a more little known thing about Gnar. As you level up, your attack range increases as well. You just forget about that. Get towards mid game and this guy's hitting turrets really, really easily.
Yeah, he has so much extra mobility as well, so he can step forward to try and take out the tower and then always jump away.
And if that happened now, people are like, oh, season 15. No, it's 2015.
It's less obvious, that's why. We just have to obscure things more.
What do you mean the top lane is going to Tristana passive?
Unfortunately for Nucko, not quite as strong as Tristana's is. He will be able to get one of these 2 plates. The second one's still standing there. Vitality trying to gain control over the mid wave right now. Kazi's the one clearing that out, but Ice obviously with the Ricochet already has a BF sword as well, so his wave play is very powerful. Irrelevant's going to force Nucko away. You can see him deliberately fighting when Nucko is either just coming out of Mega or exhausted. Hook just wide from Paris. Hilly's going to land the hook back onto 113. Nuke's on his way across. Nature's Grass coming out as well. Hilly should be able to tank this. Death Charge has been used, but there's the Twisted Advance follow-up, and Hilly is just deleted.
It is so easy to play around the Maokai ult. You think maybe you can burst them out, but realistically you have a Nautilus and an Ivern, and then the Kai'Sa is also there, but the Kai'Sa doesn't want to walk up that far. I think Vitality misjudged how much damage they have, and now suddenly they have to watch this set of grubs they didn't want to give over cause Grubageddon for BDS. They get the full house.
Good old Grubageddon.
Batten down the hatches.
BDS will get all 6. There is a Drake available for Vitality if they want to path down there, try and get their second of the game. BDS might try and challenge it though. Nuke does have TP if he wants to just get the push out through top and then come across. Lintus will be over here taking the Scuttle Crab for now. I didn't even think about it, but the static field from the Blitzcrank goes through shields. It breaks shields, doesn't it? So really nice into the Ivern and also into the Titan's Wrath coming out from Hylissang. So just getting rid of some of that trigger seed shielding can be very impactful.
It's not like Serpent's Fang where if a shield is put on after, then it's also hard, but it will break any shield that's on you. That's a really important point. We've seen that from Rel into Ivern a lot too, so definitely the logic follows. Rel used earlier in the season, so it's season.
I mean, it was also used earlier in the season. Both are correct.
I'm technically correct, which is the best kind of it, but definitely that Blitzcrank can have good supplemental value through that one. 2 dragons over to Vitality, and we'll be going towards an Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul with this comp, really, really nasty, so BDS will have to keep an eye on future dragons.
Definitely will. The amount of sustain with the Ivern, with the Ocean Soul, as you say, would be very difficult for BDS to work their way through. Unable to land the root there, puts down the rebuttal, but doesn't really rebut anything.
I can't believe you go invulnerable during that, though. It is on cooldown, that's important, and you can't use it against the Maokai ult.
Chayek burns the flash, still gets hit with the root at the back. Paris does have flash of his own. Chayek's rebuttal was down, there's the flash hook. And there goes Mel. The root, though, onto Nuke means that he tanks up a couple of tower shots, has enough defense with the rest of his team just around the corner. And BDS now using these 6 grubs to great effect. They get the might, step charge onto Nuke, Ice with the spell shield, he'll heal up. Re-engage, Paris! Ooh, that was close. Hilly felt that one just whisper behind his behind.
You could really tell Vitality wanted to fight that. They were positioning so aggressively. Kazi has up. I mean, they're still technically hanging around. One more bit of CC. Kazi flies through, Kraken Slayer first item. He hasn't gone for something like that shit. I mean, Kazi, hang on, buddy.
No! Paris misses though! Kazi flashes away.
That is one lucky Kai'Sa!
Oh, he goes in! Kazi!
Kazi! What have you done, my son? What have you done?
I was about to praise him. I was going to be like, sometimes we love to see AD carries play aggressively like this. Get summoners out, get spells out. And then he's like, hey guys, have you heard of a killer instinct? Well, I have a dying instinct. He just yeets himself into the enemy team.
It's like the hamster of AD carries. You know, like, I just feel like my life is over now. It's my time to go over the bridge onto the other side. You could tell they wanted to fight. We said about it, the body language. They really wanted to play around it. And this is such an important game to both teams because it would be the end of their split here if they lose this one. Kazi almost got that first kill, but still,
yes.
I don't get the thought process.
He's playing for Feast of Strength. He's 100% playing for Feast of Strength. If he gets the kill, they get to 3. And he gets the Feet of Warfare.
It's
100 because then they've got 2 Drakes, right?
What? You put that sign down, sir. That is BM.
I mean, I literally said he has a dying instinct. I don't think the noob sign is really what we're talking about BM-wise here.
That's fair. And they actually don't even have microphones, so we're actually in an even worse position with that.
That's true. That is true. Okay, so after that sequence of, we will call them events, unfortunate perhaps, BDS now 1,000 gold ahead, 6 grubs to 0, but they are 2 Drakes in the hole. Nako looking for a flank position here, doesn't have the Mega Knight. Relevant coming across from the side as well. Vitality have 1 extra player right now, but 113 push down the Nature's Grass. Hilisan goes for the engage, rooted up immediately, and Paris going to get the lock up here as well. Hilly gets into the redemption just in time, but will fall to the Ignite and the Ricochet. Linsa's next on the menu for BDS as they find 2. Kazi dies as well. If only you had your flash or your cleanse, Kazi, perhaps you could have escaped. Nako diving back forward. The wallop goes wide on Irrelevant, who flashes away from it. Nuke looking for more of an engage as Nako flashes to the safety of his tower. BDS find 3. They'll push for the turret as well. These 6 grubs are so powerful in a moment like this.
Especially with the Hypercharger on the Jace, they'll take down the majority of that. The root comes through.
Oh, Flame Spitter as well.
That's aggro.
Yeah.
That's not what you want. It was a 3-for-1. Ends up being a 3-for-2 and the turret doesn't fall. So what started actually as a pretty clean play from BDS, a great use of the Maokai ultimate again. We talked about the responsibility of 113 on this team with the picks that he's used. He uses it well here. Great kind of strafing ult to go across the entirety of that team. Start things off well, and the Ivan shields are just not making the difference, sadly, when it's on multiple targets getting hit. That bit's great. After that, gets a little bit funky because, it turns out you've used a lot of your skills and towers still really hurt.
That they do. BDS just being a little bit too greedy afterwards. They do lose Irrelevant again. But Vitality with that engage just a little bit mistimed. Like, Nako was half the way to a Mega Gnar. If he's Mega Gnar at the start of that fight, there's a lot of people going into a wall, right?
And even at the start of it, he was in a brush, not even hitting stuff to get that Mega Gnar. So he's like, I know there's a fight coming, but I will be mini for it. Harold's going to go down as we get ourselves the Safari Cam of, I don't know, wanton destruction of nature.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I was thinking about this with the dragons earlier. Do you think, like,
I feel it's a little bit cruel.
It's a bit David Attenborough, but when the lizard that's running away from the snakes actually gets caught and eaten, you know?
Don't talk about that clip. That would still...
They escaped. The lizard lived.
That one did.
It's fine.
But it gave my heart rate a bit of a bump for a while.
Understandable. Kazi now awaiting down towards the bottom side of the river here. BDS trying to get control towards the mid lane tower. With the Rift Herald, obviously, control is a lot easier to garner. The Drake up in 10 seconds' time. BDS will want to fight around that. Stop the soul point for Vitality as the Herald charges in, and Vitality obviously lose control of mid because of that Herald going forward. Paris still looking for the hook. Daisy's going to be the one to face check alongside Hylissang. Ice having to walk back. Hook lands onto Paris. He's rooted up, locked up. Paris is down. Irrelevant has a great flank here, though, on towards the backline, and Kazi dives in with a killer instinct immediately onto Ice. He'll take him out. Great from Kazi to avoid the oncoming Irrelevant. Nuke now left the rest of his team alone as Vitality have found 3 already. Kazi able to avoid BDS's search squad, and Vitality get out unharmed.
This is the first fight. Hang on, that's a hook. You don't have the teammates there.
Vitality get out mostly unharmed. 113. I mean, there it would have been nice, you know, he would have gone a little bit too far. Nako's going to chunk out Nuke. Chayek looking for the root caller across the wall as well. 113 going back in with a twisted advance. Nako jumps over the wall. Nuke looking to follow up, but 113 is dead. Hilly's the master baiter, man. He's baited them all. It's gorgeous.
Hilly somehow makes it work because now
but they're all too low to do the dragon. And BDS are back alive.
How do you expect me to follow that one? Okay. What even happened in that grand scheme of things? Kills happened. No objective went down. The dragon is alive. We get ourselves a future David Attenborough moment beyond this. What? Look, we'll just see what happens with the replay. I think this is the first time in this game where the Ivern gets more value than the Maokai. The Maokai ult is decent, and that's a great equalizer, but look how many of these shields are really clutch. You see, just about to kill Nako, Ivan shield comes through. Can't finish that one off. And Linsus has enough HP to tank that up too. Nako comes through. He obviously ends up featuring a little bit more in the back end of the set. What the heck happens after that point? We don't even need to see it. Not even be suitable for television. Dragon is still up, and we still have that to fight over. Round 2 fight.
Oh, hope so. Hope so. A gold lead, ever so slight for Vitality. 500 gold ahead. 1,000 lead for Nako individually. Has that Triforce completed already? BDS will start up the Drake. Nako has half of a Mega Gnar bar built up. Paris is on that front line. 113 is going to have to start to walk away from Daisy. Daisy down to 700 HP. The hook lands onto Hilly. He's locked up. Redemption comes down. There's a good equalizer as well as Chayak is forced to flash away. Paris is low. 113 on the front line. Nako shoves him back into his team, but pays for it with his life. Hilly's hook goes wide once again as Irrelevant now begins to step up, and Hilly's on the wrong side of the wall. Hook back by Paris. Chayak is waiting. Will land the root. It's a bit of damage into Nuke's back as well. Kazi with the long-range Prey Seekers adds a little bit of his own. With 113 dead, it looks like BDS have given up the ghost on the Drake. Interesting to see that they don't want to fight. Yeah, you don't have the smite, but you're 4v3, don't fight.
I think they're really scared because the two damaging members of Chayak and Kazi are still alive.
It's true.
I understand that point, but now you've given Soul Point over to Vitality. You can argue about the correctness of the decision to leave it.
But that's why they left.
But this is the consequence now. Great hooks coming from Paris from the majority of this game, actually. I think this Blitzcrank has a lot of value in this composition, and Nako is not that tanky. Not enough to dive into 5 people and survive. He's had a pretty decent game so far, but even after this point, you can see that, you know, the hook comes up a little bit quicker. Hilly's shield runs off, no chance of making it out of that.
113 is rooted by his own nature's grasp there with the rebuttal coming out from Chayak.
Wow.
Yeah, which is why he was then able to be caught out by Nako and has to twist advance to avoid the wallop that would have followed up. The shutdown for Nako did go over to Nuke though. He's 5-0-3 on this Jace right now, matched by Chayak at 5-1-3. 2 items apiece for those 2 mid laners. 2 items as well, complete on ice.
Hilly.
That's about a 400 gold lead. Hilly's fine for now.
I just hold my breath every time both hook supports are on the same side of the screen. Really, feels like fireworks start to follow soon after that point. So Atakan is alive. We've been fighting so much around bot side that it's not necessarily matters beyond that. Both teams are on wards, but Hilly has no support near him. A little bit worried about that one. Ward's cleared out.
That's never stopped Hilly in the past, let's be honest.
No, it hasn't. It does feel like the angel in his shoulder has departed, really. He's left with very different kind of instinct.
Like, the Lulu game was good. We'll give him credit for that.
Yeah,
and he's hit some good hooks in this game as well. It just, so often we see a little bit of over-eagerness from him.
Honestly, I don't mind in this game if he's the one tanking the hook. Actually, if he's dying to a hook and the team is right behind him, that's actually completely fine, because it's better he gets hit by the hook than someone else. Atakan has been started up and Vitality are not on this side of the map, and that is a problem.
Yeah, Nako's all the way down towards bottom side. He is building up Mega Gnar and will have the TP. Irrelevant puts down the equalizer. They're not going to get close enough in time. The TP comes out, but the Atakan just snuck by BDS. They'll secure it. False life for the next minute and a half. Once again, no neutral objectives to fight over. Oh, sorry, a couple of minutes. No neutral objectives to fight over for that time.
Now, BDS don't have the best way to start fights cleanly. You have the Maokai, which throws out that ultimate, but as we've seen, it doesn't necessarily just net you an instant win. We'll see how much they want to start forcing things through, because if you do go a little bit one by one, Nautilus hook, Kai'Sa, of course, if you get enough Mel stacks on people, you can just be shredded very unexpectedly beyond that point. The Atakan does not give them a free win. That's the main point of this.
Let's see if they decide to force something. There's a bot tier 1 for them. And right now, Vitality don't have the easiest path towards it. You can see Irrelevant pushing out that wave. I expect BDS will want to play, like, obviously Sivir through mid, but you can see Nuke's already working his way down here. There is a ward that Irrelevant's just walked past, so there's possible TP position, but no TPs on Vitality.
Some important stuff going on as well in terms of Gnar has a good advantage, and Gnar also has vision to push that advantage. I want to see how much Nako can do in this top side in the minutes before the objectives come back up. If you can get enough of a pushing lane there without getting ran out by teleports and a Sivir ulting a Blitzcrank towards you, that might be enough for Vitality to be happy slowing down the game against the Atakan, not giving that GA the maximum value.
I think the problem for Nako is that Nuke should be able to clear waves, even if Nako pushes them in. The only problem, like, if Nuke oversteps, obviously Nako can then chase him down. So that matchup between the Gnar and the Jace in the side lane is going to be one to keep our eyes on, as BDS were able to take 1 tower out of this Atakan buff duration, I guess, with the false life. There's a minute and a half on the Drake. Vitality going to try and set up some vision down towards this bottom side right now.
Okay, so what are going to be our game-changing moments? We do have Ivern getting up towards items. I did say earlier, hey, going towards the Mikhail's going to be really,
decided
really important.
against it, yeah.
Decided against it, and actually I think that's been reasonable so far. Actually, I think that they've not been troubled by the Mikhail as much as I predicted, and that's really helped just with the raw shield power to just turn and fight.
Chayak might be troubled here, though. Doesn't have the flash. Twisted Advance goes forward. The Solar Snare for the root. Chayak brings down the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. 113 there with the kill. Nuke's going to keep Nuko at bay as well. The wallop does land the stun. False life still there. Nav into the wall. Nuko not chasing any further. Will flash away. Nuke falling low, but where's the rest of BDS? Paris on his way across. Nuko with no flash. Paris, you're going to land the hook? No. Nuko says no as he avoids the hook.
I was really wondering whether Kazi could find an angle to fly in. There are some recalls coming through. If Kazi had that window, especially with the Atakan falling off, could have ulted forwards. 2 items now, and that Kai'Sa hasn't really had the space to turn the game. Kazi's, we mentioned this earlier in the series too. Fantastic split for him. Hard to play in the 5v5s as the Kai'Sa. However, you split the map well enough into 1v1s, 2v2s, you get some huge value.
Now the next point of call for both these teams is that Ocean Drake. BDS have to fight it. It's Soul for Vitality, and even though Vitality are in a bit of a hole right now, a Ocean Soul with an Ivern is just so hard to deal with.
One thing really changes things though. Serpent's Fang for Nuke. I think it's a very intelligent decision. Cuts through some of that shield. We talk about the value of the shields from that Ivern just before this point. Walking up, let's see which hooks become the most impactful, and whether those shields can actually save them through the Serpent's Fang.
Nuko going to build up on these wolves. You can see about 3/4 of the way towards that Mega Narc. Kazi trying to sneak in towards the bottom side. Nuke has the prio in the mid lane. Your entire playoffs lives, your entire winter split could rest on this fight. Kazi chunked out a little bit. Relevant taking the blast cone away from Hylissang.
The artillery on both sides is really hitting, because you'd think, well, Jace is the one, here comes the Marker, here comes the fight.
Hilly will tank it. The rest of Vitality able to avoid it. Hilly just dives into his demise immediately. Enough bushes for Linces to get close to this Drake. The Redemption coming out as well with the Drake already secured. Paris
Kazi!
Locked up. Kazi dives in. He tries to get onto ice, but he just doesn't quite have the damage. The Gnar into the wall will lock up Irrelevant, but 113 takes out Kazi. Nuke is fighting against 2 down towards the bottom side. Linces with the root caller. Chayak will take out Nuke. In the end, BDS do take the Drake, but they lose 3 lives for it.
Kazi finds his moment, gets a lot of damage down, and on the other side, Linces makes sure that Chayak makes it out alive. This Mel is really starting to pick up some huge damage numbers. We saw it in the build up to that fight in the Pope, and then the burst too after. Wow, some huge numbers coming out from Chayak. Maokai is your most convenient engage. As we said, if it is Hylissang dying for the Maokai ult, I actually don't think that's that big of an issue. You see the Nautilus ult coming through just before that point. It's not the best Nautilus death, but you'd much rather that than one of your bigger carries. It opens up a split fight. Not everyone's going down the same angles. Ice is very lucky to live through this. Kazi just tens of HP off of killing him. Might have been a very different fight if that was the case. And of course, we see how much damage Mel can do on the other side.
Especially when someone's rooted, you can land all of those Radiant volleys. Just puts out so much damage. 6,500 damage.
Jeez.
Just from Chayak. He is absolutely on form on this Mel. Although we saw it banned out earlier in the series, it made its way through in the decisive game.
I am glad that this is our game through the series.
Yeah,
if you want the entertainment, if you want the closeness,
yeah,
this is the kind of game that you want. And I'm sure it's very tense for all you fans of these teams. But as someone sat between the two of them, I really want to see now in the tense moments who's got the execution to make it work.
And the big thing is no flashes on the carries for BDS. Nuke doesn't have one, Ice doesn't have one, nor does Kazi, but Chayak has one of his own. So if he's the one being caught out, the ability to reposition always there for him. Baron is up. BDS still have about 1,000 gold lead, but 1,000 at this point doesn't really matter too much. It's a 50th of the total gold that you have in the game, right?
Yeah.
That each team has in the game. It's 100th of the total.
I was going to let that one pass. I was going to be kind.
But when I said that you have, I meant the individual team.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't have that. I'd love that amount of gold. That'd be awesome. Yeah.
What, 1,000?
That'd be a lot of gold. That's a lot that you set at that point.
It depends how much, like 1,000 what? What's the unit, you know?
Gold! It's nice. 1-3. Doesn't have flash.
Look at the damage down back onto him though with the Leandries. 113 putting some hurt back into that Nautilus, who is pretty squishy. Plated steel caps, a Kindle Gem and a Locket. 113 still looking for the chaser. Hilly is going to dredge line away, kind of trying to bait the twisted advance from 113.
Really good blocking by Daisy there as well, just to make sure that it wasn't a clean hook onto him. Another thing that we're noticing as well, we're getting towards, it's not late game, but we are seeing the feats of strength come in for what the first one was built up by Nuke in terms of the Chain-Laced Crushers. That's the name of that item, which gives you that magic shield. can help you a little bit. It will be something if the game goes much later than this to keep an eye on for BDS. Vision is now blanketed out, and Vitality might just let
Kazi is
this
on
go.
Vision. Or is that, it's the
That's the Ivan.
Oh
no,
he's on Vision. Yeah, they've
he is.
seen Kazi, so BDS are going to pull the trigger on this. They immediately started the Drake. They get the TP coming out from Nucko as well. Kazi is not here, but will have that killer instinct if some of that CC lands. Equalizer going down onto Hylissang. The Baron already low enough for BDS just to smite it right now. BDS secure it. Vitality looking for the bite. The hook lands onto 113. He will fall. BDS trying to get out now. Nucko has the flash. And we'll have the Gnar. Irrelevant trying to dodge to the side of it. Oh! The flame spinner. Paris lands the hook. Nucko with the Gnar into the wall though. And a hook from Hylissang onto Ice. Means that he's going to get chunked out. Killer instinct in from Kazi. Ice trying to kill him off. Can't quite put the damage down. Irrelevant now. Alongside Nuke. Daisy will tank the tower. Irrelevant landing an Electro Harpoon, but one is reflected onto him, and that's the slow that Chayak needed. Nuke TP's out. Irrelevant just short of the Solar Snare. Able to get away with the movement speed from the Scrap Shield. Puts down another Electro Harpoon and should actually be able to escape. Might even clear out a bit of this wave on his way.
And I know that Chayak probably could have flashed for the kill. It is so important that he doesn't though, because Dragon through this incredibly extended play is coming up in a minute after this point. Vitality don't want to go for a smite steal. That's completely fine. Ivan is not really someone who wants to flash ahead of the rest of his teammates because they know they can take the fight after this point. You know, it's a good Sivir ult to disengage the play. I thought they were going to get out of this, and then some interesting things happen where the Blitzcrank hook, I think, actually completely sells out the team. It gets a Mega Gnar onto Nuke, and it means that he's not there to immediately turn around with to the skies onto the clumped up unit. Close run things. Soul is spawning in 20 seconds, and Kazi gets away with that.
As his flash up, 113 going in for Hylissang once again, who doesn't have a way out of this. BDS pick up the first kill. Now Nature's Grasp used. Chayak's going to reflect it. You can see the roots going back. Solar Snare for a little bit more, but Chayak's just trying to put a bit of damage into the back of the tree right now. Nucko's trying to catch that mid-wave. The ice is now cleared out. The Drake up, as you say. Vitality can just back away from this. It would be Soul for them, but it's nothing really for BDS, you know, just their second Dragon of the game.
All right, Medic, we are going for a little bit longer in this one, past the 13-minute mark in the elimination game, and our first 3-game best of 3 in the LEC playoffs. That time, Hilly dies, but not for the Malcal. Before that, it's been okay. But that, God, that's a lot of damage onto the Ivan. He is not tanky, even through those shields, against this level of gold from 7, 1, and 3. Jace on Nuke. Nuke on Jace.
I was going to leave her.
Very happy you would have done that.
BDS still pushing forward a little bit. The Baron expires in 40 seconds time. I feel like we'll kind of go back into a neutralized state for these two teams. Obviously BDS have a bit of the advantage. They can push forward, they have a little bit of a gold lead, but when that Baron expires, the wave cliff and Vitality will be there. The Mel obviously has that long range artillery. Paris looking still. Hilly's still stepping forward. Dredgeline comes out, gets the pull off. Now still with the Baron, BDS pushing in, and if they can crack an inhibitor with this push, which they can, that's huge. They're looking for more though. 10 seconds before the Baron expires. They knew that Nucko was pushing in a side lane. Now he's back, flash away. As BDS escaped the clutches of that dredge line, it was Ice who had to get out. Solar Snare just wide. Nuke still on that front line. Nature's Grass coming out. Nuke with a knockback onto Nucko, who tries to jump away. The hook coming out from Paris as well, but Kazi's dive onto the back line and Nuke's already dead. Chayak now flashing forward. Ice down as well. Kazi has done so much. Once again for his team. Is the trigger seed enough? They shield him up. Kazi survives through the equalizer. Vitality find 3 as BDS overstepped.
BDS, are they going to get away with 1 or 2? I think it'll be the both of them. Paris escapes in the fog of war. BDS commit the cardinal sin of Baron pushes and push too greedily. Just because you have the objective does not mean you are set up to win that fight as well. Huge chunk comes onto Nuke, and that's a big problem. If Nuke ends up getting taken out early, which Kazi finds the perfect handle to do so, a lot of your damage goes with it. Chayak has incredible follow-up distance. Kazi repositions really well, and your whole composition falls apart. The Equalizer was there to try and get one last tap. Can't even get through that through the Ivan shields. 33 minutes now in. The Baron buff now survived. Gold within 1,000. So at this point in the game, it's decorative. It's decorative at this point. And Vitality, if they survive another 3 minutes, might get another shot at Soul.
Like, if Vitality win this series, someone is giving Kazi a raise, dude. Like, the amount he has also entered, but the amount of times they've been losing a fight and he's gone, Ice and Nuke are now dead and they've started winning the fight, it has been absolutely exceptional. The guy continues to impress and continues to depress, depending on what portion of the game you're watching.
Chayak, that's a lot of damage going back onto him. It's that rebuttal getting lower and lower cooldown as you get higher and higher level as well. BDS How good is their next Maokai going to be? How good is their next Blitzcrank hook going to be? It can just be one moment of miraculous skill shot accuracy, which seals the game. It's got to be a pretty good one, though. They haven't been able to close the game, and I think they should be getting a little bit worried now.
Agreed. And even with Vitality having lost their bot lane inhibitor, Nako is the one taking structures in that bot side. No one is really able to answer him. Irrelevant does have damage, but it's much more suited to playing in a team fight. It's Nuke who has to really answer the pressure that the Nav is putting down. You can see he's the one working his way down there right now. Baron up in 50 seconds. Let's have a look at how these teams are playing around the Vision. Vitality is predominantly on the bot side to make sure that Nako could push out. Now they'll come back out onto the map and try and gain some vision towards that Baron buff.
Yeah, with the Baron being up in a minute, those wards on the top side, kind of mirroring the ones that Vitality have on the bot side, show the priority on those objectives. BDS, well, we really don't want to let that soul go over to Vitality, of course. With how long this fight's have been going, it's going to get so much value, especially through those Ivan Shields. We'll talk about that a bunch this game. A lot of huge items built up. We have Terminus on Kazi, gives you the Shred and the extra resist, and then you have the extra Overshield from the Bloodthirster. Kazi is pretty damn hard to kill at this point, especially when you add on the Ivan Shields after.
Yeah, the Dawn Core as well for the Ivan now being complete is huge. The extra healing and shielding power you get from that will make it very difficult to kill Kazi if you haven't got the Serpent's Fang, if you haven't got the Static Field on him, if he's not diving onto someone who can CC him. There's always that threat. Kazi no flash right now, Ice the same. Nako still pushing through bot, has just gone into Mega Gnar form, so BDS, a small window here where they could look for the engage, knowing that Mega Gnar is going to fall off. They decide against it instead, just gaining control of that topside river.
Daisy gonna die. That was a very important anti-hook and anti-kind of warding tool. Hylissang, hook for hook.
Hylissang hooked up, the equalizer going onto the backline, Hylissang has just burst, Kazi's there as well! He dashes away, but he's dead! The no flash on the Kai'Sa. BDS punish it, and now, what are Vitality gonna do? Well, there's only 20 seconds left on the Drake. Are they just going to try and make BDS fight them around this Drake? They still have a lot of damage.
I think that's got to be the fight done, right? Irrelevant. Maybe he wants to flash a good route. He's got the death cap on it too.
Kills him. Oh, the stopwatch! The stopwatch from Irrelevant. The Golden Eclipse was coming down, and I'm pretty sure Irrelevant was dead. Chayak now doesn't have that ultimate, and BDS will turn their attentions towards the Drake instead of the Baron. 20 seconds before Kazi is back up.
10, 2, and 7 on the Mal. Yeah, when you get to late game and you get a fancy hat on top, you can see the damage there. BDS, though, they finally get themselves the key carry in that Kai'Sa, which has been a thorn in their side in these last couple of fights. Irrelevant 1-1-3 really linking up well. Chayak is enough damage to allow Vitality the luxury of being able to walk up, as we've been seeing around this objective. With 6 dragons down and we don't have a soul. We are late game, folks.
Yeah, 37 minutes in. Importantly, though, Paris didn't have an opportunity to reset right now, so you can actually see he has no wards on his Blood Song, whereas Hylissang obviously died, so he did reset, which means Vitality have a much easier way of gaining control around the Vision here. Now, they haven't cleared out some of these control wards that BDS planted earlier. If they had done that, it would have been really hard for BDS to actually push forward and gain control like this. The reason Vitality had to cede ground was Kazi was dealing with a wave in the bot side, and so now BDS know that they have the opportunity to start this up before Kazi can get to the fight.
Kazi also has rank 3 ultimate, very strong follow-up dash. That is a great equalizer onto Linces. He's not going to be there for the shields. Vitality, I don't think they can find the fight after the Baron like they did for the last one.
Last time in this sort of position, it collapsed for BDS, but as you say, they can't really close the distance that quickly. Kazi is pushing through mid. Nako is here, but doesn't have the Mega yet and doesn't really have anything to hit, apart from the Gromp over the wall to build up that Mega Gnar bar. So BDS will get all 5 out. Kazi is pushing through mid. That tower's still pretty healthy, I believe, though, so shouldn't be able to take the tier 2. Now, the next 2.5 minutes are vital for Vitality. Try not to lose all 3 inhibs. If you can manage that, you can then fight at the Drake in 3 minutes' time.
And on the other side for BDS, obviously you want to slow crush in with that Baron. Do not over-push the way you did before, and look to see if there's any of those micro-miss positions which make things that much easier to pick off. If you can find Chayak or Kazi, the game may well just end. So keep your eyes on the big initiation tools and the equalizer after that point. That may well be the end of the series.
Kazi's going to have his cleanse and his flashback up. Chayak has done such a good job just avoiding pressure. Obviously, Rebuttal gives you a lot of safety, but he has had an exemplary game so far. 10, 2, and 7 on this rail. BDS, a 2-pronged approach. It's a bident rather than a fork right now. We'll see if Vitality can defend. Hylissang still stepping forward. Obviously has the the safety of the trigger seed. You can see how much smaller that shield is.
Yeah.
Kazi dives in onto Nuke. Nuke's going to flash the wall. Okay. Kazi gets the summoner out. BDS had left their mid laner as the second prong of their attack, and where he wasn't quite able to do damage to Kazi as we see the hook from Paris. Counter hook coming out. Hylissang falls low, but the ignite ticking on him will not be enough to kill him off. Vitality find another, using the bushes from the Ivan to lay a trap there for Paris. And now BDS back off. We said, can Vitality survive without losing all 3 inhibs? So far, they have survived without losing 1.
Yeah, and that's mission accomplished for now. And once again, BDS can't really use the Baron Buff in the way that they wanted to. Serious credit to both Kazi and Hilly finding their moment to break a little bit of that pressure, allow it to just lapse out a little bit more. So, Baron Buff is not the end of the game. Dragon is up in 2 minutes. Now it is Soul for both teams, not just Vitality, and Vitality might be sweating a little bit more. I will say, I think the scheme of this game, Ocean Soul is better for Vitality than BDS, because if Kai'Sa jumps at you, I don't think the Ocean Soul saves you. I think it might save Vitality from the burn of the ultimate of the Rumble, especially with the Ivern shields as well. Either way, I think we're going to get a kill fight over that Dragon either way. That might not be relevant. We'll see in a couple of minutes, eh?
It's do or die in a minute, 20 seconds. You gotta feel. BDS, no flash on their mid lane, and look at the damage from Chayak. Absolutely flying here. Almost 50k from him alone. Kazi obviously more damage as well than Ice. Ice is more, sort of, you know, incidental damage with the ricochets and such during the fights. 113 is looking for a little bit of a flank here. See his position towards the top side. BDS still a minute before this Drake comes up, but they don't have control of it at all.
Look how they're hanging down to the bot side here. This is really intelligent from Vitality. They know the areas they don't have vision around. Yeah, there might be an ult coming over the wall.
Rebuttal's been used. 113 is going to Nature's Grasp. As soon as you see the rebuttal going down, that's the indication to engage. Kazi with a great cleanse with a twisted advance immediately on Lincers, and that's all of the shields down. Chayak able to flash away. Kazi burned his cleanse to escape as well. Does still have the flash. But with Hilly and Lincers down, can Vitality hold the line? TP from Chayak towards the top lane. The inhibitor in the mid lane has fallen. Will BDS turn their eyes towards the Drake, or do they think they can finish it right here, right now?
Aganar is really the big playmaking tool to buy time. The wave clear comes through. 113, fantastic ultimate again. Such a good initiation tool throughout the series for BDS. It's not, however, the end of the game. Dragon has spawned, and it will likely be the Soul, though. So we did say, oh, you know, if Kai'Sa's jumping at you, maybe it's not, you know, it's not going to save you. Well, we'll get to put that to the test now at this point. It will be a Soul. And what is that? Is that 4 Dragons back-to-back for BDS? It's at least 3. Really managed, they've managed to completely cut Vitality off in that area of the map, but Vitality not gone yet.
Not over until it's over. Nuke, no flash. Kazi's looking for him. What a moment for the AD carry from Vitala. Super minion. You baited us all.
He was really looking for it, though.
Yeah, I can't blame him, right? I think he does win the 1v1 into Nuke right now. 4 items complete for him. Those Prey Seekers don't do too much damage. Hasn't gone down the AP route, obviously, but when you have Chayak at 5 items, well, 6 items fully built, you don't really need more AP from the rest of your
I think when you're in mid-game, sometimes like, oh, I want the DPS or something like that, and you can understand going towards the AD build. Once you get hyper late game, you go, wish I had a Shadow Flame and an Essence Reaver or something like that at this point. There are a bunch of poke builds. Baron's going to be spawning in a minute, and that will be, of course, something that BDS can go towards very easily with Ocean Soul and their territory and a lot of vision control coming up.
We've had like 4 fights in this game where we've said, oh, this could be the deciding game of the fight. The fight of the game, you know, this could be it. It could be over.
We have lied to you. I'm so sorry. We don't mean to be.
It could have been every single time. It wasn't, but it could have been. Both these teams unwilling to give up the ghost of their splits as of yet.
And you know, both of these teams have had difficult playoffs runs so far. They got blasted in both of their respective series versus Mobstar Koi and Carmine Court. This is, of course, not the full redemption. One team will go forward from this a little bit bloodied in the mouth as well. Could be down to, again, we're not trying to lie, it could come down to just the next fight. One good enough kill onto Chayak or Kazi could be it for BDS. On the other side, Kazi gets a good enough angle. Chayak the same as well. That damage racks up so quickly. Blink and you miss it. Your health bar's gone.
Nako. He's going towards the Razor Beaks. Hilly pulled in. Hilly dead. Someone has to face check, and it was Hilly alongside Daisy. Nuke has a GA now as well, which makes it even harder for Kazi to actually find that damage. Nako looking for the Mega Nart. looking for that ultimate into the wall. Kazi takes a chunk. Oh, he's almost down to half HP already, and the equalizer available to Irrelevant. Redemption comes out. Will heal up Chayak and Kazi, but they know they can't fight the Baron anymore. BDS now with the Ocean Soul with the Baron for next 3 minutes.
They are super buffed up, because remember, we're getting to the point in the game where full builds come through and you get some extra little goodies, like, of course, well, not that, because the thing comes
the Red Bull Baron power play,
yeah, the Red Bull Baron power play, which I absolutely should have predicted. Turns out folks have had so many Barons, it's a little bit hard to track all of them, but the extra boots on top of everything else give you an extra cap to your build, which Vitality will not have. They have so many buffs. Can they finally take the Nexus and do away with the series? Vitality are holding on with just all their fingernails attached to the cliff edge.
Hilisan goes in, the equalizer on the backline though, and Hilisan is dead! Hilly dies once again. And now, Nako trying to get that Mega Nav up. They have cleared out the wave. They'll hold on for now. Hilly's 45 seconds away, but with the next wave comes the oncoming tsunami of BDS. Chayak looking for that Solar Snare, the CC. Vitality now trying to defend with 3 inhibitors down. They have good wave clear, but do they have the ability to stop BDS's advance?
Oh, they're trying to wave clear as best they can, but this is tutorial League of Legends. All 3 inhibs down, which means you get even more super minions. Can Vitality hang on? Can BDS goes?
He goes in, he looks for the Gnar, he finds them, but his team is not there to follow up. Kazi dives in, and Kazi is met by BDS. Nuke will take him out. Hilly will respawn just to see his Nexus fall. As in the end, BDS will best Vitality.
It takes them a long time to finally drive the dagger home, but BDS send Vitality out of playoffs. It was long. It was an absolute slugfest, but BDS finally, and I think really through 113's engages, get themselves the team fights they need.
It was the coordination. You could see Paris looking for the hook. As soon as Rebuttal was down, it's like, okay, 113, let's go. We know we can actually find this engage. Great play all around. You can vote for one of the BDS players in your Kia player of the game, player of the series vote, sorry, 113, Nuke, and Paris are your options. Nuke also had a great game. Yep. Paris also, like in game 1, had an absolute blinder.
Oh yeah, because this is for the whole series. That's all, you have to judge it over the course of it. Yeah, I know BDS really felt like they came online when the game got a little bit slower. Game 3, probably a little too slow for what they wanted, but they got away with it. They get it over the line. They will move on to the next round of the lower bracket.
And they'll play up against Fnatic tomorrow. Like, it's not a long time they have to really reset and get ready for tomorrow's games. Vitality have a slightly longer time, of course, to reset before they will come back in spring. It'll take about as they finish up their winter split. Some great moments, some inconsistencies, I think, overall is what has plagued Vitality this winter.
They bow out on a slugfest in that game 3. It is hard to come off the stage with a loss of that kind of length. It does weigh hard on you. I think that, you know, it was a heck of a game. They go out.
Yeah, that they do, and we're going to go to a short break ourselves. Afterwards, Law will be standing by with Nuke.
And welcome back to the stage. I'm Laure, standing by with Nuke in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Nuke, one word to describe this series, to describe this last game, the anxiety that you fans felt.
Like, stressful.
I bet,
Game
yeah.
were like kind of crazy. We always had a lead.
Yeah.
I think we were playing well early game, but then mid game start and it start like I don't know, like it's hard,
Mhm.
and yeah.
Yeah, it feels. I mean, that's something we've discussed ahead of the series. Actually, it feels like mid-game kicks in, and there's those intrusive thoughts that you guys cannot control, where you pull the trigger when you don't have to. Is that something you're working on? And how do you fix this? Actually, it seems easier said than done.
Okay, we are working a lot on it. Like
Alright.
mostly this. How to fix it? It's like I don't know.
All right.
We just have to play better as a team,
Yeah.
and yeah.
But you did, though, because I know that before the series, I was talking to you about the discipline maybe that was lacking for BDS, and you said it's not so much discipline, but more synergy between us.
Yeah.
It felt pretty good today.
Today was better. Like we were more on the same page, but still like some moment. Like I have one play in mind, like the Herald, when it's like full stomp early game, and if we stack as a ball, we'll win. But it was like it's those little moments that we fail that makes the game really hard, you know.
And I feel like it's going to be even harder tomorrow against Fnatic, one of the best teams we had in the regular season. Fell through against G2 last week. What's your understanding of Fnatic as a team right now? You're not going to have a lot of time to prep either.
Okay, I mean Fnatic, strong mid jungle subcore, strong understanding of the game. We'll do everything with the friendship of power to beat them. And it will be good tomorrow.
The power of friendship to win games and to win the LEC in the end. That's the hope. We have 113, your jungler, on the other side of the studio with Shox and Finn. Anything you want to tell him after today's performance?
Nice smite. We got Nasholat. Thank you, Boom. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Keep them coming. And thank you, Nuke, for the intro.
Thank you very much.
Shox, over to you.
Thank you so much. The friendship of power is coming through, and yeah, congrats on the smites and everything. This is your biggest fan, by the way. You of course are very familiar with him.
I'm his biggest fan as well.
Yeah. Do you think you made him proud today?
I don't think so. I played so bad, like I think, but
We'll talk about that later. Okay, let's just
We can talk about
celebrate
it now.
while we're happy.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you, Tim.
Difficult series, I gather, from your side as well.
yeah, I mean, I think this series could have ended on game 2 if we played better as a team. And as individual, I made a big mistake around minute 16 on River. And if this doesn't happen, like we were stomping both games, both game 1 and game 2, and we should have finished it more cleaner, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit sad. Speaking of the mistake at minute 16, here we have you going for a crab in topside river. Why did this happen, do you think? Was it just impatience?
I mean, crab is just like kinda yummy.
Kinda yummy? Yummy in your tummy?
Yeah, yummy in my tummy. This scuttle crab, like I wanted it so bad.
Yeah, I mean your team kind of saw that and tried to help you. Obviously this was a pretty disaster. They came back, Seri got really strong, Ari as well. But you guys managed to bounce back very well in game 3. But it took quite some time to finish that game out. Were you guys getting stressed in the middle of the late game fights?
I think so. If you listen to our communication, you will like think like house is on fire or something. And this is obviously not good. We need to be a bit more calm, more chill. And this was, at least this series was a good experience for us, since both games like kind of went long, and we went into game 3. It's a good experience for us for tomorrow, and I hope we can be more chill and calm tomorrow.
Sounds like you guys need a firefighter.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to step up and beat yourself.
To be fair, it is like, this is what Finn set up the day with. It's like, he loves to see you play because it's always going to be explosive. You don't know what you're going to get. But as you said yourself, sometimes you find yourself in the wrong position. And when we spoke at the beginning of the year, you said, I really want people to remember me differently than they did last time I was here. Do you feel like you're succeeding a little bit in that, or?
I think it depends. I always expect a lot from myself, and so far this series, game 1 and at least for my performance, game 1 and 2 was fine till some point, and I dropped the ball at game 2, as I said, like individually, and game 3, I think I just played bad, and I think this is not a like good sign, and but I will try to make people remember me as a good player instead of a flipper, and I hope I can do that tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of a rock star, so that's fine too, right, Finn?
I will keep supporting him until he
I
becomes
know
that
you
player.
will. Our Kia player of the series was Paris, 113. You have some kind words for your support?
Yeah, I'm happy for him. Also, it's his birthday today.
Oh,
And
happy birthday, Faris.
yeah, I want to say him happy birthday, and I hope it was not a bad birthday for him.
No.
Yeah, that's it.
You were just making it more exciting, really. That's
yeah.
all it was. All
He
right.
said I would rather have this than like celebrate my birthday, so I guess it was fine.
That's lovely. Well, congratulations to him. We'll see you tomorrow. Teşekkürler, of course. And also, by the way, Laure won the bingo, the Fearless bingo. Just so you know, she's the best of any of us. We'll be tossing to a quick break, but when we come back, we have the Spanish matchup between GX and TH, Team Heretics versus Giant X.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Have you ever seen a car crash happening? The people are all right, but the car is definitely crashing. And you know that people slow down, and that's how you get those traffic jams. And you can't help it. You just have to look at it. That's me with Giant X this split, okay? Listen, week one, they do amazing. 3-0, never did it before. The team is gelling. Giotto is doing great up until he gives that interview. And he drops some bombs. He says, G2, they're not gonna make Worlds. Look at us. Okay, we're looking. We're looking, dude. Okay, week two, he's about to play G2, and he tweets this. Today against G2, and good news, they can't dodge and draft like they do in scrims. You all know what happened after. Unfortunately, they lose to G2, but it's still fine. It's still okay. And then they get to playoffs. The Warwick incident. Scared of werewolves? I don't know, but can you not tell me you're kind of just watching to see how far the train is going to go off the rails, if the car's going to hit the wall or not? I kind of am. Is that horrible of me? I don't know, but we are here. They have to turn it around, Giant X. Can they, or will it be the self-fulfilling prophecy? I don't know. What do you think, casters? I'm unhinged.
So rightfully so, Shock. So rightfully so when GX have to put their money where their mouth is. My name's Asterix, I'm joined by Vetti. That is the changing lanes guy. Let's see if GX can do it before they run into a wall, right, or an oncoming traffic, which is Team Heretics running into them.
Yeah, they're going to have to change tracks real quick. That's for sure.
He kind of said it, yeah.
Today, they're going to be going up against Team Heretics, a team where their expectations are not very high. When we look at this roster, it's kind of the more that they perform, they continue to surprise. And while they did definitely have a difficult opponent in the form of Fnatic last week, when we see Giant X falter against G2, the question marks start to arise. Will they be able to bounce back today? Will they be able to end their lose streak? Or will Heretics fall short today? It's an exciting one with elimination on the line.
It is because, again, if you only watch these teams from last year, you'd see variance from what we see now, right? Competition against G2, and while it was, again, a 2-0, we saw some moments in those games as well. It was talked about, yes, they didn't know how to advance against the Warwick Pantheon, but there were still some good moments from GX. You look at Team Heretics and their matchup against Fnatic, they got out-dove in the lane swap. I think there are some disasters there, but in Game 2 especially, very competitive against Fnatic, where Team Heretics, I think it was in our meeting where Finn, both Jack Spectra said the same thing. They did better than expected and also surprised us as well with some good fundamentals. We really hope to see that here again today, which is what drives this matchup to be a little bit more entertaining than it might look on paper.
Yeah, I'm looking forward, especially that we got our first best-of-3 go to 3 games today.
Finally.
The question is, will we see that pushed today? Because again, in terms of our expectations, Giant X are definitely the favorites coming into this matchup today. They were a strong contender for the top Thor pretty consistently throughout the regular season, and losing to G2 is not necessarily a detriment, especially when you highlight some of the strengths that we did see from them in their last week. In Game 1 with the Warwick, the way that they bounced back, they leveraged the Vi Ahri to finding really effective picks. They were able to punish the mispositions that G2 demonstrated multiple times. They were good with their mid-game vision control, and they're very competitive in the team fights, but a lot of that comes from the man in the bot lane, Jun. His ability to find initiations, his playmaking ability on these engaged supports, whether it be the Rel, last week he brought out the Nico. This is really what gives them so much of the foundation to set up for great team fights and turn games around.
I know you and a lot of our analysts out there are excited for the fact that when Jun's ahead, this team really steamrolls. We've got a lot to talk about and digest into what makes Giant X tick. And I think, again, coming back to your point, which was the starting point for Desk earlier in the day, which was, okay, we're trying to decide our top 4, our top 3 of the league. When you go outside that bubble, Giant X should be leading the rest of the pack, the people who only just made it into playoffs, like the Team Heretics, like the Vitalities and BDSs we just saw. They should be on top of that, and that's what really defines this matchup for me.
Yeah, and ultimately, when they do come in as the favorites, again, it just takes the pressure off Heretics. You know what I mean? And when teams play without pressure, that's normally when we see them play at their best.
True.
And that's what I want to see from Heretics, because they've showcased a lot of potential. They've rapidly been growing throughout the split. They're a roster that, again, people didn't expect much from, but I'm excited to see what they can bring out today. I hope they've got some cool stuff prepared. Last week, they showed us the Yone Yasuo combo. They got off to a good start, but they couldn't quite convert it through to a few poorly executed team fights, and I'm hoping they've been able to show a bit more growth, more evolution as they come into this elimination best-of-3.
I mean, the pressure's on again. Let's see if this one goes the distance as well. And his coach has come out. I mean, it was such a big statement from Giant X, from Gyu Hoto. Such a big, big statement. Downhill since then. Can this finally break the curse? Remember, the winner of this will go forward and verse up against Koi. A very big matchup in another BO3, but it would be such a redemption arc for Giant X if they could get it across the line.
Certainly would be. So we're getting ready for draft. Players on stage. The question is, what will the priority be? We've seen teams... Wow, we've seen a lot of priority. Earlier, I know you were getting mad at the Azir priority.
It's just strange after watching LPL all day, and not because Dilby played Lee Sin mid or like, you know, Nipper just a strange
that's got
thing.
nothing to do with it.
No, but seeing Azir early, it just shows you how different the region is, right? Because again, you look internationally and people are moving away from things like Victor, like Azir, these slow scalers, these free scalers, sure, but we're getting a lot more bullying, a lot more pairings coming through. You know, we've seen Vi, and we see Vi in the LEC as well. We see things like Nocturne banned away as the series goes on. The Zyra, another good example. Things that come alive at 6 and really ramp up the game and its temperature. That's what I think we should be seeing more of, Eddie. That's just what I want to see. What hits up for you?
Well, I'm expecting Vi to be a priority for Giant X.
Good startup.
I think it's just something that's very comfortable for closer, and it sets up synergies nice alongside Jackie's. The thing that I feel I'm missing a lot of in the early game from GX is the support jungle combination.
Okay.
I think that in the mid game, when they work together to set up team fights, you see them work so well together. But in the early game, especially last week when I saw them playing up against G2, their proactivity in the early game was just largely lacking. They weren't being aggressive with this strong RE Vi combo in the mid jungle. You'll notice that Vi is available. Kalista going to be taken away as Zyra, Mel, and Corki banned on the side of GX.
So let's just see if they go the direct route again with something like the Azir, or as you mentioned, jungle path for the Vi. The priority there, B1 for Giant X locked in for closer again.
Now, with Corki taken off the board, Varus is incredibly popular here in Europe alongside the Ezreal.
Agreed.
Both AD carries like to play it, but obviously, specifically in Europe as well, with the Vi taken away, Ambessa likes to be taken away as well because of how strong that Vi-Ambessa combo is. So as we were talking about, the Ezreal already locked in for Heretics, and the Varus Kai'Sa response are both very common, especially because of how well they can do it.
And let's see if that gets partnered with the support. The Rel, as we know as well, has been top tier. Leona has really risen in play as well. Also want to throw in something like potentially the Rakan, as pairing with the Ezreal has seen as a really good duo, consisting that Ezreal can stay alone in that lane while Rakan gets involved in the early grub fights.
One of the things I do like, I know it was just a hover as the Cassante is going to be locked in, pretty much as we often see here, well, not just here in the LEC, but around the world.
Everywhere.
Ambessa and the Cassante. Just the rise of Lulu a little bit. With the introduction of Fearless, players are being forced to expand more on their pool, try different things out, and they are seeing the value of some of these range supports in many matchups. And there is the Azir that you're so fond of.
Love it.
But in terms of front to back, it's an old school classic. Ezreal, Azir, incredibly consistent, very strong scaling carries that as long as they have a solid front line to play around, they are set up for success. Leona, Alistar, Sejuani, these are the type of champions that you really want to leverage to act as a front line to allow them to do damage from range.
Support hands not showed yet, so those are really good points, Vedius. We'll see what engage gets taken off the board, because for now, Team Heretics are getting rid of some of these lane counters, some of these setups that could come through with such a strong front line in GX's side. Yone, as you can see, already taken away. Sejuani, as we have popularity in Europe, also taken off the board with a melee solo laner in the Ambessa.
I mean, it just makes so much sense as well. We just talked about how Heretics want some sort of front line, and Sejuani fits the bill perfectly. They're going to take that away from Xiao. Maokai already gone. Things like Xin Zhao may also rise in priority.
Agreed.
The Rel taken away, very much suggesting that Heretics want to first pick their jungler here, give more freedom for Sten to get the counter pick, and we know that Jun absolutely loves his Rel. So, makes a lot of sense. With the Braum actually following up. Another great frontliner that Giant X don't want to have to deal with.
Again, I'm going to raise the contention of something like the Rakan here, Betty, as well, even though Braum would have been fine running the Rakan into, but now options available for Stend, who's had a bit of a rough introduction in. You look at his champion pool, the Leona you pulled out, Renata's also there, but with Ezreal sounds a bit rubbish. Maybe jungle here for Xiao, adds AD into the pool. And yes, this usually is seen when the options are taken off the board in jungle, but now for the first game for Team Heretics.
I like the hover here of the Taliyah, and they immediately lock in the Poppy. So they're trying to mitigate the mobility that is coming out on the side of Heretics. And you'll see it's now much harder to move as both these champions make their way onto the Rift. But I think there's a decent amount of dive, solid disengage now with the introduction of Poppy. You can, at least, okay. I am surprised. I mean, a lane swap is definitely what Heretics is looking for. When you run Pantheon, when you run the Elise, very strong diving champion,
Really
very
good dive.
easy to execute, point and click CC, the follow-up with the Cocoon as well. But we were talking about how traditionally with Ezreal and Azir, you're looking for a strong frontline, and Elise Pantheon isn't really that. They provide you with a fantastic bridge from the early game into the late game. They can really look to try and snowball through a lane and get things going, get the momentum going so that you can reach that late game point. But it does not provide you with the same level of safety that a lot of strong tanks can for these scaling.
And if they fall behind as well, then you just lose that, you know, that traction that moves you into the mid to late game as well. So a very valid point when you consider that yes, dives are in the meta as well, but also the mobility between jungle and support is going to have to be watched here for Team Heretics running into this game. I want to point out on the outside for Giant X, I mean, we have some really strong pocket picks, but strong mid-jungle pairing here for Giant X as well, with the Taliyah, with the Vi. Looking forward to see if they can bully Camilo, because I think Jackie's and Closer has been an exciting duo to watch, especially when you consider that Jackie's has built up a lot more confidence from last year, and Closer's come in with a very strong leadership, it seems, watching this team. Let's hope he can display it here today, because remember, it's Elimination Day. Loser of this is out until we come back for spring. All is on the line. Vitality had to fight tooth and nail. Now it is Giant X's turn to fight with Team Heretics as our best of 3 Fearless, our last one of the night, continues here. All holds bar as we run back onto Summoner's Rift.
Now, it's an interesting situation.
Is it?
Oh, I have to hold my breath. I had a point.
No, you're right. It's
Sten
an
might
interesting
remove
situation,
it.
isn't it?
Okay, they're moving in for a bit. Remember, we talked about how I expected Heretics to look for a potential lane swap, just because running Elise Pantheon really screams to me, I wish to dive underneath your tower.
Yeah.
They're going for the delayed invade. Giant X. Poppy moving up towards the top side. The base going to come through from Kaiser. And it looks like they're trying to get away from this 2 versus 2. We'll see if they can execute that dive as the invade comes through. But
yes,
Giant X were a team that we thought for a long time sat at the top of the table, especially after their 3-0 week. However, they find themselves currently sitting at a 0-6 streak. Their last win was against Heretics, week 2, day 2. But you'll notice the loss streak has plagued them since then. And it's a matter of trying to get out of that slump, and it does feel like the momentum, the style, I feel like Giant X haven't been able to evolve in the same way as a lot of the other teams in the league have. The regular season is cutthroat in many ways, just because you have to adapt incredibly quickly. And for a team like G2 and even a team like Vitality, I think they showcased a lot of growth very quickly, especially BDS as well. And I feel like Giant X kind of stagnated. When we saw them going up against G2, we saw a lot of that in the early game, even if we saw some of their strong strengths in the mid game as well. So coming into this matchup, I'm keeping a close eye on them to see how much more of an adaptation have they done. How well are they in terms of setting up around those neutral objectives? How much can they make happen in the early game? And this early dive, which obviously not going to happen right now, given that there is no top laner to dive.
Oh, true. It's not the new patch, guys. So again, those turrets aren't going to one-shot you. As Team Heretics on the other side, it is just going to be the match for match here. Shao is clearing out camps. You can see vice versa, Closer doing the same thing. So this is what we normally see. Top laners sit around mid, look for their level 2, then maybe TP for the defense. For now, that's not happening. Sticking around a little bit longer here as Team Heretics right now have the tempo for this bot lane turret.
Lot is making his way towards bot lane. Shao is on the bot side of the map, but he's not close to threaten any kind of dive. Carlson is here to soak up a bit of the gold from the tower plate. Lot just wants to be in range of the experience, staying in the fog of war, soaking up what XP he can.
I was going to say, I was expecting minion wave to clear out. Maybe he tries to flash W, but you know, Lot obviously not going to be that crazy as he pulls up some of the experience. It's not going to be vice versa. Look towards top. Still that Ambessa just sits down, clears out, backs herself, and Carlson will now teleport back up in top lane. While we're talking about this, as Lot is just watching this back happen in front of his eyes.
The great thing about this, though, from Sten, is it denies Lot some XP, and Lot's like, I can't afford to miss out this whole wave. He's still going to lose out on the cannon minion, so I like that little base from Sten. Just in the event that he is hovering around, the interrupt can come through, and so he ends up losing a little bit of XP. You can see between the two top laners, XP is largely the same. Ultimately, though, I do think Carlson with an ever so slight advantage, as you can see in the gold at the bottom of your screen.
Both champions just good at soaking and, you know, surviving in the event of this lane swap as well. TP coming up, we'll finally get those 2v2 standard lanes, and the only difference that comes through from it is the fact that one top laner got slightly more CS here so far. Remember, again, the fortification buffs for Noah and Jud made it a little bit harder to get plating, so slight advantage on the turret from Flacket and Sten in that lane mismatch. As Close is getting pretty dirty with it with Shao in his own jungle. Vault Breaker not going to connect. Shields out, walks back, and this is just going to be a nice little steal with Jackie's having push in mid.
Good use of the priority that he has. Jun also working with his jungler, and one of the first things we talked about was I wanted to see Closer and Jun working more together, and moving out on the map like this is exactly the type of play that I was talking about.
What defines their game? I mean, again, Jun, I think, is a big part of this team. You already mentioned it before, and like some of the big plays that he's had, but like how he moves again in the early game. Thank you again to Molecule for that one. It's just been how Jun cements himself. Yeah, it's a bit of a highlight, isn't it? I mean, again, along with Noah, it is nice to have a pre-made duo. I'm sure that has a big part to play. As Noah and Jun still staying together after their time on Fnatic. You can see there's a lot of communication here. There's a quick cleanser as a talk about them. So Noah's just going to have to walk it back.
So far in the early game, slow and tepid one. Hover from Sheo to protect his bot lane as they look to push out this bot wave. Dragon going to be started off. As a recall will come through from Jackie's in the mid lane as well. But thanks to the control the Flackens then have in the 2 versus 2, it should be an easy objective pickup. Now, of course, GiantX should be setting their sights on the Grub, spawning in about 30 seconds. But given how quickly Heretics are securing this objective off spawn, they might be in a position to get some quick resets off and look to contest. You'll see the resets coming through now from Noah and Jun. If they activate these, yeah, they're going to come through. They're not going to cancel, and they're going to make a beeline towards top lane. So given that choice, it's now going to be very difficult for Heretics to contest, given that they've chosen to stay an extra wave, and now they're going to go back to base.
Well, Vedius, I'd like to point something out while we're here in the early game. Look at that item. Symbiotic Souls Talia. Oh, yeah. I think these boots are absolutely busted. And we're on 15.3, which I believe is the patch where I got 5 move speed buff. Or is that 4? Patches all blend together for me now. Either way, I think these boots were busted before. I think they're still busted. Having an enhanced recall like you've got Baron in a competitive game just feels so good. And Jackie's going to show that his movement speed, hey, if he didn't have Symbiotic Souls, he's caught there.
I'm glad that you're a fan of the shoes.
They're so good. They're so good.
We'll track how much value Jackie's gets out of it on the Talia.
And fun fact, I know a lot about
Share
this.
with me your fun fact.
If you get the feats of strength, you get an extra 5 move speed on it. So you get 50 base move speed, then 45 out of combat. And then you can upgrade them again for the 10% move speed out of combat or whatever it is, amplification. So
you are fast.
Movement speed is an underrated stat in League of Legends, and I think movement speed in League is broken.
It's not underrated anymore.
You don't reckon?
I'm telling you, it is fairly rated. Everyone recognizes movement as strong.
Oh, okay, so they've caught on.
I think everyone has now realized the movement speed is in fact quite good, and I will fight against the propaganda that it's underrated.
Okay, well, it's clearly rated. I think it's not clearly rated enough. It could go a little bit higher.
I mean, if you wish to be that pedantic about it,
I do indeed.
I will then agree.
Thank you, Vedius.
We turn our attention back to the game at hand.
Oh, we do.
It is about as slow as it can get.
Oh, it can get slower, I'm sure.
I was really anticipating a little bit more action. You know, Vi, Talia ults, like they're online, like let's get groovy. I'm setting my sights on the minimap and immediately I see, okay, bot lane potential play. Here we go, nice deep ward in. The Talia gets the push in mid. You move into the bot side river. The Vi threatens the dive. But Vi is going back into her jungle and she's clearing. So that means there will not be a dive.
Okay, because you were getting really into it.
I was hoping.
I was thinking Vedius is whispering, so it must be something special. You know, just what could happen next? A mystic shot that connected, that got the cannon. Big play.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I hold some criticism towards GiantX because I do think that their early games are slower than they need to be.
Okay.
Not to say that they have to force anything in the early game. It's not like they're necessarily doing anything wrong, but...
Camilo. Seismic shove, flash for flash. Nice use there, but Jackie's had to or he was dead to show.
Nice pause from Jackie's. Good restraint not to immediately flash so that he doesn't get caught. Sheo would have done some serious damage had he had been. In any case, flash is traded. Nothing too worthy to note as I keep my eyes once again on the minimap, looking at the junglers. They're going to cross paths here. Here we go.
Okay.
Surely.
He's excited. I can see Vedius up on 2 legs. All right. As opposed to, I don't know, Vedius, you've only got 2. Is into the bush. Camilo walks first. Vault Breaker, though, connects with him. Ulti straight away, but Sheo's here to save the day as he normally is. Camilo tries to cut it back, but First Blood goes over to Jackie's. Seismic shove is a good sidestep from Sheo as GiantX are on the board first, and they walk away with no disregard.
Big mistake there from Camilo. The idea being that he would collapse onto the Vi with his jungler. Unfortunately, he just opened himself up to be a target himself. With no flash, no ulti, it was an easy collapse from Closer, and GiantX end up securing First Blood.
Well, with that opening as well, great news for Jackie's fans as he once again gets himself ahead. I feel like Jackie's just been that player who's been getting better and better with age. You know, it's been a short wine. Like, you bought the wine last year. I know the other guys will talk about it. You buy the wine last year, and it's had a year to age. Now, it is a pretty good wine. You can open it now, or you can keep letting it ferment.
At what stage would you say that Jackie's is in this wine analogy?
I don't know. Well, how long did Caps take to ferment?
Like a year.
Okay, well, maybe, I'm not going to compare the two, that's just outrageous, but Jackie's maybe like, you know, a couple of years?
Yeah, I think he joined in 2017, and then in 2018 he won his first title, was Caps.
Oh yeah, and then
he didn't stop winning for a while.
And then he went to Worlds with Fnatic, that was it.
Yeah, and then he went to World Finals.
And then 2019, it didn't, like, the bottle was open, but he still smelled good, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Winning at MSI, okay. Well, a lot of expectations for Jackie's then. Let's just leave that there.
I just think it's very hard to compete with Caps and Legacy.
I mean, we've had this conversation many times. Who does? Like, everyone was like, oh, it's Humanoid. But then, you know, Humanoid has its ups and downs as well. And not to be mean to anyone, it's just that Caps has just somehow been so good at the game. There's a lot and Cher can battle it out. Now, I'm not sure if the Pantheon has enough damage, but with Conqueror, he makes me believe a little bit more so. As Lot sitting on a ward now.
All right, Scrubs, here we go.
Betty has set me up because we're walking towards it.
I mean, one has already been secured. There is no jungler in the area, which makes it seem unlikely that any action. Oh, okay, they're approaching. Surely, here we go. 4 members, but they're so close.
Close
a
still
Pantheon
has smite.
W.
All it takes, Betty, but 6
He missed
grubs.
the smite.
And Jackie seismic shoved.
And they're retreating.
And it's done. Betty is much like your shirt. Not much more to say there, right?
Unfortunately, that is.
I mean,
I like my shirt.
It is a strange mustard color. It's very out there for you.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
This is what happens when there's not enough action in the game to keep your mind preoccupied.
Makes me go something. You know, I have, for some reason, as a child, I watched a lot of Simpsons, and I saw, you know, when he does the Shining episode.
I think I remember that episode.
Come on, you're old, man. You're like 34, 35
I'm
or something.
in the prime age.
Yeah, okay, what's that?
Just your 30s.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Is that good? Everyone says your 30s are your best years.
That's what they say.
Do they just do that because they're coping? Do you think people are coping because they're just getting older and they know it?
No. Who enjoys being young?
Oh, yeah, true.
Not me.
Screw that.
I like my body randomly aching at times.
Oh, yeah. You bend down and you don't know if you're going to get up today, you know?
Just when you awkwardly pull a muscle and you don't understand how.
What was that about? Why does my head hurt today? Must be thinking too much.
Hey, Dragon, it's being started off.
Would you like to take me there? Because it's gone.
Thank you, observers.
Now what?
Right, back to the game.
Yeah, well, that's where we were. What's next? Good one.
I'm struggling here.
Good on you, Betty.
You know, it's one of those problems where you've been casting for a number of years and you realize, like, what really can I add to this game?
I know.
Yeah.
The word scaling.
Well, no, what I'd love now is just a Cadril freestyle rap. That's what would really bring.
Oh, yeah.
The cat hat rat trap.
Ah, yeah, right in the middle of it.
Classic.
The interrupt trap from Lot, actually. Carlson can't get out with an ulti. Hang on, you wanted action, we might get it, but Lot misses the flip.
The bot lane, look at the bot lane.
Okay, a little bit more. Jun, low, but ulti from Camilo straight away. However, Noah's repositioning is big, and Jun just says, later. Sten gets sent away. Jackie zoning as well, while the top laners beef it out a little bit more. 2 for GX, and I mean, this early game is going well enough for them.
The threat of a Cadril freestyle was all we needed to get the players active on the map. No one did. Carlson now going for the 1v1 again.
There's no mana for Lot as well. He's already burnt the ulti. Carlson should have this, and with the flash away, Carlson to match it. Auto runs out of cooldowns, and luckily Lot gets out alive.
It was a tense one. GIANTX, though, they walk away with another kill to their name, finding it in the bot side of the map and finding it onto Camilo once more. He tried to find the flank. He tried to find the playmaking angle, but he was shut down very quickly by GX as they find themselves now with a 1.6k gold lead. The Herald spawning in about 2 minutes time. Lot catching this wave. Gets the health back thanks to his regeneration. He's going to look to go back to base. We return to a net neutral position with GIANTX finding themselves with a small lead on the map.
Remember, 6 grubs, a dragon picked up as well, so objective already picked up for GX in terms of feat of strength. All they need is one more kill. And this game will give those symbiotic souls a little bit of extra juice. Jackie's now has it upgraded as well, so that Talia very fast around the map to roam. Now sitting up top as well, Betty, is Herald's a minute 40 away. Dragon very far away. And for Team Heretics in this game, for a Pantheon Ambessa, I mean, again, this is why I don't like Azir, Betty, because it feels like it slows the game down.
Back to that, are we?
It feels like it slows the game down.
Hey, man, it could be worse. It could be Azir every single game.
It could be Azir Corky again, and you know.
And Fearless means that that can never happen again.
True.
Okay? Can happen often, but not all the time, and we'll take that.
That's the best part about Fearless.
Now, you shared with me a fun fact. I wish to share with you one, which you already know.
Do I?
Today was the first ever Ravenous Atakan that we saw in a Tier 1 league.
In LPL, I was watching
LPL,
it, Game
yes.
5 for some reason.
It was exciting. I was surprised. I had to do a double take to make sure that we actually saw it.
Did you check and see it was the first one?
I believe so, yeah.
Because I remember, like, I don't know. I'm not trying to misquote you here. Because I can't remember. There's LPL just goes back to back every single day. I feel like my brain churned in like, oh my god, we got a Ruinous Atakan at the start. Ravenous or Ruinous? Which one is it?
It's Ravenous.
Is it?
Is it? Oh,
I think it's Ruinous.
I haven't seen it enough.
You don't see it. You see it in solo queue and you're like, yeah, whatever. You see it in pro play, you're like, wait, what? I did a double take watching the game. I was like, hang on a minute.
Now, it's not really relevant to this game. I just thought it was a fun fact.
It might be. Jun goes in. Ulti, but oh no, flashing into the steadfast presence. Oh, yikes. This is why Poppy's such a great pick. As Closer flashes in himself, misses now. Pops the ulti. Flackett's going to get burned, but Closer's here alone. Are we just getting bored that we're sending it? Like, I get it. It's elimination, but it feels like people have got ants in their pants.
Very much an overcommitment from GX. Noah had the ulti, but he chose not to follow up, and I think that was the wise decision. The point and click stun from Sheo locked down Closer. The follow-up CC from Sten made it easy for Heretics to turn the kill around, and this is going to open up the Herald for them.
Well, at least something for Team Heretics here in the early game. And again, you can't criticize them not doing something. They punish Giant X, and they punish them well. Sidewave, the only thing that's going to come through is Jackie's picks up the first turret of the game. Excuse me, that was already Team Heretics who picked that up. Matches with yet another turret, which means gold is still in their favor. 2 turrets to 1 here, and that dragon is now spawning in 35 seconds. So if we're looking for more fighting, it feels like that should be the time, as there is a flip here. Lot, how do you feel about the ulti now? Not going to pop it.
I do feel as though in that matchup, the Ambessa wins up until Cassante ults, and then she starts to lose.
True. If she can disengage and get away, it's fantastic.
Yes, if not, uh-oh.
The most broken thing about Cassante is Giant X, a bit of a death brush, is the fact that he gets a new mana bar for his ulti, and then gets to run through a whole bit of mana there, and then turns out of his ulti and gets his old mana back.
Yeah. Cool. Anyway, Dragon now.
You wanted fun backs, bro. I'll give it them, dude.
Yep, definitely fun.
Yep.
Going to be started off by Heretics. There are people here, and also people of the opposite team. But Heretics choosing to walk away from those people.
It's like when you're in a shopping center, you know, like a mall or something. There's too many people there.
No, I'll tell you what it's like.
Go outside.
It's like you want the popcorn, but there's too much of a crowd of people there.
That's me! I don't want to get it. So people in our audience, like I get popcorn every time I'm here.
They're back.
Yeah, there might be. Is Sheo not going to get over the wall, but there's an engage, and Steadfast Presence stops them escaping. Poppy for this team is a nightmare. Sten gets over the wall, but there's a wall in the way of that wall, and Noah just ultis through. Even though Team Heretics punished Giant X before, it just goes back to being a bit of a shellacking.
Yeah, questionable play there from Heretics. They were way too late if they wanted to try and contest that dragon. They end up showing up after the dragon falls, and then Jun with a really nice play. We've already talked so much about his proactivity when it comes to the playmaking. He finds another great one, and he's able to shut down Kamilu, bringing his scoreline to 0-3 now. Sten having to pay for the mistakes of his team. And Giant X just continue to find advantage after advantage. We look back at it, and again, like, it's 3 versus 4 as the Ambessa is still making their way down from the mid lane. Lot finds a flank angle and a really nice flash in from Jun with the steadfast presence to interrupt any form of escape. And GX find themselves 2 quick kills.
You talked about it in draft, but Poppy versus this team, Elise pounce, like Elise's kit is annoying. Azir can't jump in with Poppy in the way. Pantheon can't get his 1 stun off. And Bessa can't spin to win. Like, Poppy, I think it was a genius pick from Giant X, stymies and stifles so much of what Team Heretics want to do with part of their pick.
I will say, Elise Q in Spider form is a smart... Does that get into
That stops.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
She can
Never
still
seen that
repel up,
interaction
from my
before.
understanding.
She definitely can repel.
But her Q, yeah, her Q gets interrupted. Now, Ezreal can get out with his E because that's a blink.
Now that is a fun fact.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Normally, I don't impress you. So this is news to me.
I will not comment on that. Now, next objective. We've got the Atakan spawning in about 20 seconds.
Ooh, which one's it going to be?
Now, we've seen many teams. I feel the team that starts Atakan, if I had the stat, and admittedly I am making this number up completely, so I just want to put that out
Definitely
there.
real, guys.
But based on my eye test, teams that start the Atakan have about a 70 to 80% chance of losing it.
Right.
I would even suffice to say 85%.
But that's so like contextual because if people started up when the whole enemy team's aced,
Yeah,
that's out the window.
You have caught me on a technicality there.
I have. I've caught you. You are caught. Yeah. But you're saying when both teams are alive.
When both teams are alive. Thank you.
That's the eye test, right?
I needed the legal clarification there.
Really specific stats there, guys.
Which are also fictional because they're based on my eye test.
That's true. I think Vedius, what he said is very true. As Jackie's ulti's in to catch them off guard. Rather, Team Heretics left side is flanked, but Jackie's doesn't find too much. Carlson now teleports in as well. 5 members of Team Heretics grouped up mid. They flash, they find, and Jackie's just caught out by Sheo. He's poked out, but a seismic shove buys him time. Flacken can't poke him down, and Sheo can't finish the job. Noah flies in to take the kill as Lot has kept Team Heretics back in their own jungle. 5 members of GX now, they have topside river for themselves.
A big disconnect coming in from Heretics as half the roster is trying to disengage from a pick being looked for by Jackies. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sheo tries to force an initiation. But a good use of the worked ground from Jackies to make it difficult for the rest of the team to follow up. Jackie sets his sights on another play in mid. Will they find one?
It's a flash from Lot. Gets in. Seismic shove flashed away from Camilo. Tries to outsmite, draft Rhythm with his play. But Lot still jumps in. Sen goes up and comes down. Giant X to flash. And Jackies smacks down Camilo. Beautiful stuff from this Talia 4-0 and 2.
I mean, GX are just slaughtering Heretics now. They get the Atakan. They punish in the mid lane as well. And that play from Jun to get through the wall, absolutely beautiful. Now Sheo.
He might be dead. It's cease and desist, and Sheo, even though Jun doesn't get the wall there again, they just rum him in, and Noah at 4 kills himself. Giant X. As you said, it's been slow in this early game, but there's not really been a step apart from the int mid where they've been behind.
I mean, Giant X are just playing on the poor coordination that we've been seeing from Heretics in this game. The lack of clear decision-making is really hurting them in this game. We look at the engage coming through. Keep your eyes on Jun here. So Lot will engage on the back line. Flacker disengages. Then look at that E through the wall. Camilo forced to dash away. But unfortunately for him, it's not enough. He's out of resources. The flash comes through from Jackie's. Really nice knockback. That's an easy pickup.
Well, I mean, 6,500 gold. They've got the map to themselves, and all the jungle now gone as well. You see mid slowly pushing in, and Jackie's just using that Weaver's Wall with his quick mobility to zone off if need be. Carlson just ultied. Now there's the Grand Starfall as well. Sheo wanted an angle, but a seismic shove right into the pebbles means that Jackie can sit here, use the Atakan, and be aggressive to 3 members, while the rest of Giant X push in and the inner turret take and bot. Team Heretics being spread thin, and they do not like that.
Giant X really are just making fun of Heretics now. Jackie's in a 1 versus 3. He sidesteps Carlson's ultimate. He avoids the engage from Sheo. Noah goes over the wall.
And again, another wall sent on up. Camilo once again tries to flip them all back, but Noah hits him down. I think Shox is going to be happy about this game because I think Giant X have installed seatbelts on their car.
They're looking to end the lost streak as they secure another Tier 2 tower. The Dragon is available. There's no Baron for them to get as much as they would love to. And Sheo, he sent it up towards the top lane to at the very least try and get something back, but with an 8.5k gold lead 23.5 minutes in, this very much feels like GX's game to lose.
It absolutely is. It's just a clean, easy game, and Giant X, when we had that conversation of like, you know, the desk discussing top 4 is important, and who sits into it, are Koi really in there, like, what does the top of our league look like? But I think if you look towards the bottom and who's getting into that top 4, Giant X with good performances like this starts bringing up the discussion again. Now, I don't know what Sheo just said, Vedius, in all chat. I really don't. I don't know if it's safe. Jackie says he tries hard.
I don't understand.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I'm not saying anything bad, folks. I just don't know what that
I
word
love that
is.
you've brought it up, and now everyone will wonder, and now you can't read it out. You've dug this hole.
Okay, here's what happened.
We don't know
Sheo all chatted, and it was responded by Jackie's. How about that? Easy.
Okay, would you like to swiftly move on?
I don't feel like I'm in deep water here. I can swim.
Very well. Baron going to be spawning in 20 seconds, and GX, they're looking to control the vision on the top side of the map. Control wards set up by Heretics mean that at the very least they're holding a degree of vision.
The main thing was the ord chat, because again, it's throwing precedence here in the series, isn't it? I'd like to see this one go to game 3.
Back
I'm not
to
gonna
the
lie.
hole that you're digging, I see.
I'm from Australia. I live. I mean, Australia's not a hole, let's be real, but we're on the
Just
other
keep
side.
digging. Should I take the shovel away from you?
Because then I can't dig anymore.
The top wave being pushed in, mid as well. GX with fantastic control across the entire top side of the map. They will now clear out these control wards to plunge Heretics into darkness, with which they have to face check to try and even contest this objective. Baron going to be started off by the duo of Closer and Noah. Ezreal Ultimate will spot them out. Here we go.
It's a two-man Baron that's just so easy to take with Kaiser's damage, yeah. I mean, you have to give it to Giant X. It's so clean. Shao's going to ulti in at the very least. So on to Closer. There's an option here at 2.5k.
Wait, he's in the pit.
Shao is there and in smite range. Side big shot. It's a miss smite. It was a little bit early from Shao, but nice try in all chat, I think. Team Heretics have to back away now. Shao's dead for 40 seconds versus the 4v5.
GX with great patience around that Baron. They knew that one more tick of damage would have put Shao within smite steal range, but they don't give it to him. He's forced to smite early, and Closer secures the objective. Now with the Baron, they can set their sights on breaking open the base at long last. So far, given how swift and decisive GX have been, they're looking to do that right now. Flackhead standing as the defensive line. Jun looking to try and zone him away.
They're all in behind the turret. They care not. Jun gets poked out a little bit, but the damage is done. 6 grubs make it the easy work here for Giant X as Carlson now runs in. Unstoppable for the time being. Is light at half HP. He's still in danger. There's a public execution, but against the wall. Buffed away. Lot still dead, so Team Heretics do defend. But remember, they're 10,500 gold behind. Like, it's small wins, but they need to become bigger. Ooh. Is Sten dead?
Doesn't quite have the damage. Jackie's overstaying a little bit. Needs to be careful as Shao is coming.
It is Australia. I'd kill that spider as Sten gets a little bit low. No flash available if he walks back in, but GX just reset.
Personally, I'm a fan of the cut paper outside method.
I mean, that is fine, but like, if I see that spider, if it's anything that's not a daddy long legs, I'm sorry. I'm not saying it publicly I kill spiders, but I've got to look after the family, you know? If I see something in my house that is furry and bigger than my hand, nah, that thing's going.
Do you want to know another fun fact?
What?
A lot of house spiders, if you do put them outside, end up dying anyway because the only way they can live is by living in the house.
So it's a mercy.
I'm not going to call it anything. I'm just going to tell you about that fun fact.
Very deep part of life for spiders right now. If anyone in the audience is a spider or anyone at home, I apologize. I promise. I wouldn't hurt you.
Giant X will continue their siege onto the base with the Baron buff. They've already taken one inhibitor. One is exposed on the top side, but that's not their priority. They want to get this final tier 3 inhibitor down, tower down, I should say.
Good attempt at a cocoon from Stend as well. And Jackie's was just out of range as some of the Kaiser poke as well with the evolved W. Thanks to the fact that there is a bit of AP in the kit. Means that Noah, as he's laughing right now and just emoting, is throwing out W on repeat, looking for the second skin so he can ult in, and his wave clear is immense. Giant X know that. Lot helps it by playing through mid.
Pressure continues. The wall comes through. Jun zoning them away with the ultimate, and there's the final tier 3 tower gone.
Sten walks in, maybe to die, flashes away from the setup from W of Talia. Giant X getting poked out of the base. Shao just ultied in, but Camilla's ulti's even better. Hang on, defense from Team Heretics. Noble, but Noah ultis into the back, goes golden, buys time. While meanwhile, as he flashes out, the rest of his team are dealing with a naughty Ambessa. Closer in the face, ultis. Flackett now next on the menu. Giant X, you could say it was their game all along, and you'd be damn right. Game 1, not even close, and in 29 minutes, they show that they ain't driving this car anywhere off the road.
A clean, decisive game from GX. A slow start to the matchup, but once they found a few picks, once they found a single good fight, they did not slow down.
Giant X versus Team Heretics, so game 2 of this best of 3 Fearless coming up right after this.
play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the best.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Welcome back, everybody. Giant X, they just needed a little bit of motivation, it seems like. A very convincing game versus Team Heretics. And fun fact, we actually had GB Sports going on next door. BDS was playing, and they couldn't even finish their sports game in the time that GX finished off Team Heretics in that first game. Finn, great game from Jackies.
Yeah, Jackies and GX is completely cleaning the sheets with their Heretics game.
Yes.
I mean, I think I really like the tech of Jackies with the Symbiotic Souls, because what happened early game yesterday, he was just pushing waves and then recalling constantly keeping tempo on the map, stacking his Symbiotic Souls, who got buffed this patch to give increased movement speed before he upgraded them. So really good, and a really good control, I think, by Closer and Jackies together. I think they really dictated the pace of the game. And I feel like Heretics never really got a foot in the door.
No. And that's why I think the draft choices were a bit questionable in that sense, because especially when you pick
results-based analysis.
I know, but I said in Reddit check, and I stand by this: if you're not him, don't try to be him. And for me, that's the case of this year. Don't take an early game support if you're not going to be able to get the ball running in the early game, because what is this Elise going to do 20 minutes in?
I mean, I just struggle to see that Heretics had no good response to the swap that GX pulled out. Because when you draft this early, okay, here's the mid lane fight, but as I was saying, is that when you have an early game comp like this, when enemies are sure to swap away from that lane, they don't want to fight against you, they don't want to lane against you. So you need to have some kind of strategy plan. Do you match them? Do you look to dive the top laner? But it was just like a slow, even early game, and then Elise shows up, minute 7, and she's already outscaled.
Yeah, and the issue is that with a composition like this, what you want to do is get your vision set up and get the vision control back. But you don't have the tools to do it, because if you step in, you're going to get stomped. And unfortunately for Heretics, that is what happened here. On the other side for GX, that is the minimum expected from them for the expectations from this roster at the beginning of the season. They had to stomp them here today.
Or in both games is basically what you're saying.
Yeah.
It makes sense. If we go back to the draft here, as we can see, did you like the Pantheon, you guys?
I like the Pantheon, but I feel like this Poppy by Jun just blocks so much of what Heretics wants to do. This Asir can never shuffle in because he will get stopped by the dash. This Mbessa has 4 dashes, she can't use them. This Pantheon can never stun someone because his stun is a jump as well. So what happens is that Jun just walks up, shows his face, and they can't go on him. So what are they gonna do?
Finn, as a pro player, how does this happen? Because if this one champ is countering your whole comp, like, could you have seen it coming?
You could have seen it coming, but I also think if someone blind picks Poppy, you have to have a batter.
Right, it was blind.
You
so
gotta have a better
what am I
punish
saying?
than Elise, because this Elise didn't do anything. I think this Elise was not the pick here. I think they should have picked something that supported the Estral more.
Yeah.
Maybe like a range support that doesn't have a dash like Elise. I think like a Karma would be amazing this game. For example, Estral Karma, classic bot lane 2v2 combo, which really, really nullifies what the Poppy wants to do. Because when Poppy denies you from going into her, you need to draft stuff that has long range damage. With an Asir and Estral already at hand, I think you should play into that strength instead of going into what the Poppy wants to do.
Yeah, makes sense. It's what comes back to what you were saying actually about the Elise not to put it all on Sten. It's always a team decision, but it wasn't really working. What was working is for GX, some of their carries that we've actually praised a lot. I think a lot of people were looking at how Jackie's is going to keep evolving into this year. This was obviously a great game. Here is your montage, I think, of your symbiotic souls.
Push wave base. Push wave base.
Honestly, in matchups like this, you don't have to do more. You just have to be really precise on your recoil timings, because you know that Camilo is not going to be able to do anything. And he's supposed to be the one getting the agency with his pick and actually having some room for the rest of his team to proceed on the map. But yeah, I feel like Jackie's play is phenomenal.
He was dizzy.
Yeah, I feel like you can see Camilo's inexperience in a game like this. I think he was always trying to look for these all-engaged shuffles, kind of make something happen. But I think he needs to realize that his role in this game is not to shuffle, it's to farm up, get strong, and then be a strong front-to-back team fight carry.
Yeah.
And I feel like he didn't really succeed in that job this game by dying so much.
People forget that Azir doesn't have to be an engaged champion.
All roles doesn't have to be
it can be a defensive champion.
Larson understands this, so why does everybody else?
Don't blame my boy.
No, but it's a good point. It's a great point indeed, and it's often bigger than the lane you're playing yourself at that given time, right? But Jackie's, he's did amazing. You wonder where he finds the time. He's a busy boy, Jackie's, but he had a fantastic game here. And I think in the vein of where you're looking at GX wanting to have like a clean 2-0 here and look further, it's all because of the promise they showed very early on in the split. Also, the rumors that we heard of the scrims there very early. I don't know what the word on the street is now. I haven't been here. But they were rumored to be one of the strongest, right? But it's all about when the other teams are improving, are you going to keep going? What's your gut feeling?
Yeah, and this is not the expectations we set for them. They set them themselves. They've been very vocal and clear that they are going for a championship. And when you say that, you are held to certain standards, which they haven't really fulfilled the last couple of weeks. So beating Heretics should be a stepping stone for them to go further and actually fulfill their own prophecy, which is, they can still do it, but they need to improve a lot more. I think we need to see way more than this, not just winning against Heretics.
But again, here, I feel like it's expected to win convincingly against Heretics. It's 6th place team against 8th place team, I think. What is going to be harder for them is tomorrow, but for me, that it can be the confidence win that sends them back on track. And I hope, at least, that if they win second game as convincingly as the first one, they're gonna have, it could be go well for them tomorrow.
Yes, hard. And you know, Movistar Koi has also been a little bit on the ropes, so we'll see. But we're not there yet for Team Heretics. We didn't really get a chance to talk about them before because we ran out of time. Our note was that for them, you know, they everything they get is a win because they already got to the playoffs with a lot of new players, Finn. But where do they have a possibility here to maybe upset the apple cart a little bit in Fearless in Game 2?
Yeah, but I also think, sure, they've gotten really far, but I also think we should try to expect more from them. I don't want to come into a series and expect the team to do bad. I really want to see more from them, and I need to see them have a clear identity. This game, they drafted an early game, but had no idea how to execute on it. If you need to go scale and wait for free items and team fight, do that. If it's going to work, maybe do that. I don't need to see you execute these super hard early game comps when you can just rely on that. I think when they have been looking the best is when Flacket has a team fight carry and is able to pop off in the mid game or late game. And I also want really a lot of agency for Shio, because I think he's been a standout player for me on this team.
And to have agency for Shio, what do you need? Priority in lanes. And I feel like they didn't really have this here, or they didn't have the ways to put this in motion. But yeah, give some priority to your lanes, some space for Shio, and also a draft that doesn't need to win in one way. You want to have a lot of win conditions and recovery, especially if the early game goes bad.
God, that's a lot of things. It's a lot of things with a lot of champions off the table that they may be comfortable on, but it is the playoffs, so that's what you need to get. For GX, is it an easy second draft, you feel?
I mean, I think GX has an ability here to actually hide what they want to prepare against Fnatic. I think you're not really getting challenged by Heretics. So if you want to use draft the standard comp that you think is going to take you to win, maybe like a Wukong Ari that you've shown that you played before, maybe like a strong bot lane for Noah June, anything that is kind of conventional and predictable, I think this is the time to pick it.
I want to see Jackie's back on an AD mid and what they can pair this up with in the jungle. That's what I'm going to be looking at.
Okay, let's see if Jackies can have another big game. Let's head over to our casters.
Oh yes, let's see indeed, because the first game was all cinema from Giant X's side, but none for Team Heretics. I'm here with the Mustard Man. My name is Serix, and boy, oh boy, Vedius, does that make a statement, which we're hoping leads to Team Heretics doing the same thing here in the second game.
That's what we're looking for. I felt like Heretics were just a little disconnected. I think it didn't help in the draft, where they, I feel, kind of overcomplicated it. You know, they needed a simple, straightforward plan of how to execute. And what is this reaction?
I'm sorry, I just looked at your shirt again. I just realized.
That shirt is fantastic.
It is loud, yeah, I love it. I mean, I love it. I just never imagined you in a mustard, you know? It's just crazy.
My goodness. Now is not the time for your opinions on my
Maybe I'm just hungry.
All
Maybe I want to devour some good league.
On the draft,
really? I'm so glad you asked.
Tell me.
I feel like Sejuani should be top priority here, Vedi.
I agree. Great pick, I think, especially if Heretics want to try and simplify the draft. Easy engage tool and just a great way to set up for fights. In terms of what we're seeing banned away, though, Zyra are going to be consistently taken away from Cher. The Skarner naturally banned away on the side of GX. However, Kalista, will this join the pool on the red sides? No, it's going to be blue.
Ban.
Heretics were paranoid about the fact that GX would not ban it, and Heretics definitely did not want a first pick.
Maybe it shows that they want the Varus first pick here. Mel's also taken off the board by red. Go for a Varus B1, or the Sedge comes through anyway. Wukong also available. Maokai's a flex.
True, but it never has been in the LEC.
Okay, but I'm just...
It's likely just going to be the straightforward front-to-back jungle engage that we often see. Now, as you rightly said, things like the Varus rise in priority here for GX. We know that Noah is a big fan of the champion, but Corki been left up. Power picks on the side of GX. You know, you were saying last week how you haven't seen Rumble be a priority pick here in the LEC compared to some other regions, but GX definitely wanting to put a little bit more priority on that pick.
And I know we talk a lot about champion pools, but I wonder if Carlson has something like the Galio in his mind as well. Because if we're already seeing something like the Maokai as question marks for part of Engage, Galio has been the go-to take into the Rumble lane, neutralize it, and make it do next to nothing while having teamfight impact yourself. How do Team Heretics feel?
Right now, it looks like Heretics is defaulting to Comfort. You've got Stand on one of his most played throughout his career in the route. You've got the Maokai already locked in. This is the front line I thought that they were going to go in for in the previous day. This type of draft ideation. How they round out their draft, and they're going to lock in the Varus for Flacket. So you've got 3 high comfort picks for the side of Heretics. They're going to lean back on what they know. Whereas GX, they just continue to cook, they continue to evolve. Of course, Corki, definitely not something new for Noah. But Jun, we know him for his engaged supports, and we're not going to see anything differently from him as he locks in the Alistar's response to the round.
Okay, so with that counter into it, 2v2s are cemented. Got jungle for Team Heretics, top lane here for Lot on GX. Now the only question is, what starts getting taken away? Top lane response? Yeah, I mean, hey, that's a really good call. I think Karma's a pain. Smolder also a scaling pain that people have started going to.
Do they consider banning Yone? We did see Yasuo Yone come out from Heretics last week. I know that, I think it's the Yone that can be pretty good into the Rumble.
Good pairing as well with something like the Sejuani, with the Maokai, as Sejuani actually just got taken away from GX's hands. Things like Wukong, you talked about Xin Zhao before, that's also up and available. Good pairings here when you consider that you have an AP top lane.
Jace, maybe?
Jace, another solo lane pick.
Oh no, Jace already banned, my apologies.
No, it's okay, we're in Fearless, baby. You get to make mistakes.
Nah, gonna be the other one. Okay, that makes sense. We did see the Rumble into Nah matchup earlier in the day. Felt like the Rumble from Irrelevant was actually doing super well during the laning phase. It only really shifted in the matchup much later into the game. There's that Xin. We talked about it. Easy engage tool for closer. I think it really fits into his wheelhouse, and then Jackie's can have all the comfort in terms of what direction he wants to go for, whether it be more control mage with the scaling and team fighting, or if he wants to go for something a little bit more pick orientated. I could see an angle with the Ahri here to pair alongside the Xin Zhao.
True. Orianna also looks like it would fry here
100%.
as well.
That's what I'm saying. They have options in terms of team fighting or a little bit more mobility in side lane threat. Of course, the beauty of Corki is he's a great champion for side laning just because of how quickly he can clear those waves and rejoin with the rest of his team. But Heretics right now need to consider what they're going to lock in. Top and mid are going to be the picks. They know the Rumble on the top side of the map.
Ooh. Are we going to get an AD mid with the potential for an AP to match top? Are you worried about your AP damage is the only question I'll throw in there. Is that Maokai we know can be a bit of a flex with things like Liandry's in the build. So maybe not?
I don't know. But quite frankly, I've really, I would say, lost faith in Tristana mid. I feel like the repeated nerfs and the way the meta's gone, it just doesn't quite have the same...
Camille!
Ooh, Carlson! I mean, we know that he's no stranger to carry picks himself, and bringing out the Camille in what could be your last game of winter. I mean, I respect it, I admire it. They showcased the Yasuo Yone last week, and I'm hoping to see great things coming out from the Camille. My only issue with the Camille is it doesn't really fit with what the comp wants to do.
Nice. But it's two exciting picks. One is a Syndra, maybe watching a bit of Nemesi on the other side. I think the biggest thing is that Jackie's has an AD jungler, so, you know, we talked about mid-jungle pairing something like the Ahri. Syndra adds so much as well. If you get stunned up as that Tristana, you ain't going nowhere.
It's got great setup. You can interrupt the jump. You can do all sorts of things on the Syndra in terms of whether it be setup or defensively. And in team fights, I mean, I've always been a big fan of utilizing the ultimate early and then instead spreading out those spheres, using the E to do mass AoE stuns as a possibility.
True.
So the champion can have a lot of flexibility. The problem with her as a champion is her limited mobility. Right? The fact that she doesn't have an innate dash. Once she loses that flash, it's very easy to dive on top of her. And champions like Camille thrive when playing into a Syndra. But there's so much around the Syndra that she should feel very safe in this matchup. If a Camille dives on top of her, you've got the Rumble ultimate, you've got Alistair Peel, you've got the Xin Zhao ultimate. There are a lot of tools to help protect this Syndra in the late game fights. In terms of the laning phase, I'm excited to see how the matchup plays out. Jackie's, I feel, has gotten the better of Camille in game one. And with the setup that he has with this jungle support, Camille's going to have to be careful with those early ganks.
Well, I love it. Jackie's equals baby faker. Equals baby caps. Or other way around. Whatever it was, bang a sign as we get into game two. Team Heretics at death's door, fighting their way up to stay alive in the LEC winter. They're heading towards first stand, the best team of the LEC, but right now they're on their last stand, as they could be knocked out in the first round of the lower bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Again, another note on top of Vedius's, as we just see a comment start here for Jackie's, is remember, it was about a year or so ago, Vedi, maybe a little bit longer, those splinter changes for Syndra are now acting a little bit more scaling. That 15% AP you get at 120 as well. Damaging champions, damaging minions, or at least killing large minions as well, is a great way to do it. Also, you get it actually with skill points too, as Sheo just spotted out on a ward here as Team Heretics look to go deep for the jungle.
Get a bit of information as to where Closer is starting his clear. Maokai, I can tell you right now, early skirmishing against the Xin Zhao, he wants to avoid that.
Yeah.
He would very much not like to engage in early combat. Meanwhile, it looks like we're going to get standard lanes across the board. I'm not too surprised, given that on the Corki, you should feel relatively safe in most matchups. Paired alongside an Alistar, you're likely going to lose prio in the early game. But given the closer starting on the top side of the map, I wonder if he'll do a full top side clear, maybe into an early gank, whether that be mid or top, or instead his priority is getting to the bot side so that he can look to alleviate some of this pressure. We've been set up for a play. We've seen this combination do some serious damage to great effect once they get those level 2s.
Oh. Nice start for the lane, though, for Camilo. Quick note, normal lanes here. No top laners mid, no bot laners top, no top laners bot. Like, everything looks pretty standard here and will continue that way. As I'm interested because we don't often get to see Camille versus Rumble. And with Grass taken as well, I feel like short burst trades and getting the hell out of Lot's way will be the angle for Carlson here as he gets level 2 first and Lot pays respect.
Lot has to be careful not to over-push the wave, especially with the likelihood of the map right path towards the top side of the map.
Yeah.
Jackie's struggling in the 1v1 just because, well, when it's a trading of auto attacks and one of those people trading is a mage, it's very difficult for you to really trade back. You're very reliant on your skills, so you're going to see this early push come through from Camilo, and Jackie's losing a decent amount of farm to the tower, along with being zoned away from it. But it looks like the full clear on the top side, Ping coming down to close it all in already from Camilo. Needs to be careful.
Nice trades. Remember again.
At the start. Looks like he didn't take it.
What's he got? WQ. Now has level 3. Just a side note as well. Remember, Jackie's has to damage twice. You have to get 2 instances of ability damage, so he can't auto Q or something like that. It needs to be like a QE or a QW to get the mana. And I'm also glad to note that it looks like the W bug that was there is now gone as well. And there was a weird time where Syndra just had this W that cost no mana.
Oh,
I can't remember why it happened, but I just know that it happened.
I do remember that. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, that's not an issue anymore.
Well, I see his mana going down when he uses W, which is great.
That is great.
Yeah.
Champion working as intended. Meanwhile, Stend paying a small visit towards the mid lane as both supports went on a bit of a walk, stretched their legs. It's healthy to leave your partner from now and then. Distance makes the heart grow fonder, as they say.
Thank you for that, Vetty.
You're welcome.
That was deep. I just did not expect you to give me that advice.
Level 3 about to be... Here we go.
Okay, against the wall. Sten is ignited. Flash from John. He's also got a trample up. Sten was close to dying, but Noah just out of reach.
Well, Noah really taking the message to heart, looking to send Sten back to base. As junglers hovering around bot side of the map. Look at this closer, recognizing the respawn of the Raptors. Because he has the control on the bot side, he can look for a steal, but the ping came through.
With Gatling gun too, Flackett's going to get autoed down. Jun has a trample, and look at where Stend is. His flash is not available. Wind becomes lightning, misses, but closer still gets in range. Looks for that last proc, and Noah finds it with a phosphorus bomb. Now for Flackett, even though lethal tempo's going, he's going to get dove on. A trade for jungle for 80 carries. What happens is Jackie's dove through mid, scatter the weak, and Sheo will not be affected. So, 2 for 2 long-wise as we look towards mid. It means that blood already on Summoner's Rift.
So big misplay from Closer to really set up the play on the bot side of the map, and the tower aggro management ended up falling onto Closer's shoulders, meaning that even though Noah tried to get that initial aggro, knowing that he still had his flash available and could disengage away from the tower, things didn't quite go the way they planned. On top of that, Sheo executing a response dive in the mid lane. Jackie still holds onto his flash.
Might have to burn it now, and does from the Shattering Strike. Camilo all-ins, and a good scatter of the week with Jun on his way, but he has no flash to reciprocate as well. So Jackie's will just look for some damage down. Level 6 is not there until half an EXP bar, so no threat of a kill range onto Camilo.
Getting that flash out from Jackie's leaves him susceptible to another gank. Overall, though, I want to acknowledge the Giant X did still find a big advantage on the bot side of the map. Noah getting 2 kills is...
Disrespectful. Jackie's walked up to this, and he might die for it as well. Camilo takes the kill, and Sten just took in full vision. And even after burning his flash, it's a free kill for Team Heretics.
Huge disrespect coming in from Jackie's. In the face of Stend, he aptly gets punished for it. And hands Heretics over another kill. They will be the first to get 3, contributing to the feats of strength. And a good start overall for Heretics.
And there was something I wanted to mention where, like, you know, this is a shout out again to Molecule who kind of pointed this out, where last year, what we criticized of Jackie's and his early stats of 2024 compared to Camilo, I see similarities between these mid laners where it's like they ramp up mids throughout the year. And Camilo's very much been like that so far, where there's been a bit of hefty mistakes. It's just funny seeing Jackie's in that same position here in this early game.
I mean, Camilo is as rookie as it gets.
Yeah.
Coming straight from the second division in the LFL. Expectations were not that high around the player. And I don't think that he's surprised many in the sense that he's, you know, kind of risen to the top ranks, but there's definitely potential in the player. And I think he's shown some promising things. And the fact that he and Heretics made the top 8 was already a surprise to many, considering the number of rookies they had on their roster.
True.
Now, again, I don't want me saying things like that, don't want you to get the impression that they're in any way in a bad position in this game. So far, the early game, very even. They've been able to secure the early grubs. They have a long-range composition that largely plays through the front to back, and I'm curious as to how Carlson is going to fit into this, because when you think about diving partners, there's the possibility of Sten acting as that engage. But Carlson really wants someone that can threaten those backlines or look for those crucial targets, so he's going to have to be creative with his angles, and he's going to have to get enough damage to be able to really put some threat onto the backline.
It's Camille on side lanes. That's something as well, also with the power of Tristana. More side lanes than you expect in a lot of these modern day comps, as Asheo is moving around mid just to cross down towards bot to go to his camps. As a quick note on that early game status is 400 gold lead for mid, 400 gold lead for bot, but in reverse over to Giant X. You can see on the bottom of your screen. There might be a little bit more action happening in. Jun looked for Stend and then just walks back. Noah, as he's level 6 now with a Phage available, and that gold lead he picked up earlier, threatening Flacket right into his own turret.
Show here to hover has the level 6.
Coming up a ward.
Noah's got plans. He should be fine, even if he's forced to use it. Jackie's being pushed underneath this tower a little bit. The wave clear coming in from the Tristana, definitely something you can't afford to ignore. But overall, both teams mainly waiting for the next objective to spawn. Early items getting very close to completion as the goal continues to come through. The game sort of returns to a neutral standpoint.
Yes.
Reminder that the pressure is on for both teams. This is an elimination series. The winner will move on to play against Koi tomorrow.
Yep.
The loser will be eliminated from the winter split and they won't be rejoining until spring.
Long time.
Yep.
Remember again, first stand is in March, so...
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. The winner of the LEC almost immediately has to go straight to Korea.
Yep.
They don't have much time to get there.
And then after the tournament,
straight back. It's got like 2 weeks or something, and we're back into the action of spring.
So it's, I mean, it is exciting. I love that we have 3 internationals, and I'm looking forward to a fearless tournament as well. And the fact it's very elitist, which I love as well. I love elitist tournaments because like one team out of every region goes. There's 5 regions now, one team, Vedius.
Yep.
And you know, a lot of people saying it's going to be like G2, and but we don't know. At this point, I don't think we know.
Oh, Jun in the mid lane.
Camilo just wants the wave. Is it disrespectful? Yes, it what? I mean,
Jun did have to do nothing fancy.
He just walked into him.
Casual cow, moon his way into the mid lane. I mean, Camilo didn't even think anything ominous of it.
He, like a balanced person, he just wanted the wave. He wanted to clear the wave and then W, but he then W'd forward, I think.
I'm not going to call that a good death, my man.
I'm not calling that a good death. I'm not even calling that good, okay? But as he dies, free kill over to Jackie's, I guess.
Closer sets his sights on the bot lane.
Sten not going to get a...
I mean, the pressure alone is enough to zone them away from the tower. Likely going to get them second plate. Minion wave is getting thinned out, though, and here comes Camilo. Now can match in terms of numbers. Maokai is stealing away the Raptors.
And corruption met with the unbreakable will, slowed down, but Jun still gets his damage off as Camilo goes over the wall. But waiting for him is closer. Flashes over immediately. Giant X are okay for now. Looking for the poke here is the big one. It's exactly that in Team Heretic's face. They have to back off.
An ambitious engage from Camilo, but he's lost so much by making this roam down. Look, there's a full level difference between the 2 mid laners now. Jackie's is also going to get himself a plate. And the fact that he died, went bot, then lost his flash, while also sharing all that XP with his bot lane, I mean, it's not optimal.
I can tell you exactly what the play was. That was an minus 800 gold play for Camilo. He gave the kill over. He was up 500 gold, by the way. His Sheo might be caught out as well. 3 Talon strikes sets up for closer. Jackie's was down 400 gold. Now he's almost up 400 gold. So it switched exactly like that as ulti's going to be sent out. Camilo now very low, just as grubs the spawn, closest on top of another person's head. And instead this time, Valkyrie forward from Noah, pokes him out with a phosphorus bomb. Nature's Grasp in response. It's good poke, but Team Heretics Their mid laner is low again. He's got it back again, this time by his own making, but still, this early game lead thrown in the bin.
Jackie's with a really nice punish, committing the ultimate, not with the intent of getting the kill, but as you rightly said, to get him low. Force Camilo out of the fight before it's even begun. That way they can create this numbers advantage, they force an engage onto Heretics, and immediately they force them to expend all of their ultimate disengage tools, and then they're forced to leave, opening up the grubs for Giant X to secure. Well played by them. They continue to extend the gold leads. And yeah, it's a difficult situation for Camilo, and you can see how these single mistakes can very quickly balloon out of control.
I mean, there's a lot of pressure again. When you're on the verge of elimination, when you've had some good moments in the season, people are saying, hey, you should be competitive with Giant X after the first game. Don't completely blame him. It happens to the best of us. There's 15 CS down. Again, the gold lead you can see on your screen, but remember, bot was also already ahead. So Trinity forced Corki now in the game. As Dragon spawns, as Giant X thinking about how they can come down bot after they've just reset. Closer and Jun walking together, moving in.
Jets are in a position to contest this. The TP available for what?
They're scared.
They are scared. I mean, they should be. Rumble is a very scary champion right now. The mid-wave is important too. Looks like Noah's going to go clear that one out. Flacker just now ticking over to level 8. You want to talk about experience, you can see advantage gained in AD carry, in the top lane as well. The only two players that are really even in XP are the supports and the junglers. Sheo has been invading closer on the top side of the map every time these bot plays are coming through. And unfortunately for Heretics, his bot lane has kind of had to pay the price.
But I think it's something Law said on Destits is that, you know, Sheo needs these winning lanes. Sheo needs something to play off as well, especially on this Maokai. Not just in the player, but in the picks. As Sten goes in, Noah disengages, and Jun pops the Unbreakable Will. Nature's Grasp going to keep him in place, though, so a chance here for Flacker to pull up the lethal tempo and find the kill, waiting for Jun to expire, and his ult does indeed. Flacker with his second kill of the game.
At the very least, they're able to get a good pick onto Jun. He didn't have his flash. They know that from the play that happened on the bot side of the map. They're able to get a good punish onto him, and Drake for a kill, obviously not ideal, but you'll take it. Opens up the top side of the map for you to get a little bit more control and vision. Noah goes in.
Gatling gun, this might be a solo kill. Look at the phosphorus bomb damage. The big one as well, chunked him out. Flackett backs away. Might just queue and then leave as, I mean, Noah is feeling so confident.
Yes, he should. Bot tower though getting incredibly low. Camilo had dominance during the laning phase, his ability to trade against the Syndra. With her inability to trade back.
Hits as well, great trading. Stend is here.
So you're seeing how things have shifted now that first item has been completed. Jackie's level 10 as well. Means that he's gotten the max rank on his Q, and he's starting to get those stacks as well. You can see them on the champion portrait. 72 is the number for this Syndra. He's going to secure first tower of the game as well.
Love Blackfire Torch on the Syndra as well. 72 stacks right now of Splinters. Remember, 120 is the magical number, where you get that 15% AP buff. But also, Blackfire Torch gives, what, 4% ability power as well? So close to 20% AP picked up once that is fully stacked, as well as Jackie's, as you just saw, opened up bot turret. Feats of strength for Giant X again, 2 games in a row. And an equalizer popped on the other side of the map in case it was counterplayer, in case Carlson was going to get free access to turrets. It's just a massive no button.
Camilo has to take that plant in the bot lane. This is the utmost important.
The big rose?
Yup. It's still there.
Where is it?
No, it's still there in the bot lane.
Oh, it's a small rose.
Yeah, but it's still there.
Yeah, hang on.
You can't just leave a rose
Anyway,
like
it's
that.
down there.
It's right there. Camilo, you got this.
Hit the rose?
He's got this.
Hit the rose, right?
Camilo?
Right. Hit the rose.
You hit the rose.
Yo, I know it's not Valentine's Day, brother, but we're going to hit the rose.
You can't do this to us,
Hit
man.
the rose.
He's going to hit the rose.
Which one? I mean, both of them. Sure.
Both of them, ideally. Camilo, please.
Hit the rose. Hey,
nice.
well done.
But the other one is still there.
Yeah, but hey, that's 50-50.
Oh, top lane dive.
Carlson might be in trouble. Flash burned immediately. Jun's not going to let him react. Scatter the weak, and the ulti. Beautiful setup and layering of CC.
I mean, they make it look clean, but now the response from Heretics.
It's TP from Camilo. It's closer stuck in a tri-brush as Jun doesn't know whether to go on in. There's good damage from Camilo as well. He's going to mitigate the disaster earlier on and pick up more resources now.
It's a 1-for-1 on the top side of the map. Very clean dive coming out from GX, but the TP response from Camilo, nicely played to allow Heretics to trade a kill back. Jackie's
good pathing.
Camilo's hesitant, and he respects it though, plays around it.
Really good pathing. Really good respect, as you said. But now coming back in for the wave. Scout of the week is there, buffered. So Camilla was very sus as to what's going on. Jackie's just bullying him for a bit, flashes away.
I guess he was worried that that would put him within ulti kill range, but
he just saw Jackie's ult under turret though. And Shea's also here.
Another mistake comes through from Camilo.
A lot of nerves.
I mean, I don't want to put too much pressure on the guy because right now he's been able to equalize the deficit that he was at.
Yeah.
Finding a crucial kill onto Closer was valuable to bring him back into the game.
Jun might be walking in the fog of war though, and Camilla might be getting even more now as well. Jun could be dead meat. Jackie tries to zone and help, but Jun, even as he pops his ulti, is still so damn low. Sheo looking for the new target, which is Closer, who's just run on in. Giant X is separated, but with the Chains of Corruption and Noah now joining in. Here comes Corki. This weird old guy on a flying boat is looking to do damage. His lot is now in melee range. Team Heretics might look like they're fine, but now they've got to kill Noah. The turn is big. Carlson's got some shutdowns. Noah's running for his life, and he'll be stunned up. A Valkyrie in place. A flash. Carlson, though, uppercuts him. And Team Heretics return. That was the miracle fight they needed.
Carlson with a fantastic fight gets so much gold. That chaotic, multiple skirmish type of play allowed him to shine. We start with the play that's a punish onto Jun. Face checking into 3 allows Heretics to get a lot of good damage, but then Camilo, as he rightly should be, is hesitant to follow, but they recognize that the TP is coming in. They can create the collapse. Flackhead gets Rumble ulted on, and so he's forced to move forward. They get the initial pick as Noah finds a flank on the left-hand side, but then Carlson joins the fray, working with Sheo to lock down single members. And when you turn it into this 2v2, 3v3, this is where the Camille really shines. Shut down onto Rumble, shut down onto Noah. Carlson is a strong Camille.
And they're feeling it. You can see momentum's big, but Stender's overcommitted here. He's going to die immediately, and so is Flackhead. Team Heretics just had a brilliant fight thanks to their top laner, and the bot lane just ran it.
We see this so often from Heretics. They go from a really good play into an overcommitment.
Feels bad.
They end up getting punished. Giant X immediately turn things around, and while Carson is still a threat in the side lane, Heretics have win conditions. The goal isn't beyond them yet, but this coordination, this decision-making, they need to show a little more restraint against GX, who is more than happy to punish it.
I mean, for GX especially, like,
here we
this
go.
game, they had such big avenue as lot. Yeah, he's caught out, so there might be another one for Carlson. The top laner is now the win condition of Team Heretics. Turret under fire. Jun trying to get rid of the wave, but Sheo won't let him. He pops the Unbreakable Will, but more members of Team Heretics keep showing up. Jun is alone. There's no help coming, and Carlson will take the turret. Now he'll look to take kill number 5. Give it to the Camille. Carlson is going to carry. That's what you hope as a Team Heretics fan.
I mean, the pressure is going to fall on the shoulders of the rookie in the top lane, but he has the tools to live up to those expectations. A 1.2k gold lead over the Rumble, and this Camille can really do some serious damage in a side lane, but Heretics have to show that level of restraint. The way that they're going to win is by playing through the side lanes, by looking for picks, converting this game into skirmishes. The more full-on 5v5s they have, the greater the risk of Giant X being able to turn things around.
But you know the biggest risk is in 4 minutes they have to 5v5 because it's Dragon Soul for GX who've already built that up.
Great point.
So Carlson better get his flanking shoes on because this 2-item Camille has got to do a lot. Sten caught out again. Jun bops him away. Maybe a bit of a mistake. And Scatter the Weak. Bot again! Team Heretics in elimination match. Flackett and Sten are caught once more.
Over a ward! The bot lane is fighting over a ward. It doesn't matter. You don't need to fight over that control ward. Carlson wasn't in range. Camilo was pushing out the bot wave. This disconnect again. Giant X find the punish.
Especially when you just said, like, through sides, what they find in these long lanes with Camilo teleporting up. The bot getting caught out. There's no mid control, and Vedius now Atakan starts up. Giant X, no contest whatsoever here from Team Heretics.
Unfortunately, it's the tradition that we've now seen from Heretics, where come the mid game, even when they find advantages and opportunities, they just get disconnected. They make plays separately from one another, and teams are able to punish them for those mistakes. Atakan gonna be secured. The extra life now in their back pocket as Jackie's.
Over a ward again, but Sten this time was in his own jungle to give him fair credit as Jackie's close for the ulti on the stand. We're still there. Flash Wind becomes lightning. He thought Scatter the Weak, but Jackie's just going to flash and ult him. Takes him down. Stand is 0-5. Flackett is 4-4. 9 deaths between the bottom lane here. They are crumbling.
They are just getting picked left, right, and center. And now GX, with the pressure they have in mid, are moving into the enemy jungle. Sheo spots them out.
Great lens from closer here. Sheo is just tagged, but there's no threat further on. Giant X are playing top side of the map right now as they look for a little bit more.
The problem with this is it puts pressure onto Carlson. He has to back away.
Yeah.
He knows that with no mid control, the ability for GX to be able to collapse on the side lane is very real. So he's forced to respect that. That top tower becomes a primary target for GX now.
Carlson, yeah, misses the hook shot, but it's okay. We didn't see. The Giant X clear away vision. It is completely red in this top side now, so as he pays his respect, he waits for that push in the inner, or rather outer turret top, while Kamilu makes a trade bot. So at least there is a trade for the team that is behind, which is Team Heretics. And to give Team Heretics some kind of due, we've got only a 1k gold lead for Giant X. That's going to slim now with the outer turret bot. So 800 gold is all that GX lead by. It is just this dragon stacking that right now poses a threat.
I mean, look at how strong this Corki is. I mean,
that also poses a threat.
That is a scary Corki. We know how confidently Noah plays when he has a lead as well. And the engager that we've been seeing from Jun. But yes, good cross map overall from Heretics. Soul spawning in a minute 20. That gold needs to get spent ASAP from Heretics as the Camille back into the top lane has the TP available. Stand.
No, not again. Surely. Phosphorus bomb. Noah, big one. On a ward, he will be seen if he backs there as they just get access to mid yet again. Flacker, remember, on hit Vara, so his Q's not going to wave clear as much as he'd like, but as he autos it out, Noah, the sad bee. I mean, he knows he's unbelievably fed right now, as we were talking about before.
I wonder how much he's off. He's got to be pretty close.
What'd you say next item was? Do you know Noon Quiver goes into shield bow?
Yeah. He's only sitting on about...
Do you know, I was talking about this with Dagda, but I still see that and I go, oh, Noon Quiver, that's going to be, by the way, he just upgraded his boots, so we're a little bit further off.
Yeah. Well, he wanted a spike for the Dragon.
Don't you still see that and be like, oh, we're either going Kraken, we're going Gale Force?
No, I don't actually.
Or Immortal Shield Bow?
I've completely removed Gale Force from my mind.
I have not. Gale Force Corki. Oh, Giant X. They're even on the enemy side of the map, but for Team Heretics, this is going to be a bit of a pincer maneuver, Vedi. I'm worried about Kamilu walking in here.
Where's the Camille is the crucial point. Still sitting in the mid lane, trying to regroup with the team. Has the TP available, but Heretics are being shepherded right now. They're relatively safe in the bot lane. GX doing a good job of controlling the river for the most part.
But now it's blind.
And now the darkness is a very scary spot for GX. They have to show a little bit more restraint.
Poke starting to match up a little bit here from Flacker. Jun is just out of range as Giant X. The support walks over a ward. Team Heretics now regain control a little bit as Carlson sits and waits.
Jun is getting very low. Bot wave continues to get pushed in. Closer, getting the Dragon to about 60%. That's going to drop to 50. Keep your eyes on Carlson.
I'm looking for that flank. Nature's Grass starts it off. Carlson goes into the pit to kick it off. He's got a hook shot, walk shot, and waiting. Chains of Corruption enables him, but they don't pull the trigger. Kamilu goes right side while Dragon is given over and stolen. Team Heretics have at least stopped the objective, but Kamilu jumps in to try and dive out as he ulties. He will be traded off, but they stopped the stacking. Team Heretics stopped the soul.
A crucial smite comes through from Sheo to secure the objective. It ends up being a 1-for-1 from Kamilu. He doesn't expend the flash. And we see here a great ultimate comes out from Sheo. Great zone control. Doesn't deny closer access, so the smite is still crucial as Sten is looking for a flank on the right-hand side. A lot of resources are committed into trying to get that kill on a Sten. He tanks all of the bursts from Jackie's, and then he flashes away to safety. Kamilu thinking he can get the reset to get out. I don't hate the play, largely because he didn't really expend anything. He didn't lose a flash. He still ends up getting a kill traded. And you can see he's still sitting on a gold lead over that of Jackie's. So he's going to respawn with the TP available, ready to contest this Baron should it be started off. And Heretics still in a solid position in this game.
Fighting for their lives. It's looking a lot better than game one, I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah.
But it's looking a lot more nuclear as well. I feel like this fight, Vedi, maybe around Baron could define the game. Both mid laners are also looking nuclear. Almost 3 items on Kamilu. Almost 3 items on Jackie's. 120 stacks now as well. He gets that plus 15% AP added to his kit. So with the Blackfire Torch, make it almost 20 here with Cosmic Drive for the movement speed. Team Heretics on the other side. All it takes is a reset for Kamilu with that explosive charge, and he will be hopping, jumping, sitting. Carlson will end up doing the rest.
Sets likely have to come through, given that someone's got to go and match Camilo in the bot lane. And this is the advantage of Heretic's composition in the side lanes. Their comp is really strong. Tristana is such a fast split pusher. No one can really 1v1 the Camille, especially when she gets that third item completed. And so, as long as Heretics, and that's not to say that Heretics necessarily have weak team fighting, it's just that with things like the Rumble ultimate, Syndra's ulti, like there's some scary things on the side of GX.
True.
Given what we've seen, I feel like GX also just typically play team fights better. So Heretics need to play patiently, play through these sides, leverage the strength that they do have. And I like that just, look, they're keeping Camilo bot. He's pushing extremely deep. There's a dangerous thing to do when you don't really have information as to where a lot of the members are. He just has a pretty good understanding that Jun and Closer are hovering around the top side of the map.
Oh, they're walking into unfamiliar territory, though. Jun just got a perfect engage off Sten. Matches it, though. Teleport's going to be burned. Nature's Grasp as well. Ginex are separated, and Carlson knows this. He's zoning off Jackie's while Camilo now teleports in. Chains of Corruption, though. Flacket does the deal as Noah jumps on in. Misses Sten. Now has to get out. Flash, twisted advance, and Noah might be in trouble, but Bramble, Smash, you're not going anywhere. Team Heretics with a big shutdown, and that's what they needed to start the Baron.
They commit onto the 3 in the top side of the map. They turn it into a skirmish. They leverage the quick TP collapse from Camilo, and they find themselves 2 crucial picks. Now they have the Baron in their eyes. Closer, the smite is not available.
Oh, but Jackie's is coming in. Team Heretics are low. Lot has his ulti. Equalizer down as well. They're getting chunked from it. Scout of the Week not going to hit Carlson at 3.5k as GX have run out of their tools. They don't find the picks to stop it. Baron goes down. Heretics have got a breath of life.
Good, patient play from Heretics, really leveraging the strength of their composition. The Lord Dominic's regard now finished for Camilo as well, a much-needed gold injection. And we look back at this, and it's a 3 versus 3. Neither AD carry is there. The TP comes in first from Camilo. He's ready to join the fight, and Sten very close to losing his life. Ends up getting the shield at the last minute, and then they get that crucial kill onto Closer. Then Noah joins, but look, he's disconnected from the team. Meanwhile, the TP on the top side of the map means that Lot really can't offer that much.
Jackie's engaged Sten, but Jordan bops him away. Really good disengage from the support of Ginex, but they're rooted up. Nature's Grasp is there. Chains of Corruption as well. Ginex might be separated, and Carlson is doing the work. Look at him on top of Jackie's. This Camille! Carl bloody Carlson takes him down for the shutdown as Team Heretics with 3 big kills and 50-second death timers.
They know they have the goal lead. They just go straight up into forcing the engage. Jackie's has no way of escaping as he's isolated from the rest of his team. Heretics playing with the confidence that they need to turn this into a 3-game series.
I love Carlson on carries, Vetty. That's all I'm going to say. He sends it. He doesn't care. No more Cassante, please. Get rid of the Ambessas, the Jaces. I know carries, but
I mean,
on the Camille.
A lot of credit needs to go to the fact that Camilo bounced back. He made a lot of blunders in the early game. We saw a number of small mistakes to turn into bigger mistakes, but he committed to his play in the side lane. He has the experience advantage, he has the item advantage, he has the gold advantage. He is now a big carry threat for the side of Heretics. And they're just now winning out on the 5v5. They have too much of an advantage. They have so much utility in the form of Sten and Sheo. And if a single member is isolated, Carlson just locks him down.
Yeah, Camilo also gets himself a bit of gold in bot. Heretics 5k gold up. This game looked horribly doomed at one point. And I will say it wasn't much of a gold lead, but it just felt like they were, you know, mentally crumbling, Vetty. You already just mentioned about Camilo. Flacket and Sten caught out multiple times, 3-4. And while we seemed harsh at the time, look at the gold on the bottom of your screen. Look at that jump, that pivot to turn around mid-game. Props to even the 2v2 of Flacket and Sten. Because Team Heretics just got their stuff together. As Vetty, I haven't started talking yet. Scout of the Week is there. Shutdown, Sten is going in. No. Team Heretics, no. No. 2 dead.
It's okay.
Breathe.
It's okay.
No.
It's only 2 dead. They did lose those Barons, which means they can't really push anymore. But the gold still sits in their favor. They still have the advantage. And hey, the Baron was about to wear off anyway.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
So it's okay. We're cool.
Okay.
We're now going to wait a little while for the next set of objectives to spawn.
I'll sit down.
You can go take a seat.
Okay.
All right.
I don't. Look.
Yeah.
I don't want to say I'll curse something, you know? Team Heretics here are close to bringing us to a game 5. Game 3.
3.
It feels like game 5.
Game 6 of the day.
Game 6 of the day, that is true. And when we haven't had any best of 3s go the distance, maybe in the same day we get 2 that go against the rule.
I mean, also, it would just be massive for Heretics to get a win over Giant X,
What a
let alone
statement,
win
yeah.
the series, because again, they're a team that people have very few expectations around. I didn't think they were going to make the playoffs at the start, and then they do. And then, sure, they ended up getting steamrolled by Fnatic, but I don't think people really had many expectations going into that series. And now here they are putting up a very competitive matchup in the second game, and they did it by trusting their players by playing Comfort.
Yep.
A rookie player, Carlson, was given Camille in what could have been their final game of Winter, and he's having a great performance on it. And now they need to trust him to be a big carry.
Boza jumps in, Camilo runs away. Satchel Charge does a bit of damage. That's nice. Sheo also waiting just outside of Len's range. Poke coming in from Flacket as well. Scatter the weak on Sheo. Sten thinking about his engage. He's got Flash and he's got his Magnet Storm available. Closer needs to heal up in his own jungle though, in case something else brews.
Where is Carlson? I mean, he's been pinged.
Minions. Minions are always good. He's waiting though, still patiently. They know he's in there. He's trying to bait it out over the wall. Electro Harpoon hits. Hookshot, wall shot away.
But look at bot lane. Once again, Camilo wisely goes to the lane that he's been finding a lot of success with. Split pushing. He's extended his gold lead to 3k now. He is a full item over his lane counterpart. He's now ticked over to level 18, so he's got a full level over Jackie's 2. And I said in the draft, I've kind of lost faith in this Tristana champion, but you can't deny that an 80 carry that gets to near full build is a champion that you can't disrespect.
It's like watching an episode of Demon Slayer for the weebs out there, you know? You go from one season to another. Dude is now like, he's taking on the big bosses. You're like, how do we get here? How do we go from some kid who can just cut us, cut with a sword, to taking on high-level demons, right? Like 4 items. Holy. It's crazy, the redemption arc in a game. Like, this is, I don't know.
Normally you see it across a split, now it's happening across a single game.
Yeah. In a 33 kill game at 33 minutes. I wait. 40 seconds till Baron, minute 30 till Dragon. Camilo won't be caught out here. Remember, he can buffer again. The best part about the Alistar. It's all about timing, but also Johnny walks in and just takes him down. That dude is killing Husherers now.
And Carlson left isolated on the top side of the map. Lot will try and answer, but that tower is starting to get chipped away at. Good damage coming out from Lot, but the numbers disadvantage is real.
Sten gets poked out a little bit. Nate just grabs a great angle. Jackie's getting it rooted up, but that's good. Scatter the weak until the Magnet Storm says no. Camilo jumps in, gets another, and closer will be yet another. A triple given over as Carlson flies, and Lot will die. Team Heretics, redemption in their eyes. And a game 3 in their books.
Fantastic mechanics from Carlson to lock down Lot at the end to secure his team the ace, and we're going to game 3 with an incredible bounce back from Heretics.
GX don't know what hit them, but Team Heretics, they pull out a comp that had a lot of risk to it, but the risk is rewarded. Best of 3 of Fearless once again today goes the distance.
Camilo ended with 10, 3, and 6. What was a disastrous point in the early game, he managed to turn around massively. Huge bounce back for Heretics.
Insane as we go to a break, but when we return, game 3, please. No break? Nah, forget the break. I'm sure the desk has a hell of a lot to talk about.
Before the break, now I have some questions for the man in the mid lane, Camilo. What did you think of this game and your performance? Any comments?
I would say that I'm happy that I got back into the VO on game 2. My game 1 was really bad, but I'm happy to show that I have the resilience and the mental to go for more, even though the game 1 was a disaster from my part. But it's fine. For game 3, I scale even more.
Any closing thoughts on game 3? What can we expect?
We'll win.
We'll win. We'll see about this. Thank you so much. A smiling Camilo leading up here in game 3. Let's see if they can take it all the way after the break.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in in harmony, hear me now. Find it around me. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm. We become the light.
Ult into. Ja. Nei, ult. FW. Ja, nice. Confidence. W in 5. Good job. Yep. Really good. What do we do? Nice. Tempo drag. Play direct. Good fucking shot. Who flat? Not forgetting.
It's a strong commit.
And they're feeling, you can see momentum's big, but Stender's overcommitted here. He's going to die immediately, and so is Flackard. Jonix might be separated, and Carlson is doing the work. Look at him on top of Jackie's. This Camille! Bloody Carlson takes him down for the shutdown.
We're going the distance thanks to Carl Carlson's Camille. Unbelievable. I think we didn't want to like say, oh, they're going to just lose 2-0 here. You always got to give them a fighting chance. But I don't know if you really believed it. But they've made me a believer, Finn.
Carlson.
There it is. 3 times, baby.
Up on the Camille. What a great game by him. And
signature champion.
Mechanically really hard. You could never pull it off.
I could never. No, I think he showed great patience in that fight. A lot of those fights, I think he was really patient with his. And as Camille says, patience is a virtue.
Sure.
And I think he highlighted that gracefully with his gameplay.
No, I agree. I think he was really making sure that he was in a position where he was baiting out center spells without getting too caught up in his hook shot. Thanks for the Alistar.
I wasn't sure it was Alistar, and then someone showed me that there's an udder, actually, so that's how you can,
that's how you can
see.
Yeah.
Regardless.
I actually lost the plot, but
I'm
it was
so
just
sorry.
Carlson is just really good at Camille. That's probably what I was getting at.
Yeah, there was an Alistar on the other side.
Good? He was the goddamn best Camille I've seen in a long time.
Did you think Camille played good?
Absolutely he did.
Did you think Jun played good?
Oh my God, please stop. We're losing our mind over here, but it's really something to be excited about, right? Because it's kind of hard to find the ways or the win conditions for them when you look at the series and when you look at if in a game 1 GX really plays to the things that have been their strengths when they have won their games. You don't find a lot of openings for them, but I don't know, the resiliency, the fact that that rookie had to step up and carry from that position, meaning that everything was on his shoulders, the fact that Camilo had a couple of oopsies in some of that games, right? But they all, they kept it together. I think it's beautiful. It's embarrassing for GX, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I think it was these great punishes on the overextensions of GX. I mean, GX constantly got hubris and they tried to get way too much and they couldn't really go that far. And when you get this Camille with she got a triple kill in the top side fight. We're going to talk about it later. But when the Camille gets so ahead, the Rumble can't really walk against her on the side lane, because if Rumble ever walks into her E range, he just dies. And that is quite a far range.
We can talk about it now.
I think now is a perfect time to get into it right now, actually. So let's just roll the clip as well, because it kind of starts, as you said, Finn. Like, we're in a position right now where they're just out on the map on top side, and they've already been here for some time. They're trying to go for a dive again, and you kind of just have a look at the map state. It's not like you're thinking that multiple people is going to be moving up here in a bit, because it just straight up looks like that you're going to be, well, just playing a bit for vision.
I mean, GX logic is that they have mid push on Corki, and the Varus is going to go and catch mid wave, and then they have a play top. But Flackard actually very cleverly opens top lane with the portal, so he's actually here at the same time as the Corki, and it turns into this even fight. Jun goes very deep there and gets punished by the Maokai, and here we have this very chaotic sequence in the topside river where everyone is fighting everyone. And you can, if you roll the clip here, you even see Carlson keeping in behind there. Rumble doesn't really get much, and it's just going to be a really scrappy fight.
But this is what I'm talking about, right? You're looking at where the members are, right? We see one member here, two member here, three of them over here. Like, while it's a nice fine line, it's way too split. And the members who's benefiting from this is really Team Heretics, who's able to just rile them down. There's no way that you're going to get away in this position. Lot's completely forced out of the fight. The TP you're talking about in a bit is going to come around as well, Finn. So as we roll up the clip again, it's overextension from GX, and it's Team Heretics that capitalizes on it, and this is where it is a horror, because it's Carlson who picks up all the kills.
Yeah, and Camille wants nothing less than a scrappy fight where no one is peeling for their carries. If the Camille gets onto them without an Alistar knocking her away, then that's exactly what she needs. And she's gonna find more angles like this later, but this triple kill really started to snowball for Heretics.
Yeah, and I think it's just the advantage that you really get here. You saw a couple of flashes being burned out as well, and GX had done a good job, at least keeping the game stable from the Dragon point of view. Like, all they really had to do was just play around these Dragons, get that soul ready, but the amount of gold that they suddenly gave over to Team Heretics made that very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that Team Heretics played a perfect game either, right? We have to say that in some of these skirmishes.
None of this today here was perfect, but it was still fantastic to look at.
Which just makes it a bit concerning for GX that they weren't able to catch some of the throws even, but Team Heretics pulling it over the finish line was amazing. At 27 minutes in, you also wanted to look at a clip.
Yeah.
I think, what are you going to show us?
Well, it's not uploaded yet, so I hope production has it ready on standby. No, that's... well, we're going to have it by the end.
We're going to have it by the end.
Run it here as well.
Here we go.
Yeah. So here we have a fight. Let me see what happens here. Yes, Jack is pushing out top with cover, and then they actually want to go look for a pick on him. But the Camille actually manages to get onto him now when the Scout of the Week is down. And as you pause the clip, it's also once again a very scrappy fight. If you look where the Syndra is, she's completely cut off from the rest of GX. So that means it's very easy for Carlson to just go onto her and kill her here.
And that's Carlson, who's just been baiting out with a hookshot as well. He just went to the wall, didn't go anywhere with it, but it's the kind of pressure that you see when a Camille is on a wall that says, I can't step up, I can't do anything about it. So despite Jackie's having some great scatters that game, he could never really join his team and play from a good position.
No, and it was, yeah, Team Heretics and Carlson on Camille just pushing the advantage. 18 years old, of course, came from Los Heretics in LVP Superliga, won both domestic titles, 4th at EMEA Masters in summer, right? A bright future, but you also have to actually do it on the Rift, and he did here. But the big question is, can they parlay this into a series win, which I cannot overstate would be absolutely huge for a team with these members, with these rookies, against the stature and the expectation of GX, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we need to bring it back, because we talked about the expectations set on GX earlier today.
Yes.
And the expectations for them that they set for themselves is that they're going to win a championship this year. And when you come in here in winter, and if you would lose to Heretics, that would not be very convincing, would it?
No, let's bring the timeline back here, because I made this a little bit in jest, but also just to paint the picture. But when we talked about this in our story meeting, which we do with all the casters, Finn, we asked you, does this actually have an influence on you if you are a player of GX, right? That all this stuff is going on once you start losing. And you said...
Yes, I said that usually when this stuff keeps happening is that as long as you're winning, it doesn't really affect you. But the moment you lose that one game in a best of series, the moment you lose that one thing that is propelling all your confidence, then the castle can come crumbling down, so to say. That those thoughts get into your head, and the negative spiral can really easily get to you.
For what it's worth, I thought you were crazy for this one. I saw no way that today shouldn't have been a 2-0. I already thought the Team Heretics has overperformed. The fact that this is even potentially real right now, is that?
What is
going on right here? What? I am so confused. But the fact that this is even remotely close to becoming true in today's series is unbelievable.
It's never been clearer to me. I jest. But it is true that it must be in their heads a little, regardless of all the noise on social, just the pressure that these players put themselves on, right? Even if you look at, let's say, a Noah and a Jun and a Noah who's been vocal in the past about not being happy about not getting where he wants to get, not showing what he's able to show. This is where you have to, because now it's no longer about, oh, a quick 2-0 versus Heretics. You're up against this in Fearless Draft in a Game 3 with some rookies on the other side, Finn. You can probably speak to this, who have great momentum going into this third game.
Yeah, but it's also important to highlight that this is not the end for GX. They can still stabilize, they can still get back together, and then we need to see this from them. We need to see them show maturity, we need to see them show stability.
Not matureness?
Mature.
Good call out, good call out.
Wow, I'll just keep catching strays here today. I don't know what it is. But yeah, we need to see them come back, find their calm again, draft a comp that they know how to play. The Syndra was a bit out of the left field.
Yeah.
It was a bit weird. I haven't really seen anyone play Syndra lately.
Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Who's winning Game 3?
I mean, that's a tough question. I still think it goes to GX, but in terms of pressure, I think the pressure is on them because they have that expectation. Team Heretics doesn't have that. They're a bunch of rookies. They've already overperformed. Now they've just taken a game. GX backs up against the wall. GX definitely have the pressure.
You can't keep it short, can you? Who's going to take it?
I believe in GX.
Okay.
I think it will be fun to see.
Regardless of the clinic put on by Carlson in that second game, my analysts still think that GX is taking it. Do my casters agree?
Well, at this point, I have to say, Team Heretics have the hero story, the upset, as Shock said. And Shocks, I'm happy to die on this hill with you, that this would be such a major upset considering the lineup. Remember last year, Noah and Jun, 4th, 2nd in their playoffs respectively. Worlds and MSI attenders as well. That would be such a huge takeaway from Giant from their bot lane. And Team Heretics at least starting the upset in game number 2. Now, we're on a fearless system where 10 champions plus another 10 are taken away, plus a further 10 for this final game of bans. Draven banned and Kalista on the red side this time away, Fetty. What is first pickable for you?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a bit deeper into the pool now. This is a bit of a first for me with so many champions being banned away. What does the priority become?
Jace.
I mean, GX are going to answer that question for me. Jace is going to be that lock-in. Wow, these picks are coming through very fast. These teams have clearly prepared for this. The Lulu already locked in for this. A blind pick Lulu is asking for a Blitzcrank.
It is.
Like, Thresh, Blitz, all sorts of playmakers for Jun.
For Sheo, early jungle. This Wukong, again, still high priority. So that gets locked in. AD jungler versus AP jungler for GX might be a counterplay here, Vetty. As often seen when Wukong gets locked in this early. I mean, Vi's not available, right? Vi's not available.
Yeah, Vi's not available.
Pantheon's already gone.
Pantheon gone. I mean, you're looking at things like maybe Lilia.
True. I like the Lilia call out.
But it depends. I mean, yeah.
Zara's banned. Karthus is an option.
If you want to go very poke, you could go Nidalee as well.
True.
Looks like they're going to lock in their AD carrier. Part of it is denial. Jun showing what he did last week. Nico was what he brought out against the G2.
He was fantastic on
the G2. Brought out against G2. The Nico is what he brought out. He's hovering it for now as they contemplate what else they want to do.
Perfect music for game 3, by the way. Whoever picked this song in our production crew, pat yourself on the back. This is an absolute banger. It gets the vibe going for now with the Sejuani locked in as well. So, Sej versus Wukong, gonna be fantastic. Setup is there. We got scaling for GX already. For Team Heretics, how do they cement the Lulu? Because it seems like the Zeri Fetty here is a takeaway. Jinx? Sivir? Question mark?
I mean, Heretics are really simplifying the draft. Look at this front to back. Great team fight, wombo combo, engage. They've already got the Wukong, they've got the Sivir ultimate. They can kind of slot in almost anything that they wanted. You're expecting something like a mid lane mage, Orianna, possibility.
Okay.
You could also, I mean, I don't think Victor's also been played this series if you want to go in that direction. It depends on how concerned you are about the potential poke coming out from the Jace. I feel like they have a lot of options. Norla's going to be banned away. I imagine Blitz is going to join them in terms of the ban.
That's a good point out. You already picked. There is a thing as too much scaling though. So with points like the Victor, I truly wonder, is that the direction that Team Heretics want to go? As Aurora is taken away. More playmaking from mid.
This could be a Yasuo game.
You reckon?
Into the Jace. Just throwing it out there. They've already shown us their willingness to play Jason. Carlson, he's got to be feeling confident. You know, they save his pick for last. You lock in something for Kamilu that can give him a bit of safety, a bit of security. He himself said he's ramping up through the series.
Let's go even further. Does Carlson play Quinn? I mean, let's take it to the absolute limit. I've seen Camille.
I know you're the Shy fan, but there are other top laners.
Hey,
I just want to clarify.
That's Carlson you're talking to, by the way. So that Victor is banned. You pulled that out before. Double engage option taken away. You said Blitzcrank. They said Leona.
What if it's a Lulu solo lane?
You reckon that's possible?
Oh, we've got...
It can still go mid.
True, it could. I
mean, how much are they cooking in the kitchen? Sion picked here. Remember, that could be a Jace mid, but so rarely seen in LEC. As Orianna was one option we're talking about for Team Heretics. For Giant X as well, a perfect slot in.
Orianna would just provide great team fight value, solid laner against most matchups. Ahri is something that could be solid for Heretics right now. But how did GX want to round things out?
Oh my God.
Oh, she's back.
Yo, can I get a meow?
Mixed reactions from the crowd.
No one likes this. Not mixed. No one likes Yumi.
Meow though. Meow, meow, meow,
meow, meow. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Vedius.
You're welcome.
If you've thought about getting a cat, maybe there's a sign. Silas game 3.
He's feeling it. Okay, they're putting their trust in Kamilu this time around, unless there's a crazy swap with the Sounds going mid and Carlson's playing the Silas, but I don't expect that. But look at this, a brawly comp from the side of Heretics. Very skirmish heavy, relatively short range. Sivit has a lot of AoE damage, and her Q obviously goes very far, but her actual base range, she really needs to get relatively close to her opposition to be able to hit them. And you look at this Orianna with a lot of zone control. Zeri, a lot of range coming out from her Q, and Jace with the amount of poke. There's a bit of a range differential, but fortunately for Heretics, they have great engage. Sion, Wukong, Sivir, all very effective tools for starting off those fights. Meanwhile, GX, also what's great is we're getting to see a matchup of the range supports, which we don't often get to see. So much of what makes GX good is Jun on an engage.
True.
Renata would really be the only exception to that we've seen him perform so well on.
Yumi is AFK gaming. And not to take it out, obviously there's going to be a lot more to it.
So the structure of GX is going to have to change pretty significantly, and it's not like Closer isn't the engaged type player. He really is that for the team, but typically you see that combination of Jun and Closer. So again, both compositions not too crazy in terms of their setup. They're nothing too unique, I would say, outside of maybe the Silas in the mid lane, but I'm excited to see how things pan out. Pressure really feels like it's building for GX, given the expectations that they have, and Heretics, they get to ride the momentum after getting a big win.
After a big win that takes us to our third and final game of the night, one of these teams is going home, and one of them goes on to verse Koi. Tomorrow that game is, by the way. They've got back-to-back nights if they win this. It is a trial and tribulation for whoever can overcome this one, and I'm glad, again, at the very least, what I know is we have team fighting comps here, Vetti. We have very big brawl comps that, again, scaling 80 carries, playmaking mid laners, and set up from the top laners. As you know, that Jace probably will end up a bruiser / tank.
Yumi
depends on the build.
versus Lulu.
Oh,
the riveting.
We've been waiting for this one.
I mean, I will say I quite like range support matchups when they are limited, you know? Which is what I think the beautiful thing about Fearless is. The fact that we do get these series, you do get to see the deeper pools of these players. And so as long as we don't have Yumi every game, I don't mind seeing a Yumi.
Okay, well, I mean, it's not going to be viable every game, is it? And again, this is the first one of the LEC.
Yeah.
Has not been picked in regular season.
Standard lanes too.
Playoffs. And those standard lanes are going to make things a little bit more interesting. But let's be real. Lulu is one of the biggest lane bullies.
True.
So kind of expect big things of Stend here.
Also, for what it's worth, Sivit does a lot of damage, assuming she can hit you.
Yeah.
But we'll see how things pan out in the lane phase. I will say I don't have a huge amount of experience when it comes to this bot lane 2 versus 2 matchup.
Thankfully. Are you worried about what ultis Camilla can steal? Is my quick question to you.
Ooh, good question. I think it's got a lot of great options.
Okay.
I think the Sejuani and the Orianna become the immediate ones, but the ones that people underestimate is the Zeri ult.
True.
Because the initial cast of it does so much damage.
It's AP. There's a lot of magic damage in it,
well,
actually.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the way the Silas's ultimate work, it always turns it into an AP ratio.
Oh, okay, right. But I think it's not bad for what it's worth.
Yeah, for sure. So it's one of those abilities where it has a lot of burst potential. And it's definitely one to underestimate. I don't know if he's going to be keen to steal away the Yumi ulti, but hey, we'll have to.
Final chapter got a lot worse when they changed its speed. Remember how fast it was? That was really good CC. But yeah, curious about that one as well. Does it look rubbish? Because this is one of the biggest reasons why we stopped seeing Yumi, by the way. I mean, her ult nerf, I think, was one of the last times we
I
saw
will
it.
say Yumi got nerfed so many times.
Good. Good.
So like, when you say the nerf, I'm like, which one?
The 5 patches that had happened. Good trade from Camilla. He all-ins, and that's what he has to do. But Clockwork Roundup means that Jackies can just auto him down in response as well.
It's a tough lane matchup.
Oh, it is.
For the Silas. You kind of have to be willing to skirmish, but of course the cost of that is, well, your HP bar. So having your jungler nearby is always a valuable thing. But you can see the bullying that's coming through already. Likely going for an early base, as we see both junglers hovering around the bot side of the map. Q sidestepped away from. Noah coming out with the health advantage. Good damage on the stand.
Really good trade from Noah and Jun. And the power is Jun could absorb damage, auto attack, get that shield passive. And then he jumps on, that damage mitigated. So GX doing a little bit better than I expected as Jackie's has punished Camillu here. Good auto attacks, but Sheo now nearby. And Jackie's going to pay that respect as close as spots him out as well.
Grab was secured by Sheo. He doesn't want to overstay his welcome and will choose to base. So the heal comes out.
Good auto. Stand walking too far forward. Big mistake here from the supporters. Exhaust is down onto Flacket. He's got no mana. He has the barrier as well. They just pulled out 3 summoners at the cost of 2 by GX.
Nice trading. I mean, you praise the Lulu for her ability to trade in lane, but what about the war of attrition? The sustain that comes through from the Yuumi, allowing Noah to stay in these extended skirmishes. And also they're doing a good job of sidestepping the Qs coming out from the Sivit. So good pressure being put down. Closer sets its sights on
Camilla's in trouble, yeah. Might have to flash away, abscond, abduct or something as spacing there, but Closer maybe just forcing him out of lane for now. As you look at the minions he's losing at this as well. Look at where the wave is.
Yeah, I think it's not quite going to freeze because of the HP of those range creeps, but it's definitely in a very awkward spot for sure. Going to be forced to TP in quickly. But Jackie's, what he wants to do now is trade as much as possible. Get Camillu's HP as low as he can before Jackie's actually goes back to base. And then when he comes back, it's going to be even worse for Camillu because, I mean, you've just replenished all your resources while also expending Camillu's.
Abscond abduct is close to turret range, but only just outside of it. Good little Kingslayer as well. Sten now here to help out as I'm curious about what this Sylas is maxing, Betty. We've seen a lot of Sylas matchups in the past, and we know that usually, thank you to observers, it's Kingslayer max. Usually it is the Chain Lash because of the range matchup, but
yep.
Camilla going to get a lot more
sometimes you'll
sustain.
see 3 points in the queue into then W max just to help with wave clear and also just being able to trade against the lane opponent. But Camillu's saying, you know what, I got to get into the thick of things, especially if some early skirmishes do happen to break out. Now, Camillu losing a decent amount of HP as Jackie's can go back to base, TP back in with that health advantage, and he also gets to come back to the lane with pots. So don't be surprised to see Jackie's really looking to trade aggressively in the 1v1. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, we haven't talked about them much, but Lot, as you would expect, starting to build advantages as well. Carson put on tank duty this time around. Definitely a stark contrast compared to the Camille, but he's just doing his best to survive. Not gonna fall for the face check.
It's cold in Denmark, so it makes sense that you got to cut wood for your fire.
Naturally.
Beautiful place, though. I will say, it's 12 degrees today. Feels weird. It's getting hotter in Europe, and I don't know what to do about it.
Thank you for sharing that.
I like the winter. I like the snow. Said no one ever. Good shockwave, though. Jackie's in close range of solo kill. Camillu has stolen one. The spacing's there. Kingslayer, again, gives good healing. Abscond abduct, though! The outplay! Oh! First blood to Camillu and Sheo. That timing was exceptional.
Camillu was clean with it. I was convinced he was going to die there. And as you rightly said, Sheo just at the right time shows up. Now, Closer has the support of Lot as well.
He's going to Arctic Assault in. Good shock blast under turret. Doesn't have the damage, though. As you said, the acting, I think, just did it.
But look at that mid wave. It's in a horrible spot once again. The kill is valuable. He's going to be able to close that goal gap, but Jackie's, in terms of the experience, still going to be ahead of his lane opponent. And he's going to be able to set up that wave in a nice position for himself. Again, look at it. Just slightly overextending, forcing Camillu to overstay his welcome in the lane, which does offer opportunities for Closer to set up for. Again, going to be level 6 very soon as he starts off the Grubs on the top side.
But I wonder how this lane gets affected a little bit more. While Grubs are going down, keep that food for thought, because Hextech Alternators picked up by Camillu. So this Sylas now has a little bit more access to bursters.
And pots, crucially.
Oh yeah, the pots also are very nice. 2 stacks on the Dark Seal too, by the way. So it's actually quite a big influx of AP. As Hijack is on a pretty short cooldown, if you don't know. It's just a cooldown internally with each champion that he won't be able to steal from Jackie's, but Camillu now has options. That Sejuani ult we talked about. Noah's ulti we talked about as well, where if he roams, he will be able to pull out something else.
Very nice, he got the cannon in.
We always like that.
The bot side of the map has been relatively even. You can see Noah built it.
Oh, God. What? Riot! What? Okay, well, Camillu might be in trouble. Shockwave in, and it's going to turn about again, but Sten's here. He's got babysitters at every turn.
I mean, I feel like with how close he's cutting it, he's going to need him.
Those chains didn't connect. You cannot tell me those chains connected.
I mean, it's the classic Sylas play, though, where every time you have E, you always just throw them in the direction of your lane opponent. Okay, so that wave was not set up properly. Cher was like, I got camps to clear, bro.
For important things.
I think he could have held that for a little bit longer.
True.
Helped his homie out in the mid lane. And you can already see, because of how the wave has been playing out, Jackie's actually has a gold lead again. Just because of the CS differential. 20 CS the lead in favor of Jackie's. He's got a half-level advantage. He's going to tick over to 8 soon. So overall, the early game, still pretty even across the board.
Helps when you have, I mean, almost 3 winning lanes, right? Because Noah and Jun have kind of moved into their own too. So with these winning lanes closer, as you said earlier, took the grubs. Now Dragon's a thought. Shayo's thinking about where he can go with Cyclone up and available as well. I think the power in this lane, Betty, is watching what Shayo's move is and how he can stop the flow of Giant X's early game from just being a cruise sail that gets them all the objectives they want.
A lot of scaling on both sides, and both teams happy to play this early game slowly. Dragon's still up, not going to be started off. We're going to have a very delayed soul.
Oh yeah. Sounds good with a team with these two teams. Doesn't sound too bad, does it? I hate you, mate.
Hey, thank you again for chucking that nugget in there.
It's not a nugget, it is a cat. You know, I've thought about getting cats while in Berlin, but
yeah?
Yeah.
You a cat or a dog person?
I am a dog person, but I'm willing to give cats a try. Not because of this game. No. No, if it was based on this game, I would never get a cat. No. I was going to call it
Because if you do...
I was going to call it Aatrox for a bit, but my wife said that's a very aggressive name. And I said, yeah, he's a demon. So that idea's out the window. You think that's what the cat would say?
Yeah, exactly.
I think you're a cat person, Betty.
I mean, I'm just an animal person.
Are you? I've seen you. You're always so comfortable with animals as you walk down the street.
Way more than people.
That is true. With how he treats me, I can confirm that is true. Camilo has a Glacial Prison, by the way. He's stolen that off closer as sends it out. Jackie's good sidestep, keeps walking. The real one does hit, though, and a Shockwave brings it back, but Camilo's okay. He's got stand by himself as Cyclone disengages, but Jackie's wants range. He has a Yuumi on his head and has the movement speed to prove it while he walks up to the turret in front of 3. Team Heretics playing defense.
I mean, Jackie's, even after the death, is just playing the matchup very well, constantly bullying Camilo out. Good use of the Shockwave as well to force him back. The swappers come through from Heretics. They're now going to be moved into mid lane in anticipation of the grub spawning, but they also open themselves up to securing the first dragon. They are spending a bit of time securing this, which does leave open the potential for Heretics to cross on the top side.
Great camera because you can see the tongue from the Poro. Like, it is the best skin.
Correct. Yes, you can.
Just
very cute Poro.
That is why we built it. I'm sure the person who built that camera was like, now we get to look at skins better. Hell yeah, you do.
You know, I'm pretty sure it's called Skin Spotlight.
Is it?
I think so. Or at least that was the old catchphrase for it. I don't know what it's actually called. But yeah. Okay, the emote from Camilo suggests that...
He knows. He knows he's getting dozed. Yes, he does indeed, but he goes all in regardless. Going to be exhausted, flashes away. Now steals the Zeri ult, electrocutes himself, but for Noah, he just sits there with his ulti being used up and available.
They get the TP out from Carlson. Camilo going to be forced to go back to base once more. The gold continuing to go in the favor of Jackie's in terms of the mid lane matchup, and really across the board, only Shayo has the gold lead. But they do secure the grubs, as you just highlighted. TP now going to come in from Camilo towards the top side, be able to catch this wave. But it is a very skirmish-heavy early game. You can see small advantages slowly starting to accrue in favor of GX, and it's very reminiscent of what we saw in Game 1, where it was a relatively slow early game. The kills were trading back and forth, but Giant X were getting a lot more control over the map throughout the early game.
Really nice stop there from Camilo, by the way. Lot might have to TP to bot. Don't know what he was going to do before, as might be the match of the Sion lane. But yeah, teleport going to come through from Lot. As Camilo made sure that was going to happen, and now it's down a TP in response. Camilo used his before, Carlson used his to bot lane, but this could be a bit of mismatch of timing, if that means anything, as Jackie's also burns his.
Wisely, Camilo, I think he actually held the wave on the top side of the map. Really forced to overpush, which I do like. GX hovering towards the top side will secure the crab, will help push out that top wave as well. The gold is dead even. Exactly what we want to see here in Game 3.
Oh yeah, we're boiling something big, aren't we?
And as a reminder, GX, after the regular season, they were in the conversation for top 4 for the vast majority of it.
But then what happened?
They went on a bit of a lose streak.
Oh no, there it is again.
Yeah, there it is again. And then they were able to beat Heretics Game 1. They broke the lose streak. Okay, business as usual, especially after Game 1. Rather convincingly they were able to win. But then Game 2, their momentum suddenly came out from underneath them. as Heretics was able to find some great plays. Carlson's Camille was huge. Camilo with a great bounce back on the Tristana. Now we find ourselves game 3, dead even in gold, 14 minutes in.
Been a big bounce back from what game 1 was, as Closer is going to face check this. Cyclone brings it out. Here's the You and Me, aka the final chapter, but he's been polymorphed and he gets no chance. A new target into Nora as he jumps over the wall. Wild Growth used by Sten, but a pick over to Heretics. 2 kills in the early game.
Dangerous face check from Closer. Thinks he's tankier than he actually is. With 4 members from Heretics, they're able to secure that kill. They steal away the red buff. And Heretics staying strong hit in game 3.
And Shayo really feels like the driving motor. While you can, you know, talk up Carlson and Camilo from the end of their second game, how Flack and Sten brought it together. I feel like Shayo brings it all together, you know. It's been talked about on Desk especially too.
He really reminds me of his presence on BDS, where his impact is definitely always there, but very rarely is he the person that you see as kind of the big flashy playmaker. But he's kind of the foundations of the building, and he provided that for BDS. The consistency that they found was largely thanks to the consistency the Shayo brought. You often get a lot of the same performance from him in every single game. And yeah, he definitely is a rock for his team, and it definitely can't be understated how valuable that is.
I mean, again, what he's done in game 2 and game 3, some of the engagers have been slick with the setup, and even in this game, a couple of the picks with 100% kill participation already out of the 2 kills. Shayo has been there. There's a threat here from Flackett and Sten. Good damage on the turret with the 3 grubs that they've picked up. As with this mid push comes also responsibilities towards Herald. 40 seconds till that spawns Dragon, a minute away as well.
I will also say, you know, when we saw Zeri a lot in the past, the static shift was the core component on her.
It was, good wave clear.
It was so valuable, and you can see the difference, you really can. Especially in this mid-game, how quickly Flackett clears out that wave, and Noah forced to catch it for a little bit longer.
Milu all in is there, onto Jackie's, won't get the Abscond of Duck, but steals the shockwave away. Shayo was there hovering as he stands on a ward, as Closer now joins in as well. But Camilo, as he just ticks over to level 11, that teleport's not quite up and available, and he doesn't really have a mana bar here to fight with as Herald spawns in 5 seconds.
Heretics have control over the river. Lot has made his way into the mid lane.
Teleport.
I think we're going to see a fight, Hysterics. It's Heretics that again move back into the river. They're now forced to face check into Carlson as well. Camilo with the Orianna ultimate available.
Decimating strike is only going to smash 1. Stunned up is Closer. You and Me jumping from person to person as Lot also low on mana. But Carlson happy to face tank as Closer there, looking for a heart steal stack. Might find it in a second if Carlson plays tongue-in-cheek with it. Permafrost, he's still tanking up at half HP. Team Heretics are trying to play with time, but the poke is getting worse and worse. Carlson now in more and more trouble as Camilo wants that angle, but Lot won't get it for him. The engage starts off. The Hispanic smash is good as Closer helps get 1. Team Heretics got the Herald though. Now they're thinking about, do we go in? Do we go? Yeah, Noah's got a full ulti. Flashes forward, but a shockwave brings him back in. He thought he was being tricky with it, but Team Heretics are already there. Jackie's runs for his life. Again, a polymorph from Sten. They've been good this game. And for Team Heretics, that was a good fight for them too.
A flashback to the Fnatic of old as Noah flashes into the face of Heretics, and it costs him his life. A huge team fight win for Heretics. We look back and it's a very close exchange, so much poke. There's such a big HP advantage in favor of GX, but they can't quite get through this front line. Shayo's clone soaks up a lot of the damage, and you see this play here, Flackett, indecisive about whether he wants to commit to the play. Then Noah flashes in.
Oh,
he ends up getting knocked back by the Camilo shockwave that he was holding on for so long. He's able to find a clutch play, and they end up getting 2 kills. They'll get the Dragon and the Herald. Heretics are getting everything here in game 3.
The momentum from game number 2 is obviously working out. There's a 1200 gold lead for Shayo just in jungle. And yes, while mid and bot don't have anywhere to go with that gold lead, remember, you're looking at a Jace versus Psy on top. That is even in gold. This shows you the state of the game. 1500 is the difference as Shayo goes over the wall, but Noah pays respect. With the grubs, they'll take themselves a mid turret here. At 18 minutes into the game, now that gold balloons a little bit more.
Their first tower. Heretics looking good. The 1.5k gold leads. No objectives really on the map to play for the immediate future, so it just becomes about wave clear, pushing in these waves, getting closer to those items. Camilo on a side lane is becoming a greater threat.
Onto Lot. Abscond Duck doesn't connect, but Stend is here, making it unfair. He's closer as well. Protobelt uses Camilo. His escape path is being narrowed, but Lot doesn't have the ability to follow up any further.
You have to be careful there, especially with Closer hovering in the area. Camilo recognizing that his jungler wasn't around and he can't afford to make too many risks like that. What a state of affairs. The gold lead isn't insurmountable. There's still ways for GX to turn this game around, but with that flash in, you can't help but feel like the pressure is starting to get to GX. The expectations that they set for themselves and to put themselves in this position, you have to feel like that the weight on your shoulders is only getting heavier. Whereas Heretics, they're just riding that wave. Sheo, he's been in these positions multiple times before, leveraging his experience. 1-0-3 the scoreline. He's been involved in every single kill that the team has found.
Scond of Dark. Sheo is here as well, looking for the Cyclone, but he won't pull it off. Again, holds resilience as Lot. Now just has to pay respect. Close is here, just trying to get his Gromp. He smites it just before Team Heretics get involved, but their map movement's big. There's no trade here, Vedius. I mean, this is going to be a push for outer, maybe inner.
I mean, I love the way in which Heretics, they have Sivir very quickly clear one wave in mid, move into the fog. Attack the side lanes with the rest of the team. Meanwhile, GX, they're playing towards the split pusher as well, making it harder for Orianna to sit on the side lane. You can see the Ori sitting in bot, but it's an awkward spot for the Ori to be in. Another connection onto the tower will be made. Now we're setting up, well, Dragon's still 2.5 minutes away. Reset's likely to come through, though, from Heretics. They want to spend the gold that they've picked up. They can afford to give away this tower. Oh, they're not even going to give this one away.
No objective given. Only taken here for Team Heretics. 2k gold lead. And at 20 minutes as Atakan spawns, it spawns on the bottom side of the map here. For Team Heretics, I mean, again, it's already been stated here with Protobelt now through. Good sidestep from Jackie's away from the Glacial Prison.
Just throwing that out to test the waters a little bit. He should recognize that the bot side of the map is a dangerous place. His jungler has now made his way down along with the support. Setting up for the Dragon. Again, they're still 2 minutes away. Mainly just playing for the crab as they keep these waves pushed in. Look at how the momentum has shifted. In the early game, it was GX that had pushing waves across the board. They were the ones with all the control. They were the ones securing all the early objectives. But now it's Heretics dictating the pace. They're moving around the map beautifully. And so much of it is thanks to Flackett on this Sivir. Keeping that mid wave permanently pushed in. Noah catching the waves just doesn't quite have the same level of wave clear. Look at the itemization between the two AD carries as well. The Runan's going to help a lot. Big pickup now secured for Noah.
Especially when you've got those medium range, small range players like Camilo, like Sheo here, running into you. Excited for this big fight that's obviously been brewing as Carlson will take next to no damage from Lot here in this game. That's almost a 2-item silent. As you can see, almost 1k in the bonus HP in the top right of your screen thanks to Grasp, thanks to his W passive. Sion getting more and more unkillable here as Camilo. And it was just so he could start and maybe bait it out, maybe get the ward as well with passive as Team Heretics have this brush under their control onto Closer. Sheo's just going to bop him for a bit. But that's all it is as Dragon spawns in 40 seconds. Round 2.
Also with another phase check, but he feels relatively safe with Yuumi at his side. Oh, good damage on the Carlson.
Battle of attrition though. Carlson has to be bopped over
nice
and over again.
There onto the smash. Defender straight back, but yeah, the regeneration from Carlson still pretty high. He's stacking up a storm on the top side of the map. He is
1k.
Gained, yep, 1,000 HP.
Okay. Well, what's he sitting at, Betty? What's the actual HP? 3.8k.
That's only going to keep going up. He's
oh yeah.
Completed the Jack show. Likely going to lose that top tower. I don't think Heretics is too upset about that though. It's a tower that you expect to fall regardless. Got great position on the Dragon. Again, keep your eyes on the map and look at Flackett as he moves into the mid lane. Actually abandons the wave. Wants to be there to better support the kill onto the Dragon.
Team Heretics pull it out. For now, Closer has to walk on in. Flackett just gets a boomerang. Walks back after realizing that Closer is feeling confident to join. A Yuumi on top of the pick as Closer just walks through. Dragon still goes down. Team Heretics take that. And again, the only cost was that top lane turret, which is more gold for GX.
Now, ideally, Heretics would love to break open that bot tier 1. GX have done a good job of reclaiming control over their bot side jungle, though, but you can see Sheo and Sten trying to move into this area of the map. They want to set their sights on this objective. Keep your eyes on Lot, already making his way back out.
Sheo jumped into this, by the way. Jackie's is now joined in, and the disrespect might cost him wild growth. Shocks and awes him. Team Heretics have walked in deep with him as well. Sheo, the building blocks of Heretics, enables Camilo to die by his side.
An overstep on the engage. They committed onto closer, while Jackie's just walked up from bot lane. An easy pick will convert into an Atakan. And GX, just like that, may have found the momentum that they were looking for.
Patience in this game with these drafts on both sides. It does feel like whoever's most patient will end up winning it out for GX as they wait for that mistake. Now with Atakan, they swiftly turn the gold lead. And as this gets taken, Jackie's also finds a bottom lane outer turret. Man, a mistake like that in game 3.
I mean, we've seen these mistakes multiple times from Heretics. They overplay their hand. Sometimes their patience, they can't quite maintain it. They overplay. Now again, when you look at the gold, it's not that big of a deal, but really you need to look at the bottom of your screen and notice the advantage that this Orianna is starting to build. The itemization between the two AD carries has pretty much been neutralized. And the Void Staff near completion, I should say halfway to completion from Jackie's. Like, earlier on, that gap between the two mid laners wasn't that big of a deal, but now there's a full level difference. He is up 50 CS. He's on track to completing the other item.
Flackhead's in trouble. Noah's taking it into his own hands. Wild growth used, but Noah's now kiting back, going forward this time. Is a blessing, not a curse. A shutdown to Noah. Another shutdown, by the way, as he just picked up the last one. Gold in his back pocket never looked better as he's about to crest 3 items.
Nicely played there from Noah. A misplay from Flackhead is quickly punished. And last game, we saw these mistakes come through from Heretics, but they had a big gold lead.
Yeah.
Right? They were able to scale their way back into the game. Carlson, with the strength that he had in the side lane, is what kept the game even after we saw some of those fumbles, those picks that came down onto the bot lane of Heretics. This time around, that's not the case. Heretics don't have that carry top laner to fall back on. They're very much reliant on their carries to perform. And right now, that is where we're seeing the biggest discrepancy in gold.
LDR now picked up with that discrepancy as well. Carlson walking through a jungle that's no longer his. And look, Jackie's is here waiting. Heartsteel's a free stack as Carlson just holds on. His ultis, flash, all available. He knows it's going to take more than that to kill him. Noah, the tank shredder, is not there.
I mean, I think Giant X have realized that as long as they play calm and they don't overforce anything, they can just wait for Heretics to make those mistakes. Sheo goes in.
Well, Sheo under turret. I mean, this might not be a mistake. The Cyclone sets it up perfectly. And Flackett, look at his angle. Just trying to auto-attack and be the hero the Team Heretics need. As Noah again just ultis over. He's got a Yumi on his head. Not going to die yet until now. Atakan debuff. There you go, into the grave. Closer, as close to dying as well. But for Giant X, they walk away from the fight. Team Heretics ran out of steam.
A very close fight, but it's crucial that the Atakan comes into the conversation because GX were more than happy to take it. They gave over 200 gold in exchange for 2 kills and a tower.
Stand on a ward.
He spots the support out. He gets himself another kill. And this was the level of confidence we were looking for from GX. They are definitely flying with their sails held high as they find themselves another pick, and the gold continues to go in their favor.
Tires look okay, the doors are closed, like no one's hanging outside the vehicle. I definitely feel like Giant X are in control yet again. Baron now started. There is no support for 10 seconds for Team Heretics. A scrying ward to see at least what they can hope to see. And Sheo needs an innovative path, but again, he's on that ward. He can't get anywhere near the pit.
I don't think that there's much Heretics can do about this Baron. And the lead that GX had already accrued is now going to balloon even more. 4.1k the advantage that they have. And we find ourselves in a similar position to game 1. This is their game to lose. Heretics have position on the Dragon. They've pushed out this bot wave incredibly deep. Camilo with a quick back to base means that he has the Seeker's arm guard. The push in mid makes it much harder for GX to approach. Baron buff giving you a slight advantage when it comes to the team fight. But this could be an avenue for Heretics to turn things around. Let's see if they can get a good fight ahead of the Dragon.
That Void Staff now picked up for Jackie's. I talked about LDR before. The fight, Noah now just has a BF sword to add onto it. Lot is hurting too. By the way, shield piercing item now picked up as well. So Lot at 3 items strong is onto this Scion. They're just going to take it front to back. Giant X don't care. They've got a Yuumi. They've got Sustain. The Shockwave blasts them apart. And the hero play, the hope of Team Heretics is quickly falling away as Carlson, even with a great ulti, will be taken down too. Noah continues chasing his ulti in full tow. And Giant X will not be falling off this road today. A double over to Lot, and Team Heretics are withering away.
GX keep it simple. They just hit the target that's in front of them. And with Carlson falling, they find an angle for a beautiful Shockwave combo. Quick kills into a quick team fight win. Dragon secured. GX looking to clean out this series.
Might have been a flash in the pan then, because GX returning to what game 1 looked like, at least at the end of this one. 8,000 the lead. It'll quickly become 10. Jackie's is blasting open mid, and no one's up for another 3 seconds. Stend is alone in this game.
The damage is significant. The base of Heretics is in tatters, and it looks like GX are going to be happy with that. They'll look to reset, go back to base, spend the gold that they've accrued, and look at the mid and 80 carry difference that's built now. We look back at the fight, and again, they just focus on the Scion for now, but look at the ball, look at the positioning of it. Heretics lose track, the Shockwave connects onto 2, and then the burst from Noah executes the jungler, and then it just becomes a chase down. Heretics can't find a good position to fight, they fall short, and GX then chase down flanking.
And I mean, Noah's damage at this point is unbelievable. A Lot is outranging anyone. Add him into the mix as well with this Bruiser mix. For Giant X, I mean, we're on the ropes for a little bit, let's be real. You know, this organization, as we said, it's been a little bit downhill since the end of the LEC regular season. Giant X will always talk about outside that threshold. Team Heretics today have tested them. They've really told us that, yeah, GX aren't, you know, good enough yet to hang with the top 4. But maybe they'll get there. Maybe they'll get there. Maybe they've got a lot to learn before they go to Koi tomorrow. But finishing off this game cleanly is exactly the way to go. Team Heretics fighting for their lives here before their winter gets cut short and then left out in the dark.
They're going to need some sort of crazy outplay to turn this game around, and they're probably going to need a few more after that. Camilla with a strong start. If he can find a nice ult steal, maybe the Shockwave can find a pick on a Noah, but even if they do, the problem is Noah has so much support.
Glacial Prison stolen. Decimating Smash looking. Closer not finding. Flacket right now, the reason the base is not in tatters and topside is because of this wave clear from the 3-item Sivir.
Champion that's great at stalling the game out, even against Baron empowered minions. Of course, the Baron has worn off. But 10.8k is the lead.
In the base they try. Show backs away. Camilo waiting to throw that Glacial Prison with that hijack. He's just sitting there at level 16 Silas. Might be hard. Real one sent out by Closer. Camilo still looks for the angle, but the turret's gone in the meanwhile. When's he going to throw it? Shao's in with the engage. There it is. But into the back line, he's destroyed. Noah took a tiny bit of his health bar thanks to Jun sitting on his head. Team Heretics, this defense, not going anywhere near what you'd hope for as a Heretics fan, lying on the bench. 11,500 gold lead, and now the next turrets are soon to fall. Sten flashes away as Lot comes from the top, and the rest come from the bot. Carlson tries to ulti in. Camilo can't even get his Shockwave until he flashes in. Goes golden, but Noah just goes past him. A flash in the pan is what they'll say, as Giant X were also forced to work for it. But Team Heretics, as they get eliminated, it is the Giant X who move on to tomorrow against Koi to see if they can bring a flash of brilliance into that series too.
They ended game 3 slow and steady. It was looking a little dicey in the early game, but they had some impressive team fighting and were able to outplay Heretics in the 5v5. Valiant effort from Heretics. Overall, a surprise in many ways, given their performance.
Surprise. Agreed.
Putting the pressure onto GX, I think very few expected.
I mean, it'd be sad for a lot of fans because I think, you know, Team Heretics were definitely the underdogs as we sold them.
100%.
But they showed so much brilliance in that second game and even parts of the third. But as you vote for your key player of the series, you got to remember that Giant X just did it better overall. Is it Jackie's, Noah, or Jun? My question to you would be that...
I mean, what this has highlighted is
series.
that GX, I mean, they got exposed quite a lot.
They did indeed.
And they don't have much time to fix their issues. Immediately tomorrow, they're going into the series against Koi. Koi has all this time to prepare, watch, identify, plan out how they want to approach this best of 3. And I feel like that the early game from GX is something that is clearly lacking as we bid farewell to Heretics.
For a month and a bit, see what they come back like. Because I'm excited for this roster where people like Camilo, where I think, you know, Carlson have shown a bit of brilliance in this series, have shown a bit more versatility than maybe they were given credit for as well. Team Heretics obviously trying to find their new identity with these players. When last time, you remember, you know, playing with the likes of like Wonder and Yankos, even Perks at the very start of the year. And you think about where they've gone, they've put more into development now. I'm curious to where it leads them.
I think one of the hardest things for rookies when it comes to the LEC is not only fitting into the meta, the structure, the changes in environment, but also just being willing to go on stage and play with confidence.
Right.
And I think that confidence is the thing that a lot of players are constantly searching for, so that the things that you play in scrims and the way that you play, you can bring to stage. And I think that what made me really happy was that we saw a lot of that from a lot of the Heretics player. I still remember very fondly the Rel performance from Sten during the regular season, the fact that Camilo, even after a pretty tragic early game on the Tristana, was able to bounce back, and then Carlson showcasing his carry picks alongside the veterans of Sheo and Flacked, I think is definitely, it's nice to see.
Well, for Giant EXO, it is happy news, at least for 24 hours until they go up against Koi. We see how they go towards that as Law is standing by with Closer in our Marriott Bonvoy post-game interview.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Closer. You get to leave to see another day, but that was close, man. Something that I was saying after game 1 especially is that given the convincing way you guys took game 1, it is what is expected from GX.
Yeah. I mean, I thought after game 1 it's going to be a clean 2-0, but I mean, it's do or die for both teams, so they fought back.
Yeah.
I think we played pretty bad second game. But this game, in third game, I think we had a better front-to-back drafts, and after some point we just started winning. So, I mean, I think it's good that we played 3 games, so we just get more experience. So I'm happy about that.
Did you feel like pressure was getting the best of you, especially going into this game 3 with them having the momentum, maybe grabbing the early game? How did you guys feel?
No, I think I just tried to play out the drafts. We didn't think about pressure that much. I mean, not me.
Of course, and I feel like that's the attitude you want to have, especially when you aspire to be one of the top teams, which you still can be with this victory. But let's talk about what's been going wrong with you guys, because first week was exceptional, second week, and then it just unraveled from them. So talk me through the issues you're suffering from
I think just like our second game, like we are very inconsistent. Like first game, we just stomped them. And then the second game, we are just permanenting. I don't know, we are just very inconsistent, but I do think we can beat everyone. So it really matters which kind of GX shows up that day. But I mean, I still think we will win tomorrow.
All right.
And we just take the best out of this series.
What is your understanding of MKOI? Because they're not doing that hot either. But what makes you also think that you're going to fix everything you need to with the little time you have?
I mean, our regular split match, we should have won against them.
Yeah.
I think they're also on a decline. And I mean, I think they're individual good players, but as a team, they are kind of similar, inconsistent also. So I think we can beat them for sure.
It is going to be an interesting matchup for sure. Closer, thank you so much. Do you have any final thoughts on Jackies, who's standing by in PGL?
He played a good game, too.
He played a good game. All right, we'll leave it there. Closer, thank you so much.
Best
of luck tomorrow. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. After 6 games, Shocks, take it away for PGL.
Thank you. Yeah, Jackies, were you shaking there after that game too? Because this is a series that you should have 2-0'd, right?
Yeah, I think so. We should have 2-0'd, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say I was shaking after game 2. I was kind of shaking in the middle. Not shaking, but I was stressed in the middle of the game 3.
Yeah?
Because I pressed tab and I see 0-1, 0-1, 0-1. I'm like, oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Oh, my bad.
That's okay.
But yeah, I mean, it was a bit stressed. But after winning one team fight, I kind of knew we will insta-win. Because I could see that enemies are kind of like crumbling under the pressure. So after that, it was good.
But the ego must have taken a hit after game 2. This guy comes from tier 3 and he was shitting on you.
I wouldn't say the ego took a hit because I felt like I was getting a bit camped by enemy jungle fanboy, but
it's always the jungle gap.
Always a jungle
Sheo
gap.
is your biggest fan, I see.
Looks like it, yeah. But I would say Camilo played good. I think because I've been running him a lot throughout the split, to be fair, because he asked for it a lot, which I appreciate, and I feel like I can see the improvement. So I'm excited for him. I mean, sadly, next split, but...
Yeah, next split, I do want to give a big shout out, Finn. You know, some of these young players, I mean, Carlson had like a monster game, and this is the first playoffs they ever played. We say goodbye to them, but they entertained us at the very least.
I think you can say a lot about Heretics, but you can't really dislike them. I think even if they struggle, I think they really show and play fun League of Legends, and they have lows, but they have really high highs as well. And I think sometimes when there's teams they're struggling, it's just kind of sad to watch them. But with Heretics, there's always that glimmer of hope somewhere that they always come back into the games. And I think they had a really good first split, and I want to see how they keep developing, especially their solo laners, because I think they have a lot of room to improve, but also they show a lot of promise.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1v1ing versus Jackie, so the only way is up, I guess.
Yeah, maybe we should stop that, actually. Maybe we should find someone else.
I was laning like a goat in the series.
Who knows? The Kia player of the series was Noah. Was he stressed or was he all right?
I wouldn't say he was stressed. He was pretty good. Like from what I heard last year, right, and everything. It was a pretty stressful game. But I could hear the stress after his first death for the game. He died. I instantly hear like, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I was kind of scared he will crumble, but he actually brought it back, and I think he played very good.
Yeah, amazing. These are some of the most stressful games you're going to play, right, when it comes to GX. Now, we talked a lot about everything that's been going on not on the Rift, if we can bring the timeline back. But basically, there was a lot said after the 3-0 week. And I think we changed it. So at the end, look, week 5, you are here. Oh, de-eliminate, don't read that. That's not...
that was a prediction.
That was like a possibility.
Why am I there?
Okay, I told him to put the picture of you happy, but I should have also said, like, not put GX gets eliminated.
Okay, fair enough.
I apologize for that. But how much do you actually read into this? Because we were theorizing a lot about, like, it goes really good, and then there's, like, the interview, there's the tweets. There's a lot of very confident quotes from everybody, which I think is nice because that's what you want, right? You want to be confident, but then sometimes it starts crumbling. And Finn said when you start losing is when that all gets in your head a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I wouldn't say it goes into our head, to be fair. I think, to be fair, our ego after week 1 went kind of...
Yeah.
Especially after the game after KC, I felt like we played very, very clean game. But I don't know, I think week 2, week 3, I mean, for me, personally, week 3, I think I kind of played very bad, so... That one is on me, but I wouldn't say it kind of hit us. I feel like we had a lot of, it was a good reality check for us, but I wouldn't say we took it back. And I think these weeks we've been finally getting up to the GX Scrim Goats as was in the early split, you know, because that was kind of happening.
Yeah. We heard that from everyone.
Then it didn't happen in week 2 and 3, but I feel like we're getting kind of back into it, so it's a good... like this, you know.
Yeah, it goes upwards.
It's a good like this.
It's a good like this.
Thank you. But I think it's dangerous because I've been on teams as well that did really well on the regular season, and I think when you keep winning a lot, eventually you reach a point where you expect us to play well, and you just expect everyone to play well, and you expect the game to be easy. But then eventually you start creating bad habits and you start falling into traps. It's like, wait, we're not playing well because you're not actually actively thinking about what to do in game. You just assume things are going to run smoothly. And I think this is kind of a trap maybe you guys fell into, maybe not. But I wonder how you, as you're coming in your 3rd split now, I think, or is it 2nd? Yeah.
4th.
Okay,
you have 3 now,
I get it.
I know you
I'm old. Sorry. How do you keep improving, you know? Because when you come into LEC, it's very easy to just come in and improve a lot because it's such a new atmosphere. But coming into your 4th split now, 2nd year, that's when it can, for some people, they can have a plateau. Yeah, stagnate.
Yeah.
I wonder, how do you approach it?
I mean, for me, it's it kind of depends on the team structure in a way, because last year GX is 10 times different from this year, right? So I have to learn way more new playstyles. So I wouldn't say I am running out of stuff to learn. I feel like I actually have 50 million stuff new, even though it's my 4th split. I feel like now I have a very good bot lane, right? A very proactive jungle and a rookie top. And it's also now, since I'm the veteran, of course, in my team, I have to give some help to my side laning and on lot, you know? So I think for me, I always like learning, no matter what. So I wouldn't say for me it affects me that much. It's just now actually I have even more stuff to learn. So
learning and teaching apparently to the 1v1s. So anyone who wants can 1v1. Jackies?
Anyone.
Anyone, basically. We have a 1v1 station here. Let's take a look at the bracket. Tomorrow you're playing MKOI. MKOI has had a similar, I think, trajectory, right? They started off really hot and now not really. So what do you think about that matchup and what do you think about playing versus Jojopian?
I mean, against MKOI for GX throughout the whole year, last year was like, we always meet in loser bracket and they always won.
Yeah.
So I hope that's not going to happen again. But yeah, I mean, playing against MKOI is always very fun since I think me and Alvaro, Mervin are kind of good friends. So there's a bit of a personal thing there. But yeah, against Jojo, I feel like against Casey, he mega crumbled. I don't know what was happening there, but I wouldn't put it on him. Like, I feel like these days, if someone looks bad, it's usually the team fault, honestly. No, not the team fault, but like something is going on with them. So we'll see if they figure out or not, because if they don't, then it's going to be a hard series for them, I think.
I see. I like you're skirting around it. But I mean, you could just win the lane also. Around like the matchup versus Jojo.
Oh, against Jojo?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll win lane 100%.
Okay.
So it's fine.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Clip that.
Clip it. What do you think, Finn?
Well, I think what MKOI struggled with is to integrate how Elyoya and Alvaro works together with Jojo, because oftentimes I see Jojo dying alone on a side lane. He's like catching a wave when enemy team is ready to dive, like a tier 1. He's just catching it alone, and Elyoya Alvaro's other side making a play on Mirwin's lane. And I feel there's just a big disconnect here. I think either Elyoya and Alvaro needs to adapt more to Jojopion, or Jojopion really needs to demand more from them that they're more on his lane, or he needs to learn how to respect when it's not his timers. Because I think right now, it's like Elyoya Alvaro goes to Jojopion lane, they try to make a play, nothing happens, they leave, and then Jojopion is like, I keep on playing aggressive. He walks up, and then this enemy's turn to make a play.
Is like, stop.
And then he dies.
Saying, oh,
yeah,
no,
okay.
I don't mind.
Kid it out.
I just feel like Jojopion has been dying a lot on enemy timers, and I think this is something that needs to get cleaned up, because this can really like ruin a game flow when someone is just always off tempo, always getting caught.
Consider banning Yonin themselves. Consider.
Against Jackies, they should, yeah.
I'm not a coach,
they
so
should.
see, that's what I meant against Jackies.
Spellbook Yon.
I'll bring it back.
Yeah.
I'll bring it back.
There's Fnatic BDS as well. Even with Fnatic falling to G2 last week, Jackies, are they the big favorites here still?
I would say so. I would say Fnatic, unless they have some, again, internal mega issues, I think they should beat BDS.
Again? What do you mean? Whatever do you mean?
I mean, last year they had some issues, you know, but I would say I actually liked what BDS showed today, to be fair. I think their team fighting was sometimes a bit questionable, but I like their drafts, so maybe they can catch them off guard, but I think Fnatic should kind of roll it.
What do you think about the jungle matchup, 1-1-3 versus Razork? Because I think there's quite different playstyles there.
I mean, honestly, I haven't been playing against BDS in scrims lately. Like, I think I played him once, so I don't really know much about 1-3, how he plays.
He's a nutter. He's crazy.
But he's crazy, which I like.
Yeah.
I think Razork is a bit crazy too.
Yeah.
So
maybe there's 2 nut jobs on the Rift?
2 nut jobs on the Rift, yeah, just running around, diving everyone. It's gonna be kind of fun, I think.
Love
fun
it.
to watch.
We have a really fun day then tomorrow. As we sign off, maybe something to give you a little bit more momentum going into yesterday was a watch party in Prague because there were a lot of Czech players.
I saw,
it's like a Czech takeover, actually.
Cheering for
Look.
Czechy, cheering for Karzia. Let's get it, boys!
Oh my
It's crazy.
All your fans, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
All my fans.
Yeah, zero Carsey fans. All Jackies. Yeah. No, but that's cool.
That's
I think I
very
saw
cool.
Patrick there as well.
Okay, too soon, bro. Too soon.
I'm sure they'll be doing it tomorrow as well. I don't know if they will, but if so, it was awesome. So thank you. Good luck tomorrow, Jackies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for talking to us. And we'll be back tomorrow with the rest of the lower bracket still. The loser, their playoffs are over. We have Fnatic versus BDS. And on the other side, we have GX taking on Movistar Koi. See you then.
Force this, you don't want to go too quick.
It's one of those moments that if you lose this fight, you just delay the game a bunch. 1-1-3 goes forward, they try and lock up Chayek. Immediately they dash back in, public execution going out as well as Ice is ready to kill off Hillisang. It's disaster for Vitality! Look at the storm, baby! It's a Tempest from Nuke. Now the Riptail's gonna knock him up though. And Linsus has his driving license. Get it, Max Verstappen on the phone because he's going for more as he dives in. Ice dead as well, Paris falls.
We can get up here. Okay. Can I say something?
Okay, top side. I think we can... First fight, God, that's a hook. You don't have the teammates there.
Vitality as well, 1-1-3 going back in with a twisted advance. Nako jumps over the wall, Nuke looking to follow up, but 1-1-3 is dead. Hilly's the master beta man.
Hillisang, hook for hook.
Hillesang hooked up, the equalizer going onto the backline, and Hillesang can just burst. Karsi's there as well! He comes in, he dashes away, but he's dead!
I need help to opening this. I need help, guys. This is not opening, buddy.
We have a bottle issue on stage, lads.
Oh my god, you are the goat. The dead power, the dead strength.
Power of the pull-up snap.
I'm blocking. Take me.
Go and do it. I think one more dive.
Yeah.
We have Kaysa ulti.
Go to value. Ulti 2. I ult. FW. Yeah, nice. Confidence. W in 5. Good job. Yep. Very good. What do we do? Nice. Tempo Drake. Who flagged? Not forgetting. Take it. I will die, okay? I will die. Wait, I'm alive actually.
No, look at Silas.
I'm dead, it's fine.
Come to me.
I killed everyone.
I mean, we can still play. Yeah, you can. I can shoot you.
No flash, Silas.
Just don't waste it.
Go Nashor.
Nation?
We are all up. Just base and go now.
Well, that's got to be them. We have to hurry. If we do not stop them now, no one will be safe.